started. Call the utility district meeting to order. Perfect. Ready, Doc?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm good.
I'd like to call to order a utility special district meeting. The date is September 18th and the time is 5:53 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
Vice Chair Shirley Lanier. Board Member Chadrick McCoy. Board Member Kashamba Miller Anderson. Board Member Glenn Spiritus.
Here.
Ex officio Board Member Mayor Ronnie Felder. City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
Acting District Clerk Deborah Hall is present. District Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
District Finance Director Randy Sherman. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. We have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Board Member McCoy.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda?
None from staff, Mr. Chair.
Disclosures from the board? Motion to adopt agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Board Member Spiritus.
Yes.
Board Member McCoy.
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Mr. Chair,
Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate myself as Vice Chair of the Utility Special District Board.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Board Member Spiritus.
Yes.
Board Member McCoy.
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
No.
Let the record reflect that Board Member Miller Anderson is present.
And ex officiado,
And
is that mayor's? Yep,
Ex officio Mayor Ronnie Felder is present.
thank you.
And we need a vote from Board Member Miller Anderson.
I don't even know what I'm voting on. I would think I would not have to vote on whatever it was. Call me present after what we just talked about.
Yeah, she's been recognized as of yet, so we'll
Okay.
continue.
Okay, well,
If we can, continue with consent, and prior to us actually
Okay,
going
well, we're in
forward,
the middle of a vote, so I think that has to be concluded.
the vote was passed, oh, I'm sorry.
right,
Recognize
the
vote.
vote passes with Chair Lawson dissenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before we proceed, board members, we do have a noticed meeting for our regular city council at 6 p.m., so we will recess the utility district meeting and call to order the city council meeting. I believe we can, if we have any questions, consent, we could possibly get through consent, but we'll be adjourning in 4 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we won't adjourn, we will recess in 4 minutes. Okay?
Okay,
Thank
Chair Lawson, the vote that was just taken was for Board Member McCoy to become the Vice Chair of the Utility Special District. So that vote passed with Board Member McCoy and Spiritus voting yes, and Chair Lawson with a nay vote.
Thank you. Consent agenda. Items on consent are routine in nature and followed by one vote. If an item wants to be pulled from consent, any board member can choose to. Does anyone want to pull an item from consent? Motion to adopt consent?
So moved.
We have motions on the table.
Well,
Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
yeah, I'm not sure if it's a formatting thing, but where does consent end? Does it include the budget? Because it seemingly does. And I don't know that we had the desire to approve the budget on consent. That was staff's intent?
Budget
I'm
is,
not sure. I didn't put together the agenda, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Vice Chair.
No, Mr. Chair, it's not staff's intent to have it approved on consent.
Thank you. So,
So we do need to move it because it is listed under consent. So we will be pulling, Board Member McCoy, 2A?
yes, with the comment.
Yes, sir.
All right, just, actually, no comment. Pull 2A, thank you.
Thank you. Can we
And-
have a second with pulling 2A?
Well,
Motion's been made.
any member can pull an item off of consent.
Sir,
So I don't think there's a vote that's necessary for that. But are we going to approve consent as presented?
yes, approve consent with removing 2A.
Okay, gotcha. So,
So I just need a second. Go ahead.
Second.
Board Member McCoy. Motion been made and probably second. You're recognized.
okay,
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, consent, we're going to be approving what's left on consent, which are the minutes.
Okay, Board Member Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy,
yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes,
unanimous vote.
okay.
Okay, can we declare recess at this point? I mean, it's,
Yes, sir. We will take a recess until we complete our city council meeting. This meeting is in recess. Regular minute. All right, Doc, we're going to get started. Um, I'd like to call to order our regular city council meeting. The date is September 18th and the time is 6:01 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Ronnie Felder. Chairperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Roderick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier. Councilperson Glenn Spiritus. City Manager Jonathan Evans. Acting City Clerk Deborah Hall McCullough is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. If we can have a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Pro Tem McCoy.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Under presentations, item 6A is being deleted from the agenda. That's the presentation of award to acknowledge Chairman Douglas Lawson. Item 6A is being deleted from the agenda.
Thank you. Any other additions, deletions, substitutions?
Miss-
Chair.
I'm sorry.
You're recognized, Commissioner, Councilman McCoy.
Chair, can you see the clerk? Can you defer to her, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Clerk.
Item 6B is also being deleted from the agenda,
Thank you.
and that's the Education Scholarship Program Awards.
Thank you. So 6A and 6B are being deleted from the agenda. Okay. Any follow-up, Councilman McCoy?
Yes, I do have a couple that I would propose to remove from the agenda.
You recognize, Pro Tem.
I would like to see the board's indulgence on removing item, which is 3A and also 3G.
Remove from consent or remove from?
You're asking for additions and
Additions,
deletions.
deletions.
So I'm saying delete it.
Deleted, yes, sir. Councilman McCoy is asking to delete 3A and 3, what was the second one?
I'm sorry, G as in go.
3. They have deleted 3A and 3G.
That's my proposal. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Comments from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spears, you recognize.
is there a reason that we're deleting 3A?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Yeah, if I can just elaborate, I just am really surprised that we have items that's on the agenda that's not proper or not in the right posture for the board to decide on. Certainly, I want to respect our department directors and what they bring forward, but I don't understand how we're being asked to give blanket approvals of road closure when it doesn't even indicate the time in which we're going to propose to close the road, what block is being proposed. There are proposals, and I know I see specifically for 3A, our Parks Director that's here, but we got items that's being offered up to close these roads when there's not even a definitive time and it doesn't definitively point out specifically where we're closing these roads. And there needs to be a legal justification as to the authority the city council has in actually doing this. Is this required by a code, which I've never seen? But I just don't think we need to give someone the authority to close, parts of Ocean Drive, which doesn't actually delineate where on December 7th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, 3 consecutive days, and it doesn't even delineate the exact times of day. So this is not correct. And I would much rather staff go back and bring me back a fully baked product before we come and decide on it, as opposed to sitting up here saying close it. And here we are now in September. Nobody's going to remember that the council approved this and didn't delineate a time. That's my reason. And I would hope that the board can support that. If not, then, we give staff the ability to just arbitrarily close it at 12:01. I mean, we got people that have businesses there. I mean, there should be more done to present something like this before it comes to the board, as opposed to just, and even more so, right? The question is, what requires us to do this? And the authority needs to be laid out for us, because we can't just be being asked to rubber stamp something. And very interesting, like if you look at this, there are agenda items that's stretching out all the way into March 2025. So we need more information as opposed to just giving a blanket approval when there's a lot of uncertainties and ambiguity about it.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize Mr. Evans.
To the councilperson's point, in the actual resolution, it does specify the times in which the events will be having the road closure. So
It
specifically,
is not, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
You recognize.
on line 25 of the resolution, it says Thursday, December 5th, temporary road closure starting at 6 a.m. And then the subsequent days, the road closure will still remain in effect. And then the road closure will end on Monday, December 9th at 8 p.m. And then when you look at the other events, it does have when those road closures would occur. And if I'm not mistaken, and Mr. Young, our Parks and Recreation Director, could provide additional context, I believe that this is a requirement as part of going through the special events process, that they have to obtain authorization to, in fact, go through the process for the purposes of their particular events. And Mr. Young, you can come up and provide any additional perspective.
Wait, Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
We're not debating this item right now. This is not up for even the managers to even comment. If you look at the agenda, Friday, December the 6th, there's no time delineated. December the 7th, December the 8th. The only time that's delineated is on 2 days. That's just for that one event. And it says nowhere in here what block this is. So you have to give me something more than this. And the fact that the manager would sit here and try to defend something that doesn't even, I mean, Ocean Avenue is at least almost nearly a half a mile, if not more, and not even give us anything like this. Like, this is not proper. And that's it. I don't think we need to hear from the manager. The board needs to decide whether they're going to delete it. But to try to justify something where your staff didn't do it is unacceptable, Mr. Evans.
Mr.
I
Chair,
wouldn't even attempt to do that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
The premise of me providing commentary to the councilperson's point is that the board was requesting to move an item off the agenda. So I was making sure that the board had all the information that is necessary to make a determination whether the board chooses to, in fact, remove an item off the agenda. And to the councilperson's point, yes, it does say 6 a.m. on Thursday, and then the language for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday says temporary road closure in effect. So it contemplates that the road will still remain closed, and the road closure will remain in effect until December 9th of 2024 at 8 p.m. And the reference area that is going to be closed is that section of North Ocean that's at the beach. So if the board invariably wants staff to come back with these items with greater specificities, we can look at what the special events policy has for, but I just wanted to provide additional commentary to that. And at the end of the day, it is a policy decision that the board can make.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
I mean, since you want to indulge the manager, I'm not sure where in this policy or where in this resolution it called out the area by the beach. This is what I'm saying. Like, and then he would sit here and try to represent that this is okay. The other thing is, right, if we're closing a road, you got businesses there. There needs to be more notice. And I don't want someone to call me and said, you guys approved the road closure in front of my business with no regard to when and what time we do business. But you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days that somebody seemingly saying that the road is going to be closed somewhere near the beach. What does that provide in terms of specificity? We're a governing body, and the board needs to have more than this. It's not just this one event. If you look at each one of these events is not, there's not sufficient enough information to make a decision. And I think in the spirit of what we have, like, I shared with the attorney, we had Congress Avenue closed down for 6 hours on the 11th. That inconvenienced almost 3 gated communities. So can you sit here and tell me that you're going, and that was because of an emergency traffic fatality. You're going to sit here and close this 5 days without any kind of justification or specificities? Members, I'm asking for us to at least hold staff accountable to do a better job. And certainly these aren't events that occur next week. So there's enough time. And certainly I shouldn't have to be debating this when clearly on its face is not sufficient. And the manager should be reprimanded for that. I mean, this is not, what kind of operation are we doing?
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Councilman McCoy's request, since we're on additions, deletions, substitutions, is to delete 3A and 3G. Do we have any objections to those deletions?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Miller Anderson,
No,
you recognize.
you can go ahead.
Dr. Spears, you're recognized.
I agree with my colleague. I believe that it's not specific enough. I do support the closing of the area near the beach for the beach polo event, but I think it has to be more specific, the area that's being closed. And I have no objection as long as we bring it back in enough time to get the event approved.
Ms. Miller Anderson, you recognized.
I don't have a problem with it being deleted, but I also do not have a problem with being able to keep it on here and pull it off and then vote on it if we get more information. Obviously, he needs to do a presentation. So if it was information that during the presentation, we can get enough from it, I would be inclined to move forward with it. And if we find out we don't have enough information, then we can just postpone it. So it's fine with me either way, but I think it can go either way.
Additional comments from the board?
As a matter of business,
You're
Mr. Chair, can I
recognized.
be recognized?
You're
Thank
recognized.
you.
Thank you.
I mean, members, we shouldn't be asking staff to come up here and change something so the only reference that someone from the public can go by is in the meeting minutes. It needs to be clear and on its face and on the resolution that the board was clear when they authorized the closure of this road, as opposed to someone now having to add something in the middle of the meeting, and the only reference is that, oh, well, they approved it. The only way to look at it is go and look at the approved minutes from the meeting, or go back and look at the video. This is not proper. I don't understand what, it doesn't even identify a block. And certainly when we submit an application to close down a major state road to FDOT, we have to delineate what area of that state road we're closing down, how long we anticipate it being closed down, not a blanket closure. And then we got events that's at least 6 months away. So members, I don't even understand why it even caused this much debate.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
Okay, so I'm looking at the beach polo, Singer Island Beach Polo, and it does say temporary road closure of North Ocean Avenue. Clearly, we do not expect to close all of North Ocean Avenue. This is very deceiving when you read it. Someone may mistake that and think North Ocean is going to be closed. The last time we had that event at the beach, we just closed the area east of the stores so that the equipment and the horses would have a place to be during the day during the event. So I think it could be more specific, and I have no objection to removing this and bringing it back with a more specific identification of the area being closed.
Board members, we're on approval of the agenda. Do we want to have any objections to Councilman McCoy's request to remove 3A and 3G? I heard from Ms. Miller Anderson. I heard from Dr. Spiritus. Any other comments? Okay,
Mr. Chair, if I may,
you're recognized.
with regards to item 3G, if that item is deleted from the agenda, there will be a lapse in service, as there's not adequate funds to be able to provide the security services.
When did it lapse, Mr. Evans?
There will be a lapse, Mr. Chair, if this item is not addressed by the board this evening.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
can we, instead of deleting it, pull it so that I can hear more information about 3G and how that's going to impact us?
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
You're recognized.
this is one of the public solicitations that when we had discussions with the board, that staff respectfully requested that the new procurement director be given the opportunity to put out a competitive solicitation with regards to this. And this was a point of contention with the board when it came to qualifications base versus cost and the like. And so staff needs additional support to continue the armed guard services in the interim to allow for Ms. Ammons to put out the public solicitation. So that's why this item is before you this evening, to provide the additional monies and adequate time for procurement to put this item out to bid.
Thank you. We will be hearing the item if it's a pleasure of the board. Ms. Miller Anderson would like to hear it. Councilman McCoy requests that it be pulled. Do we have any other objections or pro for pulling it as opposed to deletion? If we can't pull it for comments, I would be okay with listening to the comments to hear what's going on with this item. So we'll pull that off of consent. And we are going to be deleting 3A from consent. There's no comments from the board? Do we have any public comment cards for consent, Madam Clerk?
But we're on additions and deletions, so can we move forward to actually a
Approval of
motion
the
for
agenda.
consent?
Approval of the agenda. So we haven't even got to that yet. We're literally just approving the agenda. So we've deleted 3A. And when we get to consent, we'll pull that item.
That's correct.
Okay.
And 6A and 6B are also deleted from the agenda.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Motion to adopt the agenda. Did we already make that motion? No? Motion
So moved.
with changes? Motion been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair. Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson? Unanimous vote.
Thank you. All matters listed under consent are considered to be routine in action and will be taken with one motion. There's no separate discussion of these items unless the councilperson so requests. In the event, it will be removed from the general order of business and requested in that sequence. Councilman McCoy, we're going to actually pull 3G
Okay.
at the request of the board to have discussion. Any additional items to be pulled from consent, board members, council members? We have any public comment cards, Madam Clerk? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, we did not have any public comment cards for consent.
Okay. Motion to adopt consent with removing and pulling 3G.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Discussion? Roll call. Councilman McCoy, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Manager, item 3D, I think I sent the email today, perhaps I did, regarding Lindsay Davis. Will we see some plans regarding that $200,000 expenditure?
Yes, Mr. Chair. To that particular point, that item is still, we provided the application. That application, I believe, was emailed out to the board pursuant to your request, councilperson, as well as, I believe, uploaded in the agenda packet. But the design elements, what the proposed elevations, color scheme, and all that, that will come to the board in subsequent iterations. But we're looking to expand the meeting space, kitchen, and the like, and those are other elements that would be coming before you. But
Hold up.
You recognize.
I'm sorry, that, you said that was sent to us today?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
Yes. Pursuant to your request, councilperson, I directed staff to send you that information as well as upload that in the agenda as well online.
I may have missed it, Mr. Evans. Yeah, I may have missed it, but I don't see it, and I'll try the electronic agenda. Okay, I'm good with it.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize, Dr. Spiritus.
Mr. Evans, is this, does this include the money that we've already budgeted for Lindsay Davis, or is this going to subsidize that? Is this an addition, or is this going to bring down the money that we already budgeted?
Mr. Chair, if I may. This is the monies that is incorporated in the budget, so it's accounted for in the actual budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
3G.
Item 3G, Resolution 131-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing payment to Universal Security Guard Association, Inc. of Delray Beach, Florida, to provide armed and unarmed security services for an additional 90 days in an amount not to exceed $75,000, and authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payments from account number 101-30101-552000 and providing an effective date.
So moved.
Motion made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'll ask for the Public Works Director, Mr. Treviso, to provide a brief presentation with regards to this item, as well as he will be accompanied with the Procurement Director, Ms. Ammons, to answer any questions that the board may have.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. Roberto Travieso, Director of Public Works. For the record.
Latanya Ammons, Director of Procurement, for the record.
And tonight, Resolution 131-24 is seeking the approval of additional funds in an amount of $75,000 for the purposes of uh, covering security services. That's Universal Security Association continues to provide for city facilities with the exception of the Utility Special District facility. At the direction of the board, uh, Public Works Department has been working closely with the Procurement Department for the purposes of preparing a request for proposals. And it's my understanding, Director Emmons here can elaborate more, that solicitation will be out in the next week. Uh, So in order for us to be able to continue to pay for the services beyond September 30th, which is when the previous authorization in an amount of $150,000 that the council provided will sunset, we are requesting additional fundings.
Are there any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item, and also please let the record reflect that Councilperson Lanier is present.
Thank you. Comments from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spears, you recognize.
can you tell us when this is going out to bid again, or has it already been placed out to bid?
Yes. The goal is for the solicitation to post within the next 2 weeks, so before the next meeting.
And when will the responses have to come back? How long are we giving them?
I'm giving them about a month for responses to come back, or 30 days.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Okay, so have we figured out a way yet? We had this discussion on how we're going to make sure that local contractors are aware that the solicitation has been posted. Are we going to do something to make sure that they know this?
Yes, Councilman. So I just met today with the communications team. And so what we are going to start doing is we're going to have an email campaign, number one, and we're going to notify all vendors that have registered with the city, in addition to all of those who have paid an occupational business tax. We want to create that database, and we're going to periodically, every week or every 2 weeks, just send out a reminder to say, hey, we're doing business, we're open. And so please take a look at the solicitations. New solicitation has posted, almost like a campaign to go out on a regular basis. In addition to that, once that email campaign goes out, notification will also go across all of the other platforms socially. That will be LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and maybe Instagram. And again, those platforms that the city already uses. So on behalf of the procurement department, not only will the solicitations be posted on Demand Star, but we're also going to have an active social campaign to let everyone know and become aware of solicitations that have gone out.
Great, thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Additional comments from the board?
Chair,
Councilman McCoy, you recognize.
thank you. Mr. Chair, I asked this to be deleted because I don't understand how we're here. We asked March. We were asked in March to give an extension. That was 6 months ago. Certainly, we are aware that there was some staffing challenges in procurement, but beyond that, I don't know, and I shared with Ms. City Attorney my concerns that we have the authority to extend this any further. So, Ms. Emmons, if our procurement code only allows the manager the authority of $25,000, the city council the authority of $50,000, we can't extend an expired contract again and again indefinitely. You're blocking out competitive solicitation. Security services certainly isn't a sole source. What legal authority do we have to actually even bring forth a resolution at this point after the agreement has already been extended, and now we're back here again?
Councilman, if I may.
Recognized.
So based upon my research, when the contract was canceled in December of 2023, via an emergency purchase order was put out for the next 3 months. The emergency because we need to have security for our businesses. So then in March, we come back to the board. So March 6th, we asked for $50,000. So we asked for an extension in the amount of $50,000, which would have put us till April 30th. June 1, the Procurement Department and Public Works sought approval of two resolutions, 87-24 and 62-24. Now, 87-24 asks for a 60-day extension for $50,000 to cover the expenses through June 30th. And at the same time, in parallel, Resolution 62.24 was presented for an award for a new contract. So based upon research, the council denied the contract. Again, a solicitation was completed. They came before the council. They asked for the award. The council denied that award, and then they increased the dollar amount of $150,000. The initial ask was 50 in order to get us to September the 30th. So I started on August the 19th, have not had a time to put out a solicitation. And so now we are here because the board previously approved the 150, did not award the contract, and now we need to move forward. And again, that was resolution 87-24, where you all changed it from 50,000 to 150 and extended it to September 30th. And resolution 62-24 was denied. Now, to your other point of it being a contract, it was not a contract in the terms of we would like to solicit you for the services. Number one, we're operating under emergency services. We still are there. We're still continuing the need for an emergency service. You are correct. Typically, solicitations over 50 must go out to public solicitation, but we're under an emergency contract positioning right now. We need to pay the vendor to continue the continuity of services. We want to put out a new RFP, and then hopefully we'll come back to the board and we'll have some great businesses who have responded, that are qualified, and we can do our due diligence.
You recognize Councilman McCoy.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. So, do you have any justification in your backup regarding this other than the one very small sentence of this termination prompted an urgent need back in December, but there's nothing in this that says that this was presented to us to continue this emergency basis. And, I'm just hard pressed to believe that an emergency lasts more than 6 months, so let me finish if I can, right? So I think the issue here is the board made it very clear that we wanted a firm that was here based on qualifications, not someone that can give us the least amount. That caused 2 meetings by itself where I know certainly the Public Works Director was before us, and I thought we were clear, and I appreciate the work, but I don't want anybody in here that has the ability to just provide services. I want the best and most qualified firm. There's nothing here in this item that says that this is continuing an emergency. So, even looking at the cover letter right now, it doesn't share that with me. So how does a board member now have the ability to recognize that this is the exception to the code is my first question. The second question is, if this was truly an emergency, you would need board approval. So why is this here?
I'll start with your second question. So you said if it's truly an emergency, you wouldn't need board approval. I want to bring it here before the board so we have full transparency. I could have paid the weekly invoices and not come back to the board because the weekly invoices were $4,000, $5,000, or $6,000. And so therefore, at the end of the day, someone would have said what's going on, what's happening with the contract. But because this board set the precedence in June by approving $150,000, then we saw it not robbery to come back and ask for another 75. But because of the way the code is written and they invoice us for $4,000 or $5,000 or $6,000, we can just process that payment. If we go this avenue and we come back for the board, we have full transparency. They will know the exact total cost of the security during this particular period. But in addition to that, it shows the board and the community that we are targeted to having qualified vendors. We don't want to rush the process. Sometimes there is a gap and we have to make the adjustment. And so we're asking for the additional 75 under the same authority the board had for the 150 that was approved in June.
Councilman McCoy.
Okay, my first question, how would one know? And I'm not done with the second one, but how would the board know? Because there's nothing here that presents to us that this is an emergency.
Okay.
We were going to approve this on consent had I not pulled it off, because I was inclined to say, let's just suspend security and then ask our police department to just provide security services, and we pay those guys overtime.
Right.
Because here's what I'm concerned with, Ms. Emmons.
Yes.
It might be an emergency to you. It might be an emergency for those, but if you never tell us, how does that, I mean, literally, you said it and you breezed by it pretty quickly. Procurement does provide for situations when you don't have to go out for a solicitation. An emergency procurement is called out, but there is a justification statement that's necessary. So perhaps put that justification statement in the backup as opposed to allowing the board. I'm not going to support this item. Nobody should, because you need to do the justification statement and not explain it to me. To your point, had you done a justification statement and memorialized it and sent it to the board through the manager, I think that would have been sufficient. But don't ask me to bless what you've already cursed. Because if it's a bad project, don't bring it to me and ask me to now sign off on it. If it's a bad process, why do I have to put my fingerprint on it? So I just think going forward, I want my employees, I want the building to make sure that we have the adequate security, but let's make sure that we tune this process up a little bit better. And I know certainly we welcome you here, but there are some processes that we got to get figured out. And I think, we've had our exchange with the Public Works Director as far as our concern is with security. And I certainly want to see this happen, but just give me something that I don't have to hold my nose and vote, because number one, I don't want to continue to deny those that are in business doing security services, which I might add, I think members, and perhaps you may have noticed this has been the most responses that we've ever gotten off of any type of good or commodity that we've ever put out on the streets is for security services. I think 18, 16 firms, I've never seen that many people respond. That means it's important. So I would hope that we move in that direction with that level of importance. That's what I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman, and
You're recognized.
Councilman McCoy, I want to thank you for your comments as we move forward. But this project is not bad. It's just the way it is right now, and we're seeking to have improvements in the entire process. To you and to the community, I apologize for not emphasizing emergency in the paperwork when staff did so, because that really is the justification during this particular period. And so I'll take all comments, I'll take all responsibility, and have those improvements moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question, follow-up. I know we've talked about emergency status, but who defines the emergency status? And do we have a policy in place for getting that outlined and structured? What is that definition of it being an emergency?
Yes, well, thank you. The emergency is in code. I cannot remember it off the top of my head. And so I will look at the code and make sure the definition is very clear. And if we have any ambiguity, I will come back before the council to actually codify it. So we'll definitely have those procedures in place.
Thank you. So I guess that was a concern from what I'm hearing. And I would agree if we could just have that outlined and clearly stated that this was an emergency status and that staff did have the ability and authority to put it and place it as an emergency. So I'm okay with moving forward with the item. Comments from the board? When did you say that the solicitation will be going out?
I will have the solicitation out within the next 2 weeks.
2 weeks? And
Yes.
you said you're planning on posting it for 30 days?
Yes, and it
Thank
will
you.
be an RFP.
Thank you. And
Sure.
if I could finish, and I'll come back to you, Dr. Spiritus. If we can also address the concerns of why the solicitation was originally removed, with making sure that we have the best quality service there. And I would be in agreement with my colleague that that's what we want to see when it comes back.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Spiritus, you're recognized.
Chair, I'd just like to state that it's a pleasure to see that the procurement department is now moving forward and seems to be very much under control. And thank you.
Thank you.
You're recognized.
Can I help you, Ms. Emmons? 16.5-66, emergency procurements, notwithstanding. And remember, this is why it's so important. Notwithstanding any other provisions of this chapter, the city manager or designee may make or authorize others to make emergency procurement of services, supplies, or construction items when there exists a threat to public health, welfare, or safety, provided that such emergency procurements shall be made with such competition as practicable under the circumstances. A written determination of the basis of the emergency and for the selection of the particular contract that shall be included in the contract file. I just need a little bit to be able to support why I'm going to vote for something. And, that's why I'm not going to be able to support it, because it's not there. I appreciate your explanation, but members, it's there, and we shouldn't expect nothing less than following our very laws that we created when it comes to this. Thank you.
And to my colleague's point, I guess just as a whole staff, Mr. Evans, just every department across the board, we're just looking for clear transparency and just following the code as written.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize, Mayor?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Ms. Almus for, that was refreshing that you took ownership to say, and to the residents that you will make a change, and I believe that, and that's just refreshing. I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. There's some comments from the board? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Oh.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That item passes with Chair Pro Tem McCoy dissenting.
Thank you. I believe we have some time-sensitive items. This would be ordinance 4272, 4272, Mr. Evans. Is that the one that is time-sensitive?
Mr. Chair, members of the
You're-
board,
You're recognized.
ordinance 4272, ordinance 4273, and ordinance 4274.
Okay. If we can go into 8A.
Item 8A, ordinance 4272, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, fixing the adjusted tax valuation of real property located within the corporate limits of the city, levying a tax on real property and tangible business personal property located within the corporate limits of the city for the fiscal year beginning on October 1st, 2024, and ending on September 30th, 2025, fixing the millage rate of 8.3500 mills thereon for said year, that the millage rate of 8.3500 is 9.82% higher than the rolled back rate of 7.6035, providing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, this item is seeking city council authorization for ordinance number 4272. This is to establish the millage rate for your fiscal year 2025 budget at 8.3500 mills, which is the same millage rate as last year. Pursuant to the direction provided by the board, the additional monies that was derived as a result of the increase in the millage rate from when you received the proposed budget that was submitted by the manager, the $458,000 was put into the capital budget for capital projects. And Mr. Sherman can provide any more specificity if the board so desires, but staff recommends approval on second and final reading.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Comments from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Oh,
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That item passes with Councilperson Miller Anderson and Chair Pro Tem McCoy dissenting.
8B.
Item 8B, ordinance number 4273, an ordinance of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, making appropriations and establishing a budget for the fiscal year beginning on October 1st, 2024, and ending on September 30th, 2025, providing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
So moved. Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, this staff is recommending approval of ordinance 4273. This is the ordinance that will adopt the operational budget for the city of Riviera Beach for fiscal year 2025. Pursuant to the direction that was provided to the board at our last budget session, the position associated with the police department was provided for in the budget, as well as the grant administrator. There has been no other modifications since the direction was provided for the board, and staff recommends approval.
Comments from the board?
yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Want to just ask a couple questions. So, Mr. Evans, no changes were made as far as staffing is concerned?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
You're recognized.
no changes were made from the staffing that was presented at the budget workshops. I believe it was you, Councilperson McCoy, that referenced the position in the police department, and monies were provided to be able to facilitate that position. And then the grants administrator position was actually in the document or in the budget, but it wasn't provided for in one of the PowerPoint slides. But the positions that we did present at previous budget workshops are provided for in the budget under the ones that were in fact included. We do have a slide if the board would indulge staff, but we could answer any greater questions that you may have.
Okay, so if you could just clarify for me, you said the monies regarding the concern that we saw in our police department is budgeted for. That's the exception, and then also the grant manager position is the exception?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
And then the $458,000 that was provided for as pay-as-you-go capital, and that's in your capital budget, but those are the only changes since the last discussion.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Manager. I hear somebody rumbling outside, so we got to speak a little bit louder. So, all right, thank you.
Sure. Additional comments from the board? Do we have any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any comment cards on this item.
Roll call.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Oh,
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That item passes with Chair Pro Tem McCoy dissenting.
Thank you. 8C.
Item 8C, ordinance number 4274, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, modifying and updating the city's 5-year capital projects plan for fiscal years 2024, 2025 through 2028, 2029, providing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, there are no comment cards on this item. Oh, we do have one?
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, staff is recommending approval of ordinance 4274. This is the ordinance that would adopt your capital budget for fiscal year 2025. The capital budget is the budget associated with infrastructure projects for the city of Riviera Beach. It is a 5-year capital plan, but there is funding that is provided for in that one fiscal year, which is 2025. Pursuant to the direction provided by the board, there was $450,000 that was paid, that was provided for as pay-as-you-go capital. There was additional monies that was provided for traffic calming, additional monies that were provided for milling and resurfacing, and there's additional monies that's providing for other infrastructure-related projects in the city of Riviera Beach. There has been no other modifications since the discussion with the board at your last budget workshop, and staff recommends approval of the capital improvements budget.
Can we hear public comment cards, please?
Scott Lewis.
Welcome, Mr. Lewis.
Hi, Scott Lewis, Wilma Circle. I had hoped this was going to come up on the Water Utility Board. I was sorry to see that meeting adjourned. I get it, you had a legal requirement because of the tax roll, but there's nothing more important than the drinking water. I stand up here all the time talking about drinking water, but let's postpone that utility meeting. It doesn't matter. Let's start a half hour late with the utility. Who cares? Only the people drinking the water. Right? I look at this capital budget, and my feeling is you got to reorganize this, because I bet most residents of your city want water to be number 1, not number 50. Okay, I mean, I don't need a new football field. I need safe drinking water. Right? I don't need people sick. I don't need a new basketball court. I need water, clean drinking water. And when I look and I see 170 million last year, and now you're going to do 250, I'm sorry, I don't trust that the staff isn't going to make it a platinum water plant. The most expensive plant in South Florida, the most deluxe one, because I know you've done that with the fire stations. You're going to build the same size fire station as you got the main over on Singer Island? Because that's the amount of money you budgeted, $25 million for 4 or 5 firefighters to sleep. You got 25 million in here for a new city hall for how many employees in City Hall? A bunch, every day, all the time. Please, please focus more on the utility, because drinking water is what we need. That's what we care about the most, more than all this other stuff.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board?
That's the end of public comments, Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, the capital, 5-year capital projects for the city, how much is that amount?
Mr. Chair, one second.
You're recognized.
Let me,
Well, while you're doing that, I guess the better question is, let me withdraw that question. The better question is, why do we have utility special districts, capital projects a part of this? Are we not going to take that up at the utility district meeting?
yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, sorry.
You're recognized.
Yes, we show that in the process of the capital budget to look at the entirety of the capital projects. And so that's, it's part of the budget publication process. And so it's provided for as there is funding that is provided by the district. So it is incorporated, but the utility district does have its separate and distinct funding stream and separate and distinct capital projects.
Oh,
You're recognized.
I would now even more vehemently disagree. The capital projects for the utility district are separate and apart from this capital. We shouldn't even have it printed in the same document. The fact that it's a dependent district does not matter, Mr. Evans. This is the commingling part that I just can't not stand. We don't have the CRA's capital projects listed here. We certainly shouldn't have a utility district capital projects listed here. And number one, if there was anybody besides Scott Lewis that was concerned, somebody should be up here raising saying that this isn't the amount that the city of Riviera Beach has for capital projects. The printed document doesn't reflect what's actually being approved that we can expect that goes into what we think should be infrastructure projects. So, I cannot in good conscience go against voting for capital projects because I have concerns with how we spend and manage our current operations. That's why I vote against the general revenue budget. Now you guys have put me in a position that this isn't right. If you present an ordinance, the backup needs to match the ordinance. And I'm almost out of breath right now for these hold your nose and vote type things that we're being asked to do that's not legally sufficient. And members, it may not matter for you, right? But this all can be challenged. So, I have nothing else. I just am not going to be able to support this. And this is regrettable because I can't in good faith have to tell one of the seniors why we don't have sidewalks on her street when we got a budget that's presented to us that's not even in its proper form. So it's very decorative and it looks darn nice. If we were giving, that's very interesting, members. Let's think about this. We get an award every year for our budget presentation. Does it actually matter what's in the budget or just that it looks good? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Additional comments from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson? Councilperson Spiritus? Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
No.
Chair Lawson?
No.
That item passes with Chair Pro Tem McCoy and Chair Lawson dissenting.
Thank you. Those are the only time-sensitive items, Mr. Evans?
Sure, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, board, we're going to recess the council meeting to go back into the utility district special meeting. We'll take a 60-second, 2-minute recess and come right back.
This isn't working, so I'm gonna need you to help me keep going.
In order.
For presentation.
Calling our meeting back to order. The time is 7:07 PM. And we're calling the Utility Special District meeting.
Oh, boy.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we are on item 2A, Resolution 018-24UD, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the City of Riviera Beach Utility Special District, Palm Beach County, Florida, adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 operating budget and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have one public comment card in this item. The acceptance of public comment cards in this item is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and properly seconded. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chairman, at this time, if I can ask Mr. Randy Sherman to come up and make a presentation concerning this particular item that's before you this evening.
Item 2A is the utility district budget. This is the same budget that was presented at the public hearing on September 5th. There have been no changes to this budget, and staff recommends approval, but I could answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Mr. Sherman, can you please provide some additional commentary to the remarks that were made with respect to the inclusion of the utility district budget and how we've done it in the past concerning inclusion in the city budget and the like, because that was a question that was brought up at a previous meeting.
Yes. So we've done it several different ways. Several years ago, and I want to say it was 3 years ago, we did include the capital budget in with this budget. We gave you the entire presentation for the utility district, and we met some resistance with that presentation by the fact that we included it all on the same resolution. So what we have done for the past several years is we've included the utility capital projects in as one 5-year city CIP and included it with the city capital projects. So again, we're open to whatever format you would like it in. But for the last several years, it's been one capital budget included with the city.
Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Manager, Mr. Finance Director. Yeah, I appreciate your explanation. I share with you my concerns. I think I actually was on the state of Florida's website and I came across the CFO's website. And very interestingly, if you want to find out anything financial about the state of Florida, they have a very great website called Transparency Florida. And I know when Mr. Evans returned, I want to commend Mr. Evans for implementing a similar model where we can see our finances. But for the public's purpose, let's just say a bondholder who has taken out or borrowed specific or invested in specific municipal bonds that's covered by the utility district. You know, they may be interested in seeing what the capital project is. And I certainly would agree, those items aren't to be voted on all at the same time. But if I'm concerning myself with the utility district, I want to see just the utility district because I want to remind the members of the board, there is no provision in the utility district charter that the city provides these services. We can go out to U.S. Water, we can go out to Seacoast or anybody else to provide these services. This is an independent corporation. It's an independent special district, which is the functional equivalent of a corporation for government purposes. And it should be treated in that fashion. You know, to that point, and I'll share this because I just told Mr. Sherman, and I think I shared this with Mr. Evans perhaps yesterday, When a member of the public comes in at 8 o'clock in the morning to pay a utility bill, that same service needs to be extended at 10 minutes to 5. I don't want to walk into the utility districts or city hall and the billing clerk, and now I got staff closing down because they say they close at 5. Well, it's 4:50, and I don't want somebody to rush from the Glades community to come back and pay their water bill only for staff to tell them, oh, we're closed. We had to close down our cash registers because we have to clock out at 5. Well, if that's true, why do we need you here? And why not just use the kiosks? Because my concern is, why are we paying and contracting with the city if we got employees that seemingly are redirecting paying customers who were relying on water to a kiosk? Well, I submit to you, members, we need to reevaluate. Do we actually need these employees then? Because I actually came in, I believe it was on Monday. My bill wasn't past due, but I had somebody that was there at the counter that had experienced this. And I'm saying to myself, as a consumer who's paying for water, which I would not like to repeat the sentiments of Mr. Scott Lewis, but he reminds us every time, I think water is very critical. I expect that these people are operating until 5 o'clock. I know you shared with me our policy says otherwise. No, so if the city hall is open, then we're open. Because I don't want it to be a hodgepodge of services. Development services closed down for lunch. I mean, like, who can set their clock to when they can go into a certain department? We got a 24-hour operation at the police department, the fire department. Somebody's always working. Certainly during business hours, there should be a human person that's there to assist. It shouldn't be security. It certainly should not be anybody other than the utility billing. Certainly if we're contracting to do that work. So if you're saying that the policy is 4 o'clock, well, guess what? We're going to change that, because that's not fair to this lady who I've seen who had 2 utility accounts to pay and was told, no, go to the kiosk. And I'm saying to myself, well, why do we need this staff person? So members, it's very important that if we're going to contract with the city to provide these services, they need to be doing just that. And if our policy for some reason says 4 o'clock, then we need to deal with that. Now, I know that it was a situation where there was a reconnection and a disconnection that needed to be reconnected. But certainly I expect that, we expect that when we pay an administrative cost allocation, God knows what that is, that people are performing. And I know it may not seem that important, but I can tell you, I went to the library, walked into the library. I seen a patron that was not able to print because they did not have change, because the copier or the device only accepts change. I get to City Hall, they say they don't accept change. I hear from someone I literally got an email from someone at Parks and Rec where they don't accept cash. Like, there's no uniformity. You almost got to walk around with card, cash, and coins, because every department is treated differently. And I don't know, I mean, let's kind of be uniform. Is it not one city? And members, I just think that there's a lot of inconsistencies, and I would certainly hope that the board can support an action in making sure that we accept payments for the entirety of business hours and not forcing someone to go to a kiosk. The little lady that's with the cane, who has no ability to utilize or understand how to use a touch screen, should not be forced to try to navigate that while we have 2 human bodies sitting behind a ballistic window that don't even do anything but process mail payments. And I think those are really not even mail payments, they're just Dropbox payments. So members, I can grudgingly support this operational budget for the utility district, because we have some, certainly not just capital needs, but daily needs with addressing our water utility department. Certainly I would ask that we be inclined to supporting bringing back some policies to make sure that we're open. The other thing is, I noticed that our utility district, we have a lot of inconsistencies with staff not understanding what the process is. Mr. Sherman, I shared with the city attorney, I literally witnessed firsthand a staff member telling a tenant who had just moved an entire U-Haul truck into an apartment to say, we can't turn on your water until your landlord pays the bill that he owes.
Correct.
Actually, it wasn't, because the landlord had a standby bill. The statute says you cannot deny a prospective tenant something for a landlord that had an active BTR, Mr. Sherman. It's in one.
That is not what 18135 says.
What-
18135 says that we cannot prevent a tenant from moving in for an outstanding bill of a prior tenant, not the property owner. So again, when a tenant moves out, the property owner is then responsible. Okay, so when a new tenant comes in, the property owner has to make their account current before they can allow that tenant to go in. That's what 18135 says. And as far as the staff works 8 to 5. They come in at 8. City Hall does not open until 8:30. Okay, so that's their time to come in, get their drawers, get their system up and running, and be ready when that window opens. The policy says 4 o'clock. We actually extend that to 4:30 to be able to have them do it, and then they spend a half hour balancing their drawers and checking back out. If a customer comes in and they need assistance with the kiosk, they certainly provided assistance with the kiosk. But that's what the policy is, okay? And that's what we, do abide by, And again, I'm never opposed to coming in and talking about those policies, okay? But those policies were based off of, and I know Ms. Miller-Anderson knows all the time that we spent developing those policies, but those policies were based off the policies of Palm Beach County, Broward County, St. Lucie County. We pulled policies from everywhere to try to ensure that, we weren't doing anything that no one else was doing. So that, again, that's time. They have a half hour at the beginning of the day. They get a half hour at the end of the day. If they can't balance, they're staying, and we're ending up paying overtime to get them to be able to balance. But that's the time frame, that we're operating in.
Can I finish, Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Thank you. And I appreciate that, Mr. Sherman. I don't want to quibble with you. I know you probably don't believe that sometimes. And heck, I don't believe it myself, because I'll be looking forward to you bringing something like what you just said that's completely dishonest. Chapter 180-135 says in pertinent part, no municipality, which we are, may refuse services or discontinue utility, water, or sewer service to the owner of any rental unit or to a tenant or prospective tenant of such rental unit for non-payment of service charges incurred by a former occupant of the rental unit.
Absolutely, occupant.
So if
an owner is not an occupant of rental property.
Go ahead and finish. So since we're going to debate this, I would like to ask formally, Ms. Nguyen, can we address this issue by way of a legal opinion? In the Florida statutes 180.135. And specifically, I want to speak to the point where I literally witnessed staff telling a new city resident that they could not have their water turned on because the owner had a bill. The owner could be considered an occupant. It's not
an occupant.
Sherman, if we could please stop interrupting the speaker. Mr. Sherman, I apologize. If you could stop interrupting the speaker and address the chair first. Councilman McCoy, you're recognized.
I yield. I'm done. I just want to make sure that we can codify this, because it's the most painful thing to see somebody walk away who's just moved the entire truck in, and then now they got to go run down the landlord for a $75 bill, when our utility district policy says we shall resort to also reporting to the credit unions, collection agencies. But no, we'll say, no, we can't turn on the water. We're denying people a right. I mean, they have a right for clean water. They have a right to water. I mean, obviously you need to pay the deposit, but the person wasn't asking for anything free. They came in with everything, Mr. Sherman. And I would ask that we, members with your support, have the attorney to give, well, I would like to ask from my perspective, Ms. Nguyen, you could work on that for me, please. And share the results with the board relative to a new tenant coming in to start water service and dealing with an existing prior owner who's had standby charges.
Thank you, Board Member McCoy.
Thank you. That's all I have in terms of the budget, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
You recognize Dr. Spiritus.
Mr. Sherman, I brought this up before, and I know it's been brought up by other council members with respect to the meters not working properly. So I'm a little concerned, for this year and for next year, whether the income numbers are actually going to be correct. I told you that there were a number of people in Lakeview Park and on Singer Island whose meters are reading 0. And they've contacted the utility district and nothing has happened. But I can add today that the Waterglades condominium has also been getting 0 bills for the last few months. So clearly, there is something wrong with our water meters, which is going to impact income, which is going to impact the budget. So I think we have to sit down and meet with council and the company that provided these meters, because they're clearly deficient and they're not proper for this environment. So we really have to look into this and we take a deep dive into this because this is going to add up to a lot of money.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized, Mr.
Quick
Chairman.
response.
Of course.
So you're absolutely right. We continue to have problems with the meters. The meters do, however, register the water. It's just not being reflected. So it's not recording, but when the meter is repaired, so let's assume it's a battery issue or it's an antenna issue, the meter read is in the meter, and we do get that data. Again, we're replacing the meters as quickly as we can. They're all under warranty. We pull them out. They give us, replacement meters. We put those in, pull out the next set of meters, and keep doing it. The large meters are, that sounds like that's one of our larger meters. That may be a different issue, but we'll have to investigate that. But anytime, again, you want to come in, we'll bring the meter crews in, and we can certainly talk about, or the company, and we certainly can talk about that. But yeah, we did the meters we started in 18, and yeah, that we should have gotten a good 10 years, and that's not what we've gotten out of those meters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Do we have any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
We do have one public comment card on this item.
If we can hear public comment.
That would be Cindy March.
Welcome, Ms. March.
Good evening, Council. I'm Cindy March. I find it very utterly ridiculous for you all to stop a utility meeting to go to a regular meeting and people be in here to talk about the utility, and then you're going to miscombobulate it with something else. Doug, it's time out for you. I mean, I don't know what your perspective is, but it's not good for the taxpayers or the residents. And we're going to make sure in March, because we're sick of you with the dialogue and you going.
Ms. March,
No, I'm talking to you. Hey, don't interrupt me. I'm talking.
I can't, Ms. March.
Okay,
So
I'm interrupting.
I'm talking about
the
resolution-
utility. I'm talking about the utility.
018.
I'm
My
putting my
election in
time
March
back
doesn't
up
have to
there.
do with
Cause this person, I'm directing
Ms.
you
March's
personally.
time, please.
You want to get
Thank you.
mad?
Ms. March, no, not upset. We're talking about resolution 018.
I'm talking about resolution.
The election is
You
not
all
on this
need to do
resolution.
something about this dirty water.
Yes, ma'am.
And you, the chairperson,
Absolutely.
and you are the at-large person. You wanted the chair, you got the chair. So what we need to do is find out how we're going to combat this problem with this dirty water. You had someone on Singer Island had free water for 6 years. And then you get somebody else come in here trying to pay a $75 water bill. You tell me where we add that up at. 6 years he did not pay no water. And he didn't have to pay the water. It was a malfunction with his meter. And you all swallowed it. Come on, don't tell me to be quiet, because you're the chair and I yield back.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. March. Additional comments from the board, Madam Clerk?
That's the end of public comment.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy.
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Vote.
Thank you. 4A presentations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Item 4A, presentation on updates of utility special district projects.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Yes. Mr. Chair, at this particular point, I would like for representatives from U.S. Water, Mr. Mike Miller, PE, to provide an update to the board concerning some of the progress that has been made since the board engaged into an agreement with U.S. Water. Mr. Miller has a experience and background, and is facilitating, helping us change some of the challenges or address some of the challenges that are present in the district. So I've asked for him to briefly provide an update to the board for a couple of minutes, and then we can get into the presentation from the JV Haskell and CDM Smith, as well as the owner's rep concerning the water treatment plant. Mr. Chair, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice, members of the board, and the staff. Thank you for having us here with U.S. Water. Before I actually get into the updates, I'd like to kind of give you an introduction slightly of U.S. Water. Our president, Gary Dermer, he is invested in what I would call a working class consultancy. And that's what we are here for. As a matter of fact, 3 of the other members who were supposed to be with me can't be here because, again, they are working in order to resolve some of the issues, in particular the water quality issues. With regards to myself, just a little bit of background. I started out in the Air Force in intelligence as the Russian and Spanish cryptolinguist. I switched over as far as based on my education as a microbiologist for a BS in microbiology, master's in environmental engineering, and now a 2-year certification in sustainability engineering. I say that because what that really conveys to is basically that we have a obligation as professionals in the water and wastewater industry in sustainability to follow those principles to ensure that the water quality that the people are expecting reaches a certain level where they feel comfortable. I have volunteered through the company to actually stay this entire time to ensure that we follow those principles and we do the work that the city has brought us here to do. That being said, I would like to say that when it comes to what we were able to achieve, I think I can hear the concern of everybody when it comes to the water quality. And that is what we're focused on. To that end, I'll run through some of the items that we were able to do, able to actually either improve, repair, or upgrade since we've been here in the past 2 weeks. We had the introductory meeting with the staff, and I must say that the staff has been absolutely fantastic in responding to our needs and working and collaborating with us on the various projects. Some of the updates that we have so far is we have a motor on the mixer and these mixers have excuse me, let me go back here. I'm sorry. We have these motors on the mixers, and we noticed that when we were actually doing our walkthrough that the motor in and of itself had a lot of vibration, tons of vibration. So what we decided to do, we decided to make a call into a couple of our contractors, and with our team and with the team that is actually the employees, some of the operators, we're able to take that motor and we were able to replace it within about 48 hours. So now the mixer, the motor on that mixer, which is basin number 2, and which is the line which we use to actually help with the process, now that has been fixed. We managed to get that completed in about, like I say, within 48 hours. Secondly, what we were able to do is that you have 2 slackers, new slackers, the RDP system. That system had not been started, had not been commissioned. We actually are at the point now where we had the number 1, I think that was the north side. We were able to push lime through that particular system,
Sure.
And then we found the.
You can give us 1 minute, sir. You're recognized.
A slacker, what is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. These are actually some of the silos that we use that provides the lime to the process, right? We'll put the lime in these slackers, and these slackers, they take the lime, and that lime helps to actually process the water. So it takes up the pH up, and then we use CO2 down. But anyway, it's part of the process to create the clean and drinking water. So that's basically total silos, and they just put these lime in there. And because of the volume and amount of let's say water that's produced here on a regular basis, it is significant. So with regards to that, we're able to get the lime slackers up.
One moment, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Dr.
sir?
Spears, you're recognized.
Can you tell us those lime slackers, how long have they been on site?
I can't tell you. These are apparently the new ones that were put in place. I can't tell you exactly when they actually were there, but my understanding they've been there for, I think, maybe a year or more. I'm not real sure. But we were able to commission it and get it started. And we are actually we're very hopeful that we can have the system running. I don't want to give a time period, but we think we can have this whole system running pretty within, I would want to say next week or so. Is what we're looking at.
You're recognized, Dr. Spears.
Okay, so then basically you're telling us that these lime slackers, they're basically softeners, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, so they've basically been sitting here for over a year and have not been installed.
Well, like I say, sir, I can't verify the time period, but the bottom line is that our mandate was to come in and commission and to get it working, and that's what we're doing. And again, the gentlemen who were actually working with me, they got a little dirty with lime and that sort of stuff, so that's why they couldn't be here with me. But yes, we actually have that particular piece of equipment working and operating at this particular point.
If you could, and Dr. Spears, if you could follow up, you said it's been not working for a little over a year?
Oh, he says they've been there for over a year.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans?
They have been there for over a year. They haven't been connected to the system. They were never connected to the system. And when I came over to the district back in August, that was one of the first things that in my conversations with U.S. Water was that can be a noticeable improvement to reduce the color associated with the water. And so I tasked them with the responsibility of getting those particular items online. From what what's been communicated to me from the staff, that invariably there was a desire by the previous leadership to not utilize that from the standpoint to look to invariably try to sell those items on the open market. So nonetheless, I communicated to staff, no, that's not what the intent was when we acquired those, to get those items piped in and being utilized for service.
Mr. Chair?
Sure. You recognize.
Okay, so going back, well, first of all, I want to say thank you for your service to the country, and you have a very impressive background, and thank you for being on board with us. Can you speak in an easier term that people can understand on what these slackers actually do other than change the color of the water? Because they do other things, correct?
Well, again, that's an area that we have someone specifically for that, and that's one of the gentlemen that was actually here. Now, as far as the slackers, it does help to, again, we help to raise the pH, and once we raise the pH, then we also another piece of equipment that needs to be connected, the CO2 system. Then we use that in tandem to be able to then reduce the pH of that particular of the water at that particular time. But as far as the exact let's say processes, again, we have an expert specifically for that. So I would like to have him at the next meeting to be able to actually explain in detail exactly what that system does.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
So can you tell me whether you think our staff had the ability to set this system up? Because you have been going through our staff and evaluating their abilities, correct?
I would say, sir, at this particular point, we're still in the process of evaluating. There are different ranges when it comes to what I see the I don't want to get into a particular point as far as exactly what the levels of their competency is, but there is a range, and we are evaluating that. We just haven't gotten to the point of being able to complete that because our main focus has been on certain equipment. As I said before, the motor for the mixer number 2, then the slackers, and now the CO2 system. So we've been focusing on that more so than doing the entire evaluation of the individuals.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So can you tell us if in other communities, do their water department staff install this equipment, or is it usually done by an independent contractor? Is this normal maintenance and repair?
What we're doing now, what I would consider is normal maintenance and repair with the new system as far as in attaching, let's say, connecting these systems properly. When it comes to the maintenance, the delayed maintenance that we're seeing now on some of the equipment, that you would want to bring in potentially some staff, depending on the size of your utility, depending on the expertise that you have within that utility to be able to do such types of work. But when you have these particular systems, equipment, and at this level, I think based on, this is just my opinion, I think it's probably good to bring a consultant in so that you can still maintain, let's say, the operations, because this, from what we've seen thus far, there's some things that need to be fixed and repaired, but I really feel, based our team feels, that we're capable of getting these separate pieces of equipment up and running.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So basically, you're putting out some fires, and I appreciate that, and we need that. But you're not going to be here forever. You're going to be here part-time, I guess, for 6 months, and maybe we'll get another 6 months. Are you suggesting that we bring a consultant in on a regular basis to work with the staff?
No, I wouldn't say that. What I would say is at this point, it's still very early and premature to really kind of make that determination. My thought is that we need a bit more time. We want to, as you stated, take care of some of the more urgent and higher priority issues to make sure that, one, the plant continues to run, but number two, to improve the water quality. And we think that that's the reason why we tackle these particular systems first, because it's the water quality that we want to work on. And then and once we get a certain number of these, the equipment up, then some of the other pieces of equipment, we'll go back and then we'll tackle that. But right now, the water quality is the number one focus. And that's exactly why we are working on those particular systems.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Okay, so will you be working with our staff and showing our staff how to do what you're doing? Because you do have an expertise that our staff may not have. So will you be working with them and showing them how to do A, B, C, D? Is that part of your scope of work?
Sir, when I mentioned about us being working class consultants, that's pretty much it. We bring in those operators and depend on exactly who's available to watch and engage as we're repairing and setting up these systems. As a matter of fact, on the slackers today, we had a line that was plugged. And anybody that's been in the water industry, when you get line plugs, especially with lime, you know, everybody kind of got a little lime on them. But the thing is that it was a joint effort. And I must say this since you asked, the operators have been absolutely open and have been outstanding, and they want to learn. And when you say we're going to be here 6 months and maybe extend or maybe not, our focus is, as we're going through these 6 months, we're also looking at training during that particular period. We're still trying to evaluate what that will look like, but anytime that we are actually working on a piece of equipment or working anywhere in the process, we want to try to bring those particular individuals who who are responsible for that particular task to come and learn and see and watch. But we are looking to do some formal training with the staff at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with these new fillers, so to piggyback on that question, the training that you're going to be doing with staff, being that this is new equipment, who is going to be training the staff once it gets up and running on how to run these new fillers?
Well, that too, we're still evaluating. We have, with regards to the, let's say the RDP system, which is new. We did, let's say, a semi-training when their technicians came down. Our team was there, as well as employees of the USD. So we went through that training. But what we're looking at is that we have to determine in those particular areas where we have, let's say, knowledge on some of those equipment, let's say at RDP, I would suggest that we bring in their technicians to kind of do the training. But with some of the more, let's say, conventional systems that you have in the water treatment plant, we have that capability to be able to do that. But again, we haven't decided exactly who is going to do that and how it's going to be done.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
I just want to provide clarity with respect to the staffing. There's not a situation whereby U.S. Water is, reviewing staff's competencies, capabilities, or what have you. What they are doing is working along staff, and if there's teachable and coachable moments, helping staff through those particular issues, and then helping to leverage their relationships to bring in additional resources or get some of the equipment needed. When I did provide an email to the board concerning the manager's spending authority, I think it's important that something that the board should consider in the future is that everything at the utility district, just like the fire department and police department, is exponentially more expensive. And so when it is a situation where you have to go buy a motor, but you have to go through a longer process to get that, it does slow up our ability to be able to operate the plant in its existing fashion. So it is something that, as you have those discussions in the future, that you definitely need to look to provide for additional spending authority for the district director, the manager, and ultimately the CRA and director, because some of those commodities are exponentially more expensive. And to some of the points that Mike was making, or Mr. Miller, I'm sorry, our intent is to obviously move forward with some improvements at the plant within the next 6 to 8 weeks, that you will see actually a noticeable improvement in the water quality and the color as it relates to the water treatment plant. So much so that we are putting together a program whereby we want to offer our residents the ability to come to the plant and capture some of the bottled water with the testing information of when the samples were and the quality and the like. And so U.S. Water is working with us to effectively do that, but we wanted to bring them to the board to share with you what they're working on to move the water plant forward.
Mr. Chair.
And let me let Mayor go first.
Are you guys working on any wells?
We are doing an assessment. So to go back, I was here 8 years ago and we worked on the Tier 2 assessment for the city, for the USD. So we did an assessment of the wells back then. We are basically, at this particular point, collaborating with Global Tech, who is actually working and doing some maintenance on the well. What we're doing, we're going back and we're doing another, basically assessing, and then but as far as actually work on the well, I don't necessarily see that right now, but I'm not real certain exactly if that's an area that we're going to go.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
Does the wells need to be rehabbed, or how many wells we have working?
I want to say you have, it's 17 working, I think. I'm not real sure on the number. There were 28 total.
How many is not working?
I'm sorry?
How many was not online?
If I last recall, I thought I saw 9, if I recall correctly.
And I think everything you're saying is good, and I know Commissioner Spirit is know about. I have a couple questions, because I think, Ms. Evans, you said somebody from UD was putting the Slikers on open market. Do we know that for sure, or is that he say?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
With respect to the conversations that I've had with multiple staffs, when we did have the assessment from U.S. Water and they provided information to me that the slackers were not online, there was multiple individuals in the district that provided to me that there was not a desire to put those items on because there was an intent to possibly look to sell those items. And so that was from a number of individuals in the agency.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognize.
Commissioner Spirit has asked you a question. Could the staff we had today, could they have put those Slikers in? I mean, you never really answered that question.
To be perfectly honest, I'm quite sure they could have, but I don't know for sure. My bottom line is that as an operator, you know how to operate, but sometimes you need when you have new equipment, it's typically where you have technicians come in to help show you and help connect it. So I can't really say that, the operators should or the maintenance should. What I do say is that when you have new equipment like this, typically you want to have the vendor there to assist in the startup and in the training portion of it.
Mr. Chair, last question.
You recognize.
And I appreciate you, like Commissioner Spirit to say, but the other month we're hearing about wells needs to be done, right?
I'm sorry?
Last month we heard about some of our wells needed to be rehab, changed, whatever. And so I don't want to sugarcoat this as if, okay, we're going to have the watercolors want to change, and that's what we're satisfied with. And I don't think we're satisfied just with the water changing. It's so many more elements that we have to dive into our water plant that I don't know if I'm satisfied with just, okay, we're finna do something to change the color of the water, right?
I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, but we're looking at the initial priorities. When you start talking about the wells and rehab of the wells, you're talking about, in some cases, with as many as we have, an extensive process and duration to be able to tackle each. Now, I give Global Tech their props because they are working hard in order to rehab, but that is an extended, let's say, activity. With the water quality and the water color, the bottom line is that we're supposed to provide water that is clean and healthy to the community. So even though we have wells that are not performing or may have some issues, we still have enough wells that are good enough to be able to provide the water while we tackle the issues of those that are let's say, for E. coli positive, whatever that happen with those particular wells. So the bottom line is more of a priority for us is to ensure that we have clean and healthy potable water, and to be able to get the color to its normal state or healthy state. And then from that particular point, there are other priorities to tackle those the well situation. So it's not an either or. It's just that, again, let's get this, and while we're doing this, we can also do these particular items too with working on the well.
How many staff do U.S. Water have working?
We have 4. And we have two. We have our president and our vice president who are also consultants.
How many is at UD on a daily basis?
4, to include myself.
And we're paying 1.6 million, 1.6?
1.2?
It's 1.2 million for 6 months for 4 people, correct?
I don't want to say necessarily for 4 people, for the services that are provided.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
I'd like to address the comments with respect to the wells. We did have conversations internally, as well as with our owner's rep about the wells and the conditions of the wells. We've also had conversations with U.S. Water to see what is the possibility of looking to address the wells and redigging some wells. And hopefully our intent is to bring a GMP to the board for consideration for the wells, some wells, at your first meeting in October. So it would invariably be a special meeting of the utility district to authorize. And one of the components that I did ask for our consultants to put into the GMP package is the ability to go and drill new wells. And so we have the flexibility in the contract while the drill rigs are here to in fact go ahead and drill some of those wells. So we are looking at our wells and looking to make that a priority as well. But one of the things we wanted to make sure is addressing the quality of water, the color of the water, and the immediacy of what comes out of the faucet, but also looking to, so we're tackling it in multiple phases, but it is conversations that we've had as a team.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Spears, for recognized.
Okay, so Mr. Miller, I would like, and Mr. Manager, Mr. Evans, the scope of work, and I understand that you don't want someone evaluating our individual employees. I'm not sure if it's a contract violation or whatever. But regardless, we need our consultants to tell us if we need additional staff and what their qualifications should be. I think that would be very helpful for the district. With respect to the wells, Mr. Miller, you said you did a survey of our wells 8 years ago? You did an analysis?
Yes, our company was contracted to come and help with the Tier 2 assessment. And we did extensive assessment regarding the wells, the distribution sample points, and also on the plant.
Can you tell me, Mr. Chair, okay?
You're recognized.
Can you tell me what the results of that assessment were of the wells?
With the wells, I think what you see currently as far as the necessary rehab of some of the wells, some of the same wells I think were not operating back at that time. But as far as any, I don't recall any E. coli violations back in that time. They may have some TC. I'd have to go back and review that specifically. But as far as the well field itself, I don't see as much of a change as far as the need for rehab that we saw back in 2016.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
So basically, you're saying that the condition of the wells 8 years ago was pretty much the same as they are today?
I can say this is that when I look at the wells, and I went to all of the wells when I first arrived, just to get a quick glance. I would say, without having doing a deep assessment, just from a glance, you have some of the similar situations from 2016.
Chair?
You're recognized.
Well, clearly that's disheartening to hear that this has been going on for so long without the city taking action. But more importantly, I did bring up, I believe at our last meeting, that I believe we should separate out. I'm glad to hear that the city manager is moving in the same direction, that we should separate the water plant from the well project. We know already from our independent engineers that are working on the water plant that they believe the majority of the wells need to be rehabilitated or reconstructed, redrilled. I think that we have to move in this direction quickly, and we should not be waiting. Mr. Evans, you said we're going to know in October, in the beginning of October, we'll know the condition of the wells and which ones need to go out and be done.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
The well package, the GMP for the well package that you will be receiving here in October is the Floridan wells as well as the superficial wells. It's the wells that invariably you're going to need for the new water treatment plant. However, the superficial wells, those are wells that are needed definitely for our existing water plant and can be piped into our system. We did receive confirmation. I just confirmed that Florida Drilling is actually prepared to do subsequent wells. So when we do come to request authorization, if the board indulges staff with that authorization, we will have the ability to do more wells and so expedite that particular process. So I believe here in your, when we do call that meeting, we'll have more clarity on how many wells, how quickly we can get those wells re-drilled. Some of the conversations that we also have had with U.S. Water is the capacity of or the production of some of the wells. And if they have 1,000 gallons of permitted capacity, we're getting 350 gallons out of some of those wells per minute. And so we're looking to be able to do some modifications and maybe even drill, another well in close proximity because it's a quicker process. So we're looking at all those nuances and then be able to provide you with a more robust item for your consideration here in October.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
So will we be ready in October? Will procurement have this information and be ready to go out to bid with this item in October, or are we first starting the process in October?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
The procurement has already been done for the GMP for the wells, so we already have the contractor that's in place because there's only a certain amount of entities that I think maybe even two that drill wells. And so we've already got a commitment to move forward with this particular company if we are successful in getting the GMP approved by the board. And I will share with the board that it is critically important that when we do bring the item before you for consideration, that invariably we dispose of that item with an affirmative vote by the board, because the longer delays we have, a lot of other communities have a lot of other wells, and these rigs are in very high demand. And so if there is subsequent delays, our concern is that you will lose that company and you're going to be delayed in addressing some of the wells that we need to address for the water treatment plant.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
So, Mr. Evans, so should we be separating out the number of wells that go out in procurement so that more than one company could be working on the wells at the same time, rather than having one company going from one well to one well to one well, because they only have a certain number of staff working for them?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize.
I will have to get back to the board on an answer for that as it relates, because there's only a finite amount of folks that are in that space. So I would have to see if two companies can mobilize to expedite the process. So I would have to get back to the board on that.
Okay, Mr. Chair, follow.
You recognize.
Okay, so I just wanted for the record, we currently have 4 wells. This board did approve working on 4 wells currently. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair.
Recognize.
The board did authorize an expenditure of approximately $4.8 million to address 4, maybe 5 wells with Global Tech. And at your next board meeting, staff is prepared to have them give you an update as well.
So they're currently under construction though, right? They're working right now.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
Yes, more specifically, you may have seen work that is being done at, I think it's well 962, but that's the well on Blue Heron, where that Blue Heron commercial project is intended to go, in that particular area in close proximity to the Imperial Plaza. So there's been significant work out there, but they're already out there working.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, the wells that are being addressed, that is not the only issue that we have to address. What about the pipe that actually takes the well water to the plants? Isn't there also need to be addressed those as well in addition to the wells?
Again, when you are evaluating the utility system, I think it's important that you evaluate all components. We are not at that, at U.S. Water, I would say, has not evaluated that line going that takes the water from the wells to the plant. Right now, we're doing an assessment mainly of the water treatment plant itself and the equipment, as well as assessing and contributing with the level 1 assessment in the compliance area. And we are also in the distribution system trying to understand exactly why we have certain areas that tend to have poorer water quality than others. So, but as far as that, as the intake that you're referring to, sir, yeah, I would say that you typically want to evaluate the entire system, but that is not under our purview under this contract.
So whose purview would that fall? So not under this contract?
No, under this contract, we don't. Our contract is to basically do an assessment, but not necessarily of. I don't think that was even considered as far as the line going from the well field.
So the transmission pipe
Mhm.
and we're digging our wells is not part of the assessment that your organization is doing.
This, not on this portion, no,
Okay.
we're not.
So there's pieces that we need to make sure that we're completely clear as a board as to what's being assessed, what's the status of our complete utility district, and we want to be clear, because if you just address the wells and those pipes are not being assessed, then what happens at that point?
Typically, as far as us not addressing the transmission lines, again, there's a certain level of I guess there's a certain level of investigation that you have to do.
So is that something your
I'm not
agency,
in that.
is that something your agency does?
I'm sorry.
Is that something that your agency does?
I don't know. We're a big company. I don't know if we have a specialist in that particular area, but I know we do have people that know, and we actually do that. But I'm not competent enough in that particular
Who
area.
from the agency that you work with then would be able to answer those questions for us? Because we have concerns of our entire water plant operations. So if we can't get that person here, those would be the individuals we'd want to speak to, because we need to be clear about the entire operation. Mr. Evans, follow up with a concern you addressed earlier.
Yep.
You talked about
I'm sorry.
capabilities and competency of staff. U.S. Waters is not going to be in line to actually check the capabilities of our staff or to see if they're competent enough to manage and operate the facilities. Who is going to be in charge of the training and updating of staff?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
You're recognized.
if there's any deficiencies that are present that U.S. Water identifies, then of course we're going to do what we need to do to make sure they're trained appropriately and provide the appropriate resources. Also, in the U.S. Utility District budget is monies for additional utility district related positions to be able to add the positions and working with U.S. Water as to what may be some of the specific needs for the district now and also in the future. Also, the presentation that you received today from Mike or Mr. Miller was to provide just a general update with regards to what he's been working on in U.S. Water. At your next meeting, it will be a more robust presentation from other members of the U.S. Water team that have specific experience in the respective disciplines. And so you'll hear, based on even some of the comments here from the board, to be able to have a more robust conversation. But we did want to share with the board and the community that U.S. Water has been with us now realistically on site for the last 2 weeks, and there's a lot of things that they are doing that are sizable improvements and helping staff work through that particular project. And I will also agree that Mr. Miller is absolutely right. The staff has been very responsive, and they are learning a lot of information or taking in a lot of information from the relationship. So we are seeing some improvements, and the residents should see improvements in the next 30 to 45 days.
And Mr. Miller, thank you for actually coming here to answer some of the concerns and questions. These are issues that the board has been seeing for a number of years. And being that the plant is 25 years past its useful life, these are concerns that just didn't come up recently. So we want to make sure we get to the bottom of it, get it resolved and fixed, get the right staff in place, and address all the concerns so we know budget-wise what we're going to allocate as a board. So those are some of the issues and other things that we'll be coming across, but I'm sure when the remaining staff or additional staff comes in, we can answer everything holistically.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. If I may, before I leave, I must say that when I came here the first time, I felt I really enjoyed the city, and now that I'm back, I care for it even more, and am anticipating perhaps relocating, and because of the fact that I'm actually living here now, I say to you and the rest of the board that U.S. Water will do what we are supposed to do. I don't have all the answers for you all, but I know that we will get that water quality done. And I think that once we're totally done, because of the fact that I have to wash and use that water to bathe, I have to use that water to drink, as well as my partner. You won't have to worry about whether or not there'll be a focus when it comes to the water quality. So, and I thank you all for having us.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
And
I'm
if we
sorry,
can't,
we're not done.
yeah, we're not finished.
Don't go nowhere.
Yeah,
Here, I'm not moving.
We got
I'm not moving.
more questions from the board.
I'm not moving.
And Mr. Evans, just one additional follow-up before we go into Board Member McCoy, Board Member Spiritus. The process where you said the capabilities, competency, hiring, and the additional staff that's going to be identified, would that be who's going to be doing those hirings while we're looking for those?
Mr. Chair, if I
You're
may.
recognized.
Those particular position, there's monies that are set aside for those positions. So what we would have to do is create the positions, bring those positions back, and invariably get those positions authorized by the board, and then hopefully the new utility district director will be making that that determination on who the persons are if that position is filled here. And
So the positions that we've allocated funds for that is recommended by U.S. Waters, they're going to then identify the type of positions we need to fill. We will reclassify those and then put those noticed out. What timeline are we looking at for that?
Mr. Chair. First of all, is that what U.S. Water is going, because he's looking kind of.
Well, that's where I'm actually trying to get to, Mayor. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly are we doing in regards to the staff? Because this was a concern that we addressed previously in regards to just putting the funds aside for the budget to make sure that we could have U.S. Waters come in and create the positions and identify what positions were needed. So, but as Mr. Miller stated, he doesn't oversee all the operations. He's more focused on his specific line of the wells. And in 2 weeks, I'm hoping we're going to hear some additional updates. But I just want to have some clear transparency about this water.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and I certainly think that the relationship with U.S. Water is bearing some fruit, but we have to look at it from different tranches as it relates to what is the core issues that we're addressing, the immediate issues, what are secondary, and what would be your third tranche of issues. And so invariably we want to address the water quality, the wells, obviously, and then the staffing complement. And so there are phases and subsequent conversations that we look at. What's the existing staff complement now? We know that in the future, and we've had some conversations with staff, you have folks that in the next year or two are going to possibly be transitioning as it relates to retirement because they've had multiple years of service. And so we do need to start bringing in those positions for the long-term operational sustainability of the water plant. So we're still working through some of that, and there will be more conversations that the board will be apprised to. But at this particular moment, I can't tell you specifically what the positions are, what the nature of those positions, because we're handling the immediate issues at this particular moment.
And last question with the utility district director, has that been advertised as of yet?
Sure, if I may.
You're recognized.
I believe that position and the assistant director are already posted.
Thank you. Board Member McCoy, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. So, a few things. And Mr. Chair, please don't dismiss Mr. Miller because, I mean, we've had quite a time hearing these questions. I got a few other questions. And I want to respond to Mr. Evans on a couple of things. Number one, Mr. Evans, your statement about the procurement and needing to look at potentially increasing that authority, I don't agree with. And here's why. We've just had this lesson today about our procurement code and the emergency procedures. If there is something that is of an emergency nature, I would hope that this is being addressed because of the safety and welfare component, that there isn't an interruption. So I don't want the finger pointed at the board because we don't give you guys the authority to purchase a motor. You already have that natural authority underneath the code. I don't want that abused because what we find out when we release this and we lift the authority that this person gets a contracting job, this person get a contracting job, but there's truly an emergency. I would hope administration at the utility district, be it yourself or whoever the utility district director is in the future, has the ability to exercise the authority that's already vested in the code to be able to procure those. So certainly that's not an item that I think even wants us to even entertain because the ability to purchase what we need to keep our plant operating because it's certainly of an emergency basis is already there. And I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but I don't understand where this authority came in that the residents get to come in and watch the water getting bottled because there was a specific member of the board that had the police office called on him when he wanted to escort members from Pepsi Cola who were in fact one of the largest consumers of our water that was disallowed. So certainly I would hope that that's not the process that we're moving towards. So I would certainly, yield to hear a response.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
On the first item, or let me address the item with respect to the bottling of the water. it is not a situation whereby we would want to allow for access to the water treatment plant. That is a specific site that is the city's potable water supply, and there's protections that are provided by the federal government. What we want to do is we want to have a situation whereby we can make bottles of Riviera Beach water that's bottled at the water treatment plant available to our residents at no cost. And that's something that we've had some internal conversations about because we want to make sure that the public knows that we stand behind our product and the improvements that invariably we're making at the water treatment plant. The other comment with respect to the purchasing authority, that is an item that's a recommendation. It's within my scope and responsibility as the administrator to provide you with at least my thoughts concerning the procurement authority for the administrator. And if you would query other cities throughout the nation, you will see that most of them have a larger spending authority concerning those particular items. In addition to, we don't want, to your point earlier, councilperson, we don't want the word emergency invariably being utilized as a stopgap to be able to purchase a motor that's $38,000 and deeming it an emergency when in fact it's not an emergency. We just need one to be able to have a backup or a spare. So that's realistically where the recommendation was coming for. But that's a policy decision. If invariably the board wishes not to accept that, that's well within your scope and purview. It was a recommendation.
Oh,
You recognize?
thank you, Mr. Evans. Appreciate your response. Share me those protections by the federal government because in fact, I think we found out that there was in fact no specific authority that required us to have some sort of homeland security standards when it came to securing the water plant because I've yet to receive that. In fact, I remember our former director saying that there was nothing that he ever found or could locate that said that there was any homeland security. So whatever federal protections you're referring to, I'd be happy to receive that. My concern is what I see the JV team here, Haskell CDM. What are we expecting them to give us a response or give us an update as well?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
Yes, our intent is, and at the last budget meeting, or the last utility district meeting, we promised the board that we would give monthly updates. So this would be considered their monthly update.
So, Mr. Chair, follow up.
You recognize?
So when are we going to hear them now or what
Chair.
should we expect?
If I
You
may.
recognize, Mr. Evans?
Certainly, it would be my recommendation for the board to hear them immediately after Mr. Miller.
Okay. I'm just curious. Is there any overlap between what's occurring with U.S. Water and currently the design plans and the plans that we're anticipating to bring the project forward?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
There's not direct overlap, but there is probably future meetings that it would be my recommendation to include U.S. Water in some of those conversations.
Okay. I'm yielding, Mr. Chair, but I want to certainly have an opportunity to speak
Yes, sir.
on the JV team of Haskell CDM.
Thank you. They're going to present next. Board Member Spirit, is you recognized?
Mr. Chair, thank you for bringing up the distribution item, and clearly the transmission lines are very, very important. I believe that our engineers, who we're going to hear from soon, were speaking about the transmission system and our wells, the condition of the wells at the last meeting that we had with them. In their scope of work, Mr. Evans, are they going to be looking at the transmission system, the whole distribution system, or are we going to have to go out and get someone else to do this?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
I would defer for them to provide, there are some components of the transmission and distribution system as it relates to new piping to the plant, that there are some involvement, but as it relates to the entire distribution system, their scope does not incorporate that. And invariably, when we did have the conversation with the board and we looked at what that $350 million number is, there's specific tranches of investments that the city's going to have to make to ultimately get there. So there are going to be future investments in the distribution line and the transmission line and all that, but there is some components of that in the overall scope for the new water treatment plant.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So, Mr. Evans, I would suggest that you bring to the board an RFP for an engineering firm to do have the scope of work to look at the transmission system. The quicker we do this and the quicker we're ready to go out to bid, the better opportunity we have getting federal funds, because shovel ready is very important.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
And I believe, and I have to defer to my procurement director. I believe that there is a solicitation for a pool of professional services specifically to utility district engineers that is going to be going out or may already be out. But I know that's one of the public solicitations that's going to be released here in short order, and that's going to be qualification based. So we'll have a pool or a stable of persons that have a variety of experience that we can put on different projects to be able to move this the water treatment plant, the distribution system, and the wells forward in an expedited fashion.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
So you're talking about engineering firms, not individuals.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Engineering firms.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Additional comments from the board for Mr. Miller. Board
Yeah.
Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Not Mr. Miller, but to follow up on Board Member Spirit, I'm sorry. Seemingly, we go through this RFP for continuing services for engineers all the time. It was my understanding that was the role of Brown and Caldwell currently is a continuing contract for engineering services. Is it not?
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
I think they are one of the engineers on the continuing services, but I think we're going back out with regards to that, or that's been a solicitation that's been requested of the procurement department.
Follow up.
You're recognized.
Mr. Manager, remind me, so what is their role with the JV team?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
They're our owner's reps
For
the water treatment plant.
the the anticipated plan.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
The water treatment plant.
What? Okay, so let me clarify. The existing water treatment plant, or are they currently the owner's rep for the new plant? Which one? Or is it both?
Mr. Chair, for the water treatment plant that we're looking to build.
Okay, so, okay, but they've been around since we've even way before we even gotten this, and I want to understand, obviously, they must have pivoted or shifted from that role.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
They have helped us in a variety of different capacities throughout the years, but most specifically, they're the owner's rep for the water treatment plant. But they have been a partner with the city for some time.
Okay, so, okay, so I want to hear from them, and I'm looking forward to getting some sort of thorough report, because you just said 350 million. It seemed like, I don't know, is this multiplying every time we come here? I know transmission lines were not a part of the consideration before, but we went from 100 to 200 to 300, now to 350.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
The proposal or the last presentation that was made by the JV team showed a number of, I believe, of about 356 million, of which $214 million is the water plant, which 40 million of that is the wells. And then there was other investments that are associated with the water distribution system that totaled the 315 million or 356 million. Also, I do want to also communicate that Global Tech has to evaluate the raw water piping as part of their overall scope. So when you do hear from Global Tech that's out there doing your well work at your next meeting, they'll be able to provide some more specificities, but the JV can share some additional specificities on what their scope is.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
Thank you. So, Mr. Evans, very interesting. And okay, pardon me if I don't recall that, but I know we were at 300, now it's 350, and it very well could have occurred. My next question is, 40 million is for the wells, and then you said there's already work being started on with Global Tech on the wells. What about the tank on the island that's adjacent to the fire station? How much of that is associated with the water tank that needs to be replaced?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
That particular water plant or water tank is not incorporated in the numbers that you've seen for the new water treatment plant. That particular monies has been set aside or provided for in the bond issuance or the bond opportunity for the plant on or for the fire station on Singer Island. So there's not money that's incorporated for the tank on the island in the estimated cost for the water treatment plant.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
you said the bond issuance. Which one are we referring to?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
You recognize?
the one for Fire Station 86.
So Fire Station 86 actually included the water? Because I thought we specifically, when we looked at that, we pulled that out.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
we have about $25 million that's projected to be the cost for Fire Station 86. In the bond documents, you do have the flexibility in the bonds to be able to acquire properties if you were going to, in fact, construct a facility or remove a facility or demo a facility. So we've been having internal conversations how to facilitate an arm's length transaction with the utility district to invariably look to build the station, but also make sure that the tank is reconstructed for the purposes of providing the necessary capacity on the island.
I'm sorry. So you've been looking to facilitate a transaction, and then you said it's in the bond document. So is it in the bond documents, or we're still looking to facilitate a
Mr. Chair,
transaction?
if I may,
You recognize?
the monies, I'm speaking specifically to the monies that we have that will be appropriated hopefully as part of the construction of that station. And then the board can make a determination with the utility district what type of relationship or an agreement that it will enter into with the city.
So there's not even a relationship then?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
Right now, the city and the utility district are on different parcels, but basically sharing the same site. And so there is conversations that are going to have to be had here in the future to facilitate the construction of the station.
Okay, well, I don't think that's what the voters were aware of when they went to vote for the fire station, that they were going to be financing or including a part of the fire station, a water tank. Not only that, when we approved and selected on Fire Station 86, the resolution specifically incorporated that these funds were not to be included. So this is very seemingly in conflict to what we've already made as a decision for the board. So I'm very much encouraged to see how we're going to resolve this, because I don't understand, and even me as a voter didn't have that understanding. Me as a board member didn't have that understanding. Certainly me as a resident, I will venture to say that nobody who voted for the fire station knew that they were going to be now financing a water tank for Singer Island. That's pretty certain. I think I read the ballot pretty thoroughly. In fact, I know we approved that as a body, but that's certainly not what I intended. I'm interested in understanding Haskell's role currently in terms of where we are in the progress updates. So that's what I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Sure.
Dr. Spitz, you recognize?
Okay, first, I don't remember that we separated out the money. I know that when you build a firehouse or you build any building, if there's a building on the site already that has to be demolished to build a new building, the cost of demolishing that building or anything else to put it back and make it work is usually included in the bond and the construction documents itself. So I think that clearly this is one project and that you could not build the firehouse unless you did the water plant, the storage tank. Secondly, Mr. Evans, is okay, Mr. Chair, if I continue?
Please continue.
Okay, so my question is concerning the owner's rep. Should we not have an owner's rep representing us on the existing water plant and all the work that's being done on the wells and by U.S. Water? Would it not make sense to take someone like a PSA Engineering and bring them on board to represent the city's interest, to make sure that we're getting our money's worth? This is a $1.2 million contract. We have over $4 million on the wells. Would it not make sense to do that?
Mr. Chair, at this particular moment, I'm not prepared to answer that question. I'd have to have some more conversation with staff as well as procurement and legal with respect to that particular item, but it's not outside the realm of possibilities.
Thank you.
Additional comments for the board for Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for taking this endeavor on. We look forward to continue working with your firm. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Next up, I believe we have Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, if I can have the representatives from CDM Smith and the Haskell Group, as well as representatives from Brown and Caldwell, to provide the board with an update on the water treatment plant.
Here you recognize. I'm sorry. Good. Welcome and thank you.
So good evening. My name is Steve Link, and I am the design manager for the joint venture of Haskell and CDM Smith. I would like to thank you, Mayor and Council and staff, for inviting us to be here to provide an update on our progress made since last week, or last month when we presented on the 22nd of August. I also uploaded our presentation that we provided to the board on the 22nd of August last month, just in case there's some questions. But my presentation today would be primarily focused on, again, the progress that we've made. I am having a little technical difficulty here. There we go. Okay. With me here today is my colleague, Mike Hoisington. He's our overall project manager. Again, I'm Steve Link. I'm the design manager. I would like to review with you what progress we've made since last month. I've got it broken up in both the design and construction realm. The groundwater production wells, that is the part of the project that we are constructing a total of 8 new wells for the USD. There will be 6 Floridan wells and 2 additional surficial wells. The 29 existing wells that Riviera Beach currently has, or USD currently has, are all surficial. So we would be adding 2 more additional wells as part of that. We have completed the 90% deliverable on the design of the groundwater production wells in August, and we are currently in the final stages of negotiating our GMP with the owner's agent, Brown and Caldwell, and we're hoping very soon that we can have a board approval of that GMP. The water treatment plant is on Avenue L. That is the overall critical path of the entire project, but the 30% complete, of course, was provided and submitted on April 1st, and we were working with the owner's advisor, Brown and Caldwell, on a value engineering effort between that time frame all the way up as recently as a meeting that we closed it out this week. Those value engineering opportunities translated to savings, where we developed ways to essentially provide the same design intent for a more cost-effective, in a more cost-effective manner. The 60% complete design documents are still scheduled to be submitted on this month in October, which was consistent with what we communicated last month. We did flex a little bit on Avenue U and the raw water transmission mains. We are incorporating some feedback from directional drillers, which will enhance our design. Last month, we reported out that the 60% documents for the raw water transmission mains would be complete this month, but they're likely going to be completed in October, as well as the Avenue U. Avenue U, there's a possibility that we'll be getting that completed this month, but we're kind of lining the overall procurement of both the raw water plant, the raw water transmission mains, and the work we're doing at Avenue U in the same window. So the last element of our design effort would be the finished water transmission mains that we're tying in the new water treatment plant finished water into the existing City of Riviera Beach finished water distribution system. We've got a 30% complete document set that will be submitted in October, and the 60% complete set will be submitted in January of 25. From a construction perspective, we're very much hoping we can begin the groundwater production well construction, where we would start construction immediately following NTP, and then we would have substantial completion of those 2 new superficial groundwater wells, supply wells in September of 25. Of course, that's pending board approval. The Avenue L water treatment plant, when we submit the 60% documents for the water treatment plant, we would immediately begin working with our pre-construction team that will be soliciting bids from contractors to get pricing to be able to create the overall GMP, which would be submitted in November of 24. And then we would begin that overall negotiation, submittal of creation of the GMP, and submit the GMP for approval in March of 25. Assuming that March 25 date hits, the substantial completion of our overall project would be Q4 of 2027. From the other element that I have here is the site plan zoning. The Planning and Zoning Board approval occurred in July of 24, and it's currently on the agenda today on item 9A. We're hoping to receive board approval, and then we will be able to submit our site development plan for Avenue L. I mentioned to you last month that the water quality challenges that we were experiencing on the superficial wells. And I communicated to you that we extended our piloting effort to allow us to determine ways of treating this water. I mentioned to you that we were there are more aggressive ways of treating that water, but we were looking for cost-effective ways of doing so. I mentioned that there were specifically seven different ways that we looked at to try to treat it chemically. Initially, what we started was based on typical superficial well water quality in South Florida. We were assuming that anti-scalant with cartridge filters would be adequate for pretreatment, but we learned very soon thereafter that there were problems. There were problems with iron, there were problems with organic matter, and we attempted to try to control the iron by using dual media filters. The dual media filters did not by itself get the results we were looking for, so we added aeration. Aeration would oxidize the iron in the water, make the particles larger, so we can filter it out with the dual media filters. We did not see the results that we were hoping to find. SDI is the silt density index that's used to measure. Membranes, nanofilters are needing to have SDI of 3 or less. We were seeing SDI numbers in the neighborhood of 5 to 6. So anyway, dual media filters followed by aeration. After that, we did an overall forensic evaluation of the membranes, and we sent that off for evaluation, and they determined that 25% of the fouling on the membranes was inorganic matter, and 75% was naturally occurring organic matter. And we sent two 55-gallon drums to our Bellevue lab in Washington to determine chemical ways of treating, again, more cost-effective ways of trying to treat our water challenges. And they developed a couple of different options for us to try on a bench scale manner that we were trying to implement in the pilot scale. They looked at different coagulants that could be added, ferric sulfate, ferric chloride, as well as using oxidants like chlorine. Well, initially we looked at the coagulation, again, to make larger particles so we could use the dual media filtration. We added static mixers to make sure we were getting good mixing. And we didn't find the SDI removal that we were hoping to find reliably. Okay, again, that's a key word. We want to provide a reliable pretreatment system. So then we added oxidation. We added chlorine so we could oxidize the water and then chemically treat to make the particles larger. And again, the SDIs were still not reliably low enough. So in essence, we attempted to use sulfuric acid, again, to keep that iron in solution. And the goal, as I said, is less than 3. And we did not, again, find the results that we were looking for. So we had one final challenge or step that we tried, and that was to change the filter media inside the dual media filters, which was sand and anthracite. We used a glass media that, according to the manufacturers, and we've used this in other places, to remove particles in the water. So we removed the sand, removed the anthracite, we added the glass media, and we still did not see that SDI removal that we were hoping to find. So I'm here to report to you today that we have exhausted all means to treat that water and using chemical treatments, and we have changed from hereforth to we worked with Brown and Caldwell, and we are proposing that we use, I mentioned this last time, microfiltration, ultrafiltration methods. So we are proposing our next steps is we're extending the pilot study to look and confirm we know this will work because the inorganic particles and the organic materials that are fouling the membranes are in the range of 0.45 to 1 microns, okay? The MF membranes...
You recognize that, Spiritus?
So my
Sir?
question is this, at the last meeting, I suspected that you were going to get to the point where we were going to need the microfilter, and I asked if you were going to give us some cost of what the microfilter was going to be. I mean, I knew iron is pretty easy to get out. We do that all the time up in the Northeast. That's not unusual. The organics, I knew you were going to have some issues with that. So we're at the microfilter now. How much more is this going to add to the plant?
It's an excellent question. And based on the rough order of magnitude cost estimate, we haven't completed it. It's an excellent question. I'm planning on giving you that answer, but I'll give you a sneak preview of what it is. Right now, we think that the overall cost of the pretreatment system that was in the 30% design documents, which included dual media filtration pressure filters, is on the order of about $12.5 million. The microfiltration system is on the order of about $29 million. Now, it includes a higher contingency because we haven't worked out all the design details, so that contingency will come down as design definition goes up, but there's a difference of about $16 million. So that's the rough order of magnitude cost, and we're prepared as design develops, we will have a bottoms-up estimate. But just to finish that line of thought, because the particles are in the neighborhood of 0.45 to 1 microns, microfiltration has a 0.1 micron filter capability. Ultrafiltration is 0.01, a nominal size. So it's a very suitable alternative for removing the particles in the water, okay, that we were trying to treat in a more cost-effective way. And you remember also the other solution that we came up with was we provided examples of where other utilities in South Florida had experienced challenges with their well field systems, and the solution for them was an aggressive well field rehab program, which translated to about, it was a similar size utility that had about 27 wells. In about 2 to 3 years, they rehabbed their wells, and they have the same type of membrane system and filtration system that you will have that's being proposed for your plant. It's been working successfully now for 10 years. Okay?
Sure.
Recognize.
So if we did all our wells, would we still need the microfilter system?
No, that's the answer is no. The answer is no. And that's why we were not wanting to make this large investment in the microfilter system, because we were wanting to be able to treat the water in a way that's chemical, that wouldn't have that high of a capital investment that you would have to make.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
So, Mr. Evans, this is why I think it's important that we get on the path right now of replacing all our wells. I think it's very important. If we could do this within the next couple of years, we may save ourselves $16 million. That's pretty substantial. Now, can you just tell me, I can do follow-up, Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
Okay, so with respect to the microfilter, can you tell us what the difference in the maintenance on a yearly basis is on the microfilter system as compared to the normal system?
So both microfilters and the pressure filters have reoccurring backwashes that take place. So the same operation and maintenance that you would have on the two systems are pretty equal, very similar. The microfilters have a clean in place step where you would chemically treat the membranes in a reversed backwash scenario, and you cleanse whether it's heavy metals, whether it's organics, by using cleaning chemicals to remove those from the membranes themselves, so you can restore it so it's ready, where it's fully clean, fully restored, where you can use it for returning it back to duty. So that is an additional cost from an operational perspective. The JV is prepared to work with Brown & Caldwell. As you know, we provided O&M costs for the plant that's being proposed. We're going to be updating those costs so you can see those additional O&M costs. The membranes themselves, you would have with the dual filters, you would have media replacement costs. The membranes themselves will last, you'll get the same like 5 to 7 years life on the membranes. You'll have to replace the membranes.
Sure. Yeah, but what's the difference in the cost of those membranes?
Between UF and MF, between micro,
Yeah.
it's negligible.
Minimal?
It's
Okay.
negligible. If I may.
You recognize.
So the microfilter system has a lower pressure because it's the pore size is not as tight as the ultrafilter. So as a result, you have lower pumping costs, pumping costs related to the microfilter as opposed to the ultrafilter. My hope would be that we're able to do this successfully because we're testing both in our pilots, or both micro and ultra. And we've got, kind of walking into my next slide, the design definition from the last time I talked to you has changed. The dual media filter systems have been removed. We've now added the microfilter UF systems. We don't know which it is going to be, but the same footprint would exist for both. And we are using our pilot system to be able to fully define the design criteria for the system. But the design that's currently shown would include those design criteria enhancements that we glean from the pilot studies. So I did want to show you, so the pretreatment system that was submitted in the 30% and all the way up until the last meeting that we had, we showed pretreatment system. These shown in yellow there are your pressure filters. That's your dual media pressure filters. And you can see here the membrane treatment building behind that's located north, and you got Blue Heron Boulevard and Avenue L. And there's a lot of detail that goes into the design. You've got your chemical systems to the bottom or below the pressure filters. You've got your membrane treatment building above, and you've got all your piping and all your different ancillary systems that tie to the pressure filter system. Well, as I said, we've now revised our design to include either microfiltration, ultrafiltration. You can see.
If you could just give us one moment.
Yes,
There's
sir.
a lot of talking in the background, guys. It's carrying to the front. It's hard to hear the speakers. Thank you. If you can continue.
Sorry. So you can see that the microfilters, we had to do a little shifting to the site plan to provide more space, a little more space for the pretreatment system. But some of the VE that we had implemented previously allowed us to have a little more space to do that more easily. So that was good news. And you can see that this is now the UFMF building where we not only do we have the building laid out, but we've got our microfilter, ultrafilter skids in our 3D BIM model, and we're connecting all the piping, all the electrical duct banks. So we've advanced that design. We've been very busy.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
You recognize?
So then you're recommending that we do the microfilter system along with doing the wells, doing both?
Sir, I would love for us not to have to build any pre-treatment system. And the question is when the wells would be rehabbed. Right now, I mentioned to you in previous presentations that my job would be to give you a system that can treat the water that would be coming into the plant. And right now, until those wells are rehabbed, we're going to need, at a minimum, an MF system, a microfilter system. That as we provide the 60% documents to you in October, it is going to absolutely include this. It'll be a cost that we will reflect in that overall OPCC, that opinion of probable cost of construction. And so I guess this progressive design build model has allowed us to flex to be able to accommodate change.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
So can any of these organisms be coming from the transmission lines themselves and not from the wells?
It's very possible, yes, sir. I did want to communicate to you, so you have the 29 wells, you have 9 of them that are not currently in operation. We're going to be adding 2. You have a third-party global tech that is rehabbing 5. That may look a lot of different ways. It could be just some modifications. It could be a complete well redrill. Mike can share with me, but the driller that we have currently proposed on our groundwater supply well GMP is able to, they have additional drill rigs. If that's something that you want, I'll let Mike talk about it, but in essence, they can help augment drilling new wells. I also want to say that the JV, even though it's not part of our scope right now, to look at the raw water transmission mains. I reported last time that raw water transmission mains, it's over 60,000 linear feet of pipe. About, I think it was 16%, I'd have to check, don't quote me, 16% had piping that was old, and then there was about 80% of it was ductile iron pipe, which is a good material, but again, it's kind of running its course on useful life. So to go back to your question, if I may, if you have dead legs in your water transmission main, that dead leg can translate to water that will get stale. Okay, and if that stale water comes in, it will cause these challenges, this challenge that we were discussing and we shared at the last meeting.
Sure.
You recognize?
Okay, so now we know, I believe you said at the last meeting that 20% of our pipes are concrete asbestos.
Yes, sir. Right.
Okay, so can that be causing any of the organic issues that you're coming up with?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think you're probably right with your first question, and that the dead legs and the raw water transmission main,
Right.
it can get stale on you, the water in there.
Okay.
So that
thank
would
you.
be something I would, as the JV, we've talked about it. I understand that Global Tech, because I understand that they will be taking some coupons of the raw water transmission mains to look to see what the disposition of the pipe is, to try to do a condition assessment, whether or not there's tuberculation inside the pipe, scale inside the pipe, or whether or not there's problems with integrity, et cetera. But I don't think they're doing many more than 2. So we could certainly assist with that if that would be something you would like. We could also help do condition assessments of the raw water transmission main. All of these things, whether it's rehabbing wells or doing the condition assessment of the raw water transmission main, the JV is more than happy to try to help.
Thank you.
The last slide I have here is the value engineering effort that I communicated to you previously. We completed the last meeting with our owner's advisor, Brown and Caldwell, just this week. The overall process spanned about 3 months, from July to September. And all in, there were many items that we considered. There was overall about $22 million in savings. And there's another item that's pending for another $1.3 million of savings. I don't know, Mike, if you wanted to add.
That's related to building permits. It's about $500,000 for that. There's also initial chemical fills. And then the balance was potential for buried materials that have been found on site. And so we actually have found some buried materials. We found an old foundation as part of the early works package, worked with the Riviera team to locate and remove that. So that's why we feel like that allowance item or that VE could be removed from this scope at this time because of the early works package.
Chair.
You recognize.
The desalinization system, the RO system that you're putting in, that's going to also be with this microfilter system, correct? No, you're going to
No, sir.
eliminate the desalinization.
No, sir. No, we still have the Floridan wells require the RO.
You are, so you're
Okay,
going to,
they're more brackish than the superficial, so that the challenges that we were seeing with the superficial wells do not apply. So the microfilters would not apply for the Floridan well treatment at all. Okay. Again, we're providing you a 14 MGD plant that's expandable to 16. 8.5 of that MGD capacity would be from the superficial wells. 5.5 MGD would be from the Floridan wells.
Part of the design build process, we have water quality standards that we have worked with the well driller that he's going to meet so that we do not need a pretreatment system. We're going to make sure that he meets those raw water quality standards as part of the well drilling so that you do not need that system.
Chair?
You recognize.
We don't need that system now, but if a lot of people are pumping water out of the aquifer, we may need that system in the future. So we have to think ahead. If we're spending $350 million, $400 million on a water plant, we have to think for the future, not for what's today.
There were some questions that you had asked related to the cost that we presented last time. I happen to have that available if that is still of interest to kind of walk through. Currently, I want to say, Mr. Evans, I think you clarified, of the $356 million total cost that we had presented, it was 240 and change that was related to the water plant specifically. Just wanted, and if it would be of use, I could pull that up, but I don't, yes? Sorry, I misspoke. I said it's 214 was related to the water treatment plant of the total 256.9.
Of these expenditures, what has been spent so far?
So far, sir, all that's been spent is the site clearing. GMP related was a total of
It's $6 million, but roughly $1 million that has been spent to date. Of
A
the early
million
works
of the
package.
6 million.
Yes, sir. We have other scopes that we have not been released on due to permitting requirements.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spears,
Yeah,
you're recognized.
one question. Is there anything we could do to expedite the permitting process based on the situation of the existing water?
Based on the situation of the existing water, if I may ask, tonight we have item 9A. If that is approved, that will open the door for us to be able to submit our site development permit. That's not related to water quality, but that's something. We had an update on the.
We actually just
well,
received tonight from the design team, the permits for the wells. They've been transmitted to Ms. Jacobs. So I just sent them during this meeting. So she has those. The other permits for the deep injection wells, she was able to expedite signing those for us, which we appreciate. But I will meet with her later this week to get those signed, and then we'll be able to submit those to the state.
But is there anything that we could do as a city, or you could do as our engineers, to get the state to expedite the process?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized, Ms. Evans.
I believe, our consumptive use permits and all the appropriate permits for the wells and what's necessary for the water treatment plant, we've already have those in hand. Now it's really the site development and the layout of the building and the technology to invariably treat this. So I think with the GMP, with the wells, when that goes forward, possibly 4 to 6 weeks after authorization, you would have active construction on that site, and then subsequent dominoes will fall into play. One of the things I talked with the development services team is that invariably when we get to the site plan process and it goes through P&Z, we would look to call a special P&Z meeting and then expedite it getting before the board. And so there's a couple of things here, I think, on the downward slope that we're going to gain some momentum so people will see active construction on the site. But the permits that we have are in place for the wells and what's needed for the water for the water treatment plant, the new water treatment plant.
Thank you.
Board Member McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm really interested in, I guess, how does that help you being able to submit? I think it's already inevitable that the board desires a plant. I could understand, and I was, grateful to hear the actual explanation from the manager, but I don't know that there is any other permits that is outside of our control unless I'm not aware of it. And certainly if your point, colleague, Mr. Spirit, is as to our internal process, yeah, I'm curious too, because hopefully, we bring on specific or additional staff to help expedite that, because I just know the plans, aside from the site plan, the actual building plans in itself is going to be pretty comprehensive. So I would love to see that we can move this along pretty quickly. So I think 9A is probably a given to do the land use change. I mean, that's the very purpose that the board bought the property. So I'm not concerned with that. However, throughout this entire process, what has been the role of, I'm sorry, not Haskell, CDM, I'm sorry, Brown and Caldwell, Mr. Grace? Yes, so can you give me an update because I thought, at the last meeting, I was pretty direct that your agreement is with the Utility District Board. However, I've not seen any reports to suggest what has been the progress.
Yes, we did prepare a memorandum that summarized the process to date, and I believe that was provided to the board a week or so ago. that generally framed the status of the project, which was expanded for the board just now by the CDM team. Now, just looking at the project as a whole, just to kind of encapsulate where things are, the design has progressed as indicated. There's been extensive work back and forth, working collaboratively with the team to resolve a lot of technical issues. We think we have a clear path forward. As you can see, the design with the pre-treatment system has evolved. We've gone through the value engineering process. That was quite an extensive process, looking at each element of the work to determine how value could be conveyed to the board, the project, the city, by enhanced measures that would capture savings while at the same time preserving the intent of the project. That process is concluding. We had a meeting earlier this week that concluded the city's acceptance of the various VE proposals. One or two of them remain, what remains is confirmation of some of the cost savings being offered by the JV. We're expecting some information from them that would allow us to validate some of the cost savings that are being proposed. But in essence, that component of the project has concluded. The VE team, the JV team, is currently working on incorporating the updates to the design that arose from the VE process. So that work is ongoing and is considered within the timeline that they shared with the board for issuing the 60% design, which is, I believe, mid-October timeframe. The 60% design will build upon the 30, capture the VE savings proposals that were accepted, while at the same time reflecting the pivot in the pre-treatment process. There are a number of outstanding items. As you can expect, the design is at 60%, so there's still a ways to go to drive it to completion. There are certain elements that have yet to be addressed. The JV team needs to conduct a corrosion control analysis to fine-tune the finished water quality. There are some EPA rules that specify protocols that need to be followed. Once that is done, the physical infrastructure is in place, but the specific target finished water quality parameters that will ultimately govern the treatment facility, that requires a little bit of fine-tuning. So there are elements like that that are still outstanding that will be addressed in parallel with the execution of the remaining work. So we anticipate, receiving the 60% design documents mid-October. We have to go through our process to review it. We anticipate also receiving an updated cost estimate and an estimate of engineer's opinion of probable construction costs from them sometime shortly thereafter. That's a review process that will be triggered. What we do, essentially, we have professional cost estimators look at the cost, look at the design, look at the specifications, and independently estimate various elements of the work to be able to determine whether or not there's any noteworthy variance between the estimates that they're providing and the estimates that we independently establish. Any variances identified are discussed and resolved to make sure that the project and the cost estimate is aligned with expectations. So there's a lot of work that's involved behind the scenes to be able to examine the price proposals that they offer and be able to really determine whether or not we take exception or we can stand behind the estimates being
recognized. Thank you. All right, I'm trying to come back to where I was going. I appreciate your explanation, Mr. Grace. So I see it here, and I think the manager probably would have certainly took the opportunity to share with us that he sent it to us this morning. there are some well-filled deadlines that was seemingly, or dates that were seemingly met here with the 60% GMP that was submitted to the owner. Who exactly is the person that you're submitting this to from the utility district?
Is that a question for?
Mr. Grace, the well-filled design and proposed GMP, a 60% GMP was submitted to the owner for review. And this is your memo, so I would imagine this is Brown and Caldwell submitting this to the utility district.
No, actually, in fact, I was reporting to you the submittal from the JV. The JV team is the one that developed the design. They submitted it to the city for review. That review occurred and comments were provided, and there's been a lot of discussion back and forth to be able to, arrive at a resolution of the differences between what they proposed and what we deemed appropriate.
And so I guess, and I'm not sure if I'm not at the same place or have a different expectation, but those differences, right, is a part of your role to hash that out, to negotiate.
Correct.
But where do you provide that report to the board? Back to?
Well, that update will be coming together with the GMP, right?
No. That's not what I mean. So you've been on since last year dealing with this project, correct?
Yes.
All right. This is the first that I've seen anything in writing as far as what the owner's rep, who you're representing the owner. The board is the owner of the project. We have a specific interest. We sought you out because you have a technical expertise, seemingly have a technical expertise. This is the first report. You haven't worked since last year and not reported anything back to the board. What, because I'm looking at an August 9th deadline. Whatever these technical matters are, I know my colleague on the north end of the table probably understands it a lot more than us, but this is why we have an owner's rep, so that you can represent to us and represent our interests and let me know exactly what these issues are that comes up, be it routine or not. We're lay professionals, and I would expect that that's a part of the progress or process. Is that not the expectation of the owner's rep, that you communicate back with us, because you are the technical expert that's representing our interests?
Sorry. Mr. Chair, if I may.
But no, I don't need you, Mr. Evans. I'm speaking to the gentleman who's representing the board and our interests. Is it not your understanding as to what your role is as the owner's rep?
Well, that was certainly clarified by you the last meeting we had, right?
Right. Okay, so I'm talking about last year. Perhaps it wasn't occurring.
Well, let me tell you what was occurring, right? With every deliverable that has been submitted from the JV team, there's been extensive review, multidisciplinary review. Technical comments have been consolidated, comments that number in the hundreds.
All right,
Let me
sir, I
finish my
reclaim my
thought,
time.
please.
This is what I'm not going to do. Sir, I'm accountable to over 50,000 people for water. I don't want to hear that. That's baloney.
Okay.
Give me something that I don't have to get harassed inside of Publix. Because what you're saying to me ain't worth a darn. Help me understand what I need to portray to my constituents when they're asking me what's going on with the water. I mean, like, dude, I know you're very much skilled, but I need something that I can be able to say when I'm sitting in a pew next to a parishioner who also is a senior that uses the water. Sir, this is the first report. Help me understand, what can I expect going forward? You have an agreement to be the representative. I'm asking you to give us an update.
Yes.
Certainly, all of that technical stuff is great, but share with me so I can be able to relay back to the board so that we can have an understanding that Brown and Caldwell is representing the interests of the board. And our interest is not to stakeholders, it's to people's lives.
Yes. Yes.
Please.
Certainly,
Sir,
absolutely.
where do you live? Where do you live? Or should I look it up?
I live in Broward County.
Yeah. Can you give me the same that you would expect from whoever your local representative is? Because that's what I'm looking for, Mr.
Absolutely,
Chris.
absolutely. And I must apologize for the misaligned expectations. We've been providing copious amounts of information to the utility leadership. We didn't understand until the last meeting that the expectation was that we'd be delivering these updates directed to the board. The update that was provided over the last week was written. This is the first update, so we certainly welcome input from you regarding the relative level of detail and how much, so we can calibrate the report to meet the expectation.
That's all I need. Mr. Grace, I appreciate it. I really want to be direct. I don't want to get on your case because I don't know what you know. But I'm just trying to get to a point where we can understand this. And I think you understand. I gave you a call one time.
Yes.
That we were in a situation that we needed assistance. Surely there was information that wasn't being shared with the board. Help us out in getting there, okay? That's all
I'm
I got.
100% on board,
Thank
right?
you.
And we will calibrate our reports to meet your precise needs. This first report is just the first report. If it falls short, just let us know. We've got copious amounts of detail we can share. It's just a matter of how deep you want to dive.
And I'm actually going to reserve comments for that as well, because those are the concerns with the owner's rep. Clear vision as to the expectation, what the reporting needs to look like, and providing it back to the board. So as my colleague said previously, reporting that directly to us on a consistent basis. And then I want to reserve comments to discuss the role of the owner's rep for our utility district for this meeting and when we get to the city council meeting. Just some comments from Mr. Grace. Dr. Spirit, as you recognize.
Okay, thank you. My question, since we have all three of you standing here right now, is when do you consider this project to be shovel ready? Not when your completion date is, because completion dates change all the time. When is it going to be shovel ready?
If I may.
You recognize.
It'll be shovel ready when we submit our GMP, because it'll be all the engineering details will be buildable, constructible, and you'll have a guaranteed maximum price.
And the GMP is on what date?
The GMP, and I wanted to provide a clarification. So we submit the 60% documents in October. Then we prepare an OPCC, an opinion of probable cost of construction. And that is based on our own estimates, our skilled estimators. It's a bottoms-up estimate. It takes a little time because we're counting every nut and bolt, okay? And that cost is delivered to the USD, be delivered to you, be presented here. Then what we do is we immediately in November, the next month, we begin the whole procurement process of the project. And we go out to the market and we get competitive prices. And those prices come in and we compile all the parts and pieces. We make sure that there's no scope duplication, there's no scope gaps. It's on us to make sure we get all that right. And then we prepare a GMP proposal for you to consider, and we begin that negotiation. To answer your question, we're hoping to have all that negotiation behind where we can present in the board and get board approval in March of 25.
March of 25.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Colleague from the North, Mr. Spiritus, thank you for bringing that up, because you know what, why I really want to know about this is because I don't want to find out, right, Mr. Grace? I've just experienced a painful, very painful revelation that we were receiving information that we had 200% markups on furniture, fixture, and equipment for our fire station. So what I mean by that, for the lay folks that's in the audience, the folks that were charged with actually designing and building our fire station would purchase furniture at a specified price and then mark it up almost 200%, and the taxpayers will be on the hook for it. That's what I expect the owner's rep to be standing in there, making sure that these nuts and bolts that's being spoken of are true costs that we can actually be able to support, and that's actually fair. I do expect them to make a profit and that there is an ability to make, but I don't want to feel like I'm being raked across the coals. So that's surely what I would have been looking for with these updates.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, for me, that's precisely what we've been focused on, and that's precisely why this GMP review process is taking as long as it is, because we challenge every number that seems out of line with expectations. We challenge every assumption that we think is obligating the city to some future GMP that has not yet been obligated. We challenge every assumption that we think unnecessarily shifts risk from the JV team to the owner, right? It's a back and forth, and we're unrelenting in our challenges. And that's why you haven't received a GMP yet, right? Because that's precisely what we're doing on behalf of the utility district. And when this process concludes, right, to the extent that there are any remaining items that we have not been able to come to agreement on, right, those will be documented with clarity. So this board will understand with transparency exactly what is buying into. That's what has been taking this time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Grace. Additional comments, Board Member McCoy?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for the presentation. Go ahead.
If I may, you asked when it's shovel ready. Once we get the GMP approved for the wells, we will be on site within 4 to 6 weeks. So we're waiting. We're ready. For the wells.
Mr. Evans,
For the wells.
Yeah.
For the wells.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I do want to make sure we provide some clarity with respect to when the GMP for the plant. There is going to be construction-related activities that occur, and you will be seeing active construction on the site associated with, once the well package. And so I do want to make sure that it's not perceived that there's nothing that's going to happen on the site until March of 2025. That's in fact not the case. Also, I do want to make sure that, and I know I get the same calls with respect to the water and water qualities and those types of things, and we are working through those issues. But it's important to note that those issues, are 2023 issues. Staff is working very hard in close collaboration with the Department of Health to make sure that the water that is provided is of the safe drinking water standards, to the point where I get, a couple of emails every day, or at least one email today on parts per million as it relates to chlorine in the distribution lines. And so staff is really working hard to ensure that the residents can be comfortable with what's coming out of the tap.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Thank you both for the presentation, for all of our presenters that came tonight. Thank you. Were those the only presentations, Mr. Evans?
Sure.
Thank you. Comments from Executive Director?
Mr. Chair, excuse me, we do have general public comment for
Thank
the
you.
utility district.
Thank you. Please be reminded, the board has adopted rules of decorum governing public comment during official meetings, which is posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the utility district board will have any disruptive speaker attendee removed from the podium or the meeting. Please govern yourselves accordingly. How many public comment cards do we have for utility district?
We have 5 public comment cards, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And residents, we will be taking general public comment card as soon as we start our city council meeting immediately following this as well. Go ahead.
The first speaker is Eric Young, excuse me, followed by Cindy March and then Fane Luzman.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Chair, Mayor, and City Manager. My name is Eric Young, and most of you have seen me attend the meetings for the last 4 years. I usually sit on the front row and have very little to say. I represent PSA Management. We're under contract with the City of Riviera Beach presently as an owner's authorized representative. We were the owner's authorized representative on fire stations 87 and 88. On a monthly basis, we prepared and provided reports on what went on every single month. Anything you needed to know, we made sure the information was available. I've been asked by my CEO to read the following information at this meeting. My CEO is Patrick Ollier. He says, I'm writing requests to the USD board to contract with PSA as an owner's rep in conjunction with your leadership in bringing U.S. Water Services to stabilize the water treatment plant delivery of clean water. in accordance with Palm Beach County's Health Department and the State of Florida EPA regulatory requirements. Respectfully, the only missing piece to restore confidence among the USD board members and the residential and commercial customers is PSA acting in the capacity of owner's rep. We're already under contract, and we can provide oversight for the city to make sure what you're requesting is delivered. PSC will comply with the city's procurement code, section 16.5293 goal, and section 16.5282 local vendor preference, and have identified City of Riviera Beach and Palm Beach County certified SB subcontractors to comply with procurement ordinance 16.5 requirements. Further, PSA will team with WSP, a globally recognized firm, ranked #1 world design firm in 2021, 22, and 23, that provides strategic advisory, engineering, and design services to clients in water infrastructure, building, environmental, power, energy, transportation, and mining. WSP is a premier full-service engineering consulting firm and a global leader in the planning and design of civil infrastructure. WSP has 15,000 US-based professionals and more than $1 billion of executed contracts as one of the nation's premier consulting firms. WSP maintains a strong presence in Florida for more than 30 years, with offices in Sunrise, Miami, Tampa, and Orlando. Further, WSP has been involved in large port infrastructure projects, including the South Port Turning Notch expansion and the Port of Miami Shore Power for the cruise terminal. In closing, PSA and WSP are.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Cindy March, Fane Lozman, and Mrs. Mary Bram.
Welcome, Ms. March.
Good evening, Cindy March speaking. This is very ludicrous. You know, to be here at 9-something, you still on a utility meeting. I just want to let you all know you all are not transparent. You can't get nothing done because you're not honest with yourself. We held a press conference with Channel 5 News last week at Coffee's on Barack Obama Boulevard. You want us to come together with you all? Until we get this diversity out the way, we will never be all right to move this city forward. Lawson, you came, you wasn't invited, but it's open to the public. Channel 5 asked you, did you have any questions? You said no. You just here to take notes. You want to build your own platform? It's not I. It's about we. These people are hurting. I'm hurting. I knock on these people's doors every 3 years to get you all in office. And this what you all do to the taxpayers? I mean, all I've seen tonight with these presentations and with Evans is corruption. I don't know how many times he spoke on procurement. Enough is enough already. We need clean water. You all gonna mess around and this place gonna be like Flint, Michigan. And I tell you all, just because these people not at this meeting, don't think they're not watching. And conference, we're gonna do another press conference. We're gonna have these town hall meetings because we got issues that are more important. And the most important thing right now is the water. Water is the most important thing. You all been going on this before Glenn Spiritus even got in office. And if y'all had to listen to him over 3 years ago, we wouldn't be up to $300 million. Now the price has risen 200%. Where they do that at? In a city where we love to live, work, and play. And you know where it started from? Bad leadership. It's time for Evans to go. Deidre don't have no engineer. He doesn't have engineer experience. So why are they even speaking on this water? Enough already.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Fane Lozman, followed by Mrs. Mary Bram and Doretta Paul.
Welcome, Mr. Lozen.
Good evening, Fane Lozman, Singer Island. I'm going to disagree with Ms. March's prior comments. This problem is not the city manager's problem, not the mayor's problem, it's not McCoy's problem, it's not Chair Lawson's problem, it's not Spiritus' problems, and it's not Ms. Lanier's problem. This problem is Kashamba Miller Anderson's problem. She is the common thread between 2016 and today. If I'm a federal prosecutor, I would say, why, Ms. Miller Anderson, when you were aware of all the surreptitious activity that went on with the water back in 2016, did you not do anything? You focused on investigations in Lawson. You sent letters to the governor McCoy. But let me tell you something you don't know, lady. People died drinking that water. How do I know that? Willis Williams told me before he died in May of 2022. Do you have a problem with residents dying while you did nothing between 2016 and the second water scandal? I think a prosecutor honestly can make a case for criminal negligence. You had a responsibility to stop what you were doing with all these other projects, whether it's targeting me, targeting Lawson, targeting McCoy, and say, we have a problem. This needs to be fixed first. Not the marina, not rezoning Singer Island, not doing anything, fixing the water. You're the only thread between the 2016 scandal and the current scandal. You're negligent. At the best case, it's neglect of duty. At the worst case, it's criminal negligence. We have a police chief right there with the Great Detective Bureau. I think the mayor ought to tell the police chief, let's go back and see what elderly residents died between 2016 and 2019, and then make a determination if water had anything to do with it. If it did, you turn that over to federal investigators, and they should look at you for what you did not do.
Thank you for comments.
Mrs. Mary Brown, followed by Doretta Polk.
But don't push me. Tupac. Might go to the
Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Miss Mary Bram, Rivera Beach. I was up in Martin County on Monday. But let me educate the general public here. Our wells here are critical. See, Miss Brown is a historian as well here. This is Miss Brown here. 2010, all out fighting for where we are right here today. Your wells here. Your wells here. Here it is here. This dates back to April the 20th, 2009. Where are we at here now in 2024? Our wells here must be done in order for us to have clean water in this city here. Solartron contaminated every area in our city here. This is why so many of us have died. It wasn't because of the water. It was because of all the contamination. The late Congress Representative Clay Shaw, Ms. Brown said thank you. Back there then, he was up in Washington, D.C., and he fought for the same thing that we are fighting here now. Every board here has played this nitpick here in doing exactly what we need to do. Ms. Brown can go back to 2005. Here it is here. Ms. Brown does not talk off the top of her head because she's been in this here. And it's time to stop talking. Thank you for what you are doing, and thank you for how you're trying to move. And I'm going to say, as well as everybody inside and outside of Palm Beach County, thank you, Mr. Evans, for taking charge. For taking charge here. You as a board, each one of you, like everybody have said, could have put a bond issue on for the residents to vote. They came out in March and voted. Why didn't you do that? No, because you sit here just like all of these papers here with every council representative have played this city here with the damn water. Excuse my French here, I don't normally say that. Willie Howard, the reporter. Bill Cooper, the reporter. Here it is here. All of the reporters here have done the same thing you have done too, Ethan. So this is nothing new here. We as residents, as well as political people, always say, we want it done. We want it done. I am half of a millionaire. from buying water, and everybody knows it. Liz Wade, I got papers here from the FP&L. Get our money from them because they
Good
owe
comments.
us too. Get our money
Thank you for your
from
comments,
them.
Ms. Brown.
Stop this foolishness and let's move.
Thank you for your
Build our
comments.
plan here. We're
Ms. Brown,
fine.
thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you.
The last speaker is Doretta Polk.
Because she will come in here and clean it up. Good evening. My name is Doretta Park. I'm a citizen of Riviera Beach, and I just want to definitely commend Mr. Jonathan Evans for the outstanding job that he has done for us, the leadership that he has performed, and as far as concerning Miss Councilwoman Kashamba Anderson Miller for blaming her and accusing her of things that she can't do it all by herself. She can't. She has done a remarkable job in trying to take care of us. So let's just get together and take care of one another. We cannot blame this situation on Mr. Evans or Ms. Deidre Jacobs. Neither one. Let's take care of everyone in this city. And I thank you, Mr. Evans, for bringing on Mr. Mike Miller, the microbiologist from U.S. Water. And he stated, within 2 weeks, he's been employed here. And in 48 hours, he had a motor, which a mixer was making all kinds of problems and noise. He fixed that. He fixed that. And to know that there were line slackers here over a year ago that was not put in place. Who was at the helm? We got to remember who was at the helm a year ago. The director of utility. It's not Mr. Evans. Don't blame Mr. Evans. Blame these two people who were here and did not. I don't know why they didn't connect this or whatever it is, but something failed. It was a failure somewhere. So we need to just get on board to take care of one another and stop this nonsense. Stop this. And let's go process, and also so we can have clean water. This has been decades of neglect. This is not nothing new, and all of the citizens of River Beach knows this. We've been down this road over 20 years. This plant should have been up and running over 25 years. Now we have come to the end. So let's go ahead, take care. We have to take care of and stop this blame game, because Mr. Evans has done a marvelous job. And I thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, that is the end of public comment.
Executive Director,
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Attorney,
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Comments from the board, starting with Councilman Lanier. Board Member Lanier.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I understand that we're moving forward with the new water plant and to make the changes that we need to in terms of the old water plant or what we currently have. But I am too getting increasingly frustrated about the time that it takes. And I understand it takes time to get these things done. I really do. And I understand Mr. Nigel's point in terms of, you got to make sure, I think I mentioned before, to build a water plant, you got screws, you got, plumbing, and all of those things have to be vetted in terms of ensuring that the city gets a good price for it. But with that being said, we've gone from 100 to $350 million. And what is happening is that it still does not seem as if the needle is moving. And I can appreciate the presentations. I can appreciate the fact that Mr. Evans is doing whatever he can to make sure that our current drinking water is sufficient for us to drink, because we all live here. I live here. And I want to make sure that the water that I'm drinking is safe. And I think that what we need to have is a town hall for just water. We need to have residents to come out and ask any question that they have in regards to the water for the city. And I'm going to request from the manager that we have that, because we have these meetings and they run into other meetings and they run late. We need a meeting just on water alone. We can have our experts there, we can have the staff there, but we have to have this to ensure that the people who are living in this city feel safe and feel comfortable in drinking this water. So I'm going to ask the manager to set that up, because we have to give everybody in this city an opportunity to ask the questions that they need to ask, so that the rumors and everything else can stop. We need to be able to answer these questions and be transparent, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It needs to come out and it needs to be on the table, and residents need to have an opportunity to ask those questions. That is my request to the manager or to the executive director for the utility district.
Thank you for comments, Board Member Lanier. Board Member Spiritus.
Mr. Chair, if I might, can I ask a question to our city attorney?
Please.
Ms. Nguyen, can you tell me if we need to go out through procurement to hire an engineering firm to act as our representative, as the owner's rep on a project?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize.
Dr. Spiritus, that's beyond the scope of my experience, expertise. I can't answer that.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we hire PSA either temporarily or for some time, since we have multi-million-dollar projects under construction right now with no owner's rep. We clearly don't have the staff to act as owner's rep on board. And I think that we should bring a company in here. PSA does have the ability to do this for the amount of work that we're doing. So I make a motion that we direct the city manager who's in charge of the utility district, based on our resolutions, to hire PSA as an owner's rep.
Second.
On the existing water plant and U.S. water projects.
Second discussion, Chair.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Discussion.
Chair.
You recognize.
So, Commission, Board Member Spiritus, let's talk about this. So, I'm really, I have some things that I want to share later related to 88 and 87. But specifically, what's your expectation here with PSA? And I'm saying that because prior to Mr. Young, I did see the proposal come in, and I was very much concerned that we have not gotten one single report until today. And I think that proposal must have come in at some point last week or early part of last week or something like that. But I literally came in expecting to hear Mr. Gray say what should have been shared with us prior to that. Like, I don't want to find out after the fact that we've missed the mark on a number of things. So just kind of elaborate on your motivation for bringing this item forward.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Okay, so basically what I'm looking for is a engineering firm that has the knowledge in the water, environmental engineering, that can be our watchdog during the services being provided by U.S. Water and by the companies currently drilling our wells and rehabbing our wells, and other work being done on our water plant as it exists.
Oh,
you recognize.
So, Ms. Nguyen, you're saying why wouldn't that be in your scope to say if we have the ability to consult or bring them on?
I didn't understand the question to be, why wouldn't we have the ability? I thought the question was, should we? And I don't know whether we need an engineering firm or not.
Okay, but Mrs. Mr. Chair, can,
You recognize?
yes, so Commissioner Spiritus, can you run back what your ask was, please, so we can all make sure that we're aware of what you're looking
Right,
to ask Ms. Nguyen?
Right. Ms. Nguyen, I was asking whether or not we had the legal ability to authorize or to pass a motion hiring an engineering firm to act as the owner's rep right now on the existing water plant and the projects associated with it.
I think the proper person to address that would be procurement, because I think you have to competitively solicit it, or if it's an emergency and you don't, we need procurement to tell us that.
We can have representative from procurement, Ms. Evans.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I can
You're-
have our procurement director provide some additional commentary with respect to the board's request.
Chair,
You recognize?
I just like asked a quick question. I thought that Brown and Caldwell were the owner's rep, or am I mistaken?
Ms. Evans?
Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
Brown and Caldwell is the owner's rep for the water treatment plant, the new water treatment plant. And they have helped out in various capacities at the existing water treatment plant over the years.
Okay, I hear what she has to say.
Chair May, thank you so much. Again, I just want to reiterate to everyone that I've just been here a month, but I've already begun researching this particular issue with the water district. So first, I will say that in 2020, there was a solicitation posted for the qualification of construction companies to act as an owner rep. And there were 4 that were qualified. What that meant is that we were pre-qualified, and so for future projects, we could then go back to the list and select one that's on the list. That is issue number 1. However, without me doing further research, I don't know if that solicitation included the utility district. If it did, then the board should, and I would suggest from a professional perspective, is to look at the vendors who were qualified, look at who we have given work to, and those who we have not. And in other words, maybe utilize some of the other vendors. That's number 1. Number 2, we can ask the vendors that were qualified to provide us with a capability statement specific to the ask today, because building a fire station can be different than the water district. That is assuming that this solicitation included the utility district. If it did not include the utility district, then it will be a violation of Florida statute to award a contract under this category without public solicitation in an open competitive bid. Now, going back to our earlier conversation of an emergency, it may not constitute an emergency if we have been operating without one for such a time. Emergency will be, we need it right now, and it's for the, and Councilman McCoy read the definition. I'm not sure if an owner's rep would qualify as an emergency based upon definition in our code and Florida statute. So number 1, let me research. Did the original solicitation include the utility district? If it did, then let's go back to those that the board qualified and ask them for at least a capability statement to see if they can do the job. If it did not, then we need to move forward with following the statutes outlined by the state of Florida. And I believe that an unsolicited proposal does not qualify as the catalyst to award a contract of this size to any company for any reason outside of maybe a hurricane or a tornado. I yield.
Thank you. Comments?
Chair.
Board Member McCoy, you recognized.
Thank you. Ms. Ammons, I gotta say that's pretty impressive considering that you've only been here a month and you come from a totally different state to understand the complexities of our code. And I've been here 5 years and I've been trying to tell people that has been in procurement and other different departments this, and they work with this stuff every day. So thank you for being very thorough in your explanation.
but my name is McCoy, so I do got to
Exactly.
follow up.
So I'm waiting for
Man, I thought that was
the,
gonna stop
I'm
there.
What
waiting for
about,
the shoe to drop.
I mean, you didn't speak to the piggybacking
Okay.
ability. I mean, assuming the statement of, you call it the statement of,
Like qualifications, but I use that loosely, and I can expand just a little bit. So when you pre-qualify, based upon my professional history, you pre-qualify a list. You don't have a defined list of projects at that time. Maybe not. What we're saying is we need to qualify some people in this category to provide A&E, for example, services. However, we have construction of the fire station, and now we have the wells. Can someone who pre-qualified, do they have the same expertise across the board that maybe what we're looking for? And so sometimes when you qualify vendors, you may even have like different categories, transportation, just project management, general construction, or sometimes a specialized construction. I haven't studied this document, but if it's general, then we say, okay, to the 4 of you who have pre-qualified, there has to be a selection process to go back and say, yes, we want, it should be. Doesn't have to be, but it should be one to say, okay, now we have 4 that qualified. How do we select one? Sometimes we go back and say, hey, I want to build this street for so many miles. Let me have a price, and then they submit the price, and we say, okay, you are awarded because of price. There are different parameters. The qualification does not guarantee business. At no time in my professional career, when we pre-qualify vendors, there's a guarantee that they will be paid any dollar amount. It's just for them to say, hey, we're here, hey, we qualified, and we check the box. So I hope that answers your question or concern. Now, you also asked about piggyback. So a piggyback, remember, is a one-to-one relationship contract. It's saying that vendor A, or entity A, has contracted with vendor A to provide a particular service, one-to-one. And we come along, and our ask is, our need is exactly the same. It's like for like. You bought yellow chair, I want to order a yellow chair. That is a complete piggyback. And so both the vendor and the entity have to agree to allow you to piggyback and use those same terms and conditions. And one or the other could say no, and we cannot piggyback. The question on the table is, does Florida statute allow for piggybacking under this category, which I believe falls under CCNA? And I'm not sure because I just got to Florida. I came from Georgia. So that would require a little more research. But I would caution for something of this specialized service to find one. It would have to really be a one-to-one. Again, I'm new. If we have 27, our utility district and 27 wells, will we find someone that has the same, like for like in the city? So I would cautious a piggyback until I can find out if there is a like for like.
Thank you, Ms. Emmons. Board Member McCoy?
I don't know if I like the color of your dress or what you just said, but I really appreciate it because, I can really respect someone that says, I just don't know, I will have to work on it. But I can't even say the word. I've been not getting candid explanations about things that are very important.
Right.
And to the point, Ms. Emmons, thank you, I want to say that. But to the very subject that we're speaking of is dealing with the water. I invited, and this is not directed to you, but generally to the board and to the public and the folks here, that my impetus for asking that the utility district director be relieved of duty, when I introduced that motion to the board, it's like things happen and I can live with it. I don't expect perfection. I expect transparency. I expect people to come forth and say, I don't know. I expect people to say, this is a problem, or board, we need this assistance. But too often that's not occurred. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I have to respect that. And I would love the opportunity for you to look into this further, to that point, because I was expecting to hear all of those things that you just said. I don't know. Let me share it with you from our utility director, certainly from Brown and Caldwell, because I can't go another day with we got news here every night. Perhaps for those that don't live in the community, and I apologize if this seems like it was directed or misplaced to ask this gentleman where he's at, But I can't walk out the door because I got neighbors on both sides. When I go to work, somebody's asking me about the water. When I go to the grocery store, pick up my kid, when I come to City Hall, water, 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 water. I mean, this is ultimately the most important thing. I mean, next to police and fire, that's really our responsibilities. So anything else outside of that is ancillary. That's why I don't have time for the other stuff. So thank you. If you would please indulge us with some sort of response back, and I would preference my ask members of the board to the manager to have a response from Ms. Emmons regarding the ability to do a cooperative or piggyback, if you will, as far as owner's rep services
I will look into
for
it.
the utility district. Thank you.
Okay, I will look into it and provide a
You know,
response.
to that respect, I withdraw my second.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you. You recognize?
So, yeah, I agree now that we heard from procurement, and as Board Member McCoy said, it is very refreshing to see that our procurement department has things in hand, and it's very refreshing to hear this. I would request that City Manager Evans check out the RFQs that were given by the owners' reps, the 4 owners' reps, and see if environmental engineering was included in their qualification statements. And if so, I would think that it's very, very important that we have an owner's rep on the existing water plant and all the construction and operations that are going on currently.
Thank you. And I wanted to follow up with that same sentiment, just kind of getting some additional information in reference to the scope of work details. How was these owners rep procured? The work that Brown and Caldwell's been doing with the utility district. And then before we just move forward with selecting or hand selecting a owner's rep, because I also want to understand when we get over to the fire department, the cost savings that we did, the expectations, the scope of work of them. So if we can have a sit down probably off the record to see what are the expectations of the owner's rep.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I also, Mr. Evans been getting beat up, but I have to give credit because he's the one that brought in Ms. Emmons and hired Ms. Emmons. So thank you. You've really exceeded expectations tonight, as one of my comments from my mayor said earlier, with taking accountability, with addressing the concerns. And these are things we're looking for. And this is what we've been doing. So Mr. Evans, thank you for this hire and bringing in the staff.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I had to, certainly, we're excited to have her on board. And I think you obviously see why I had to stalk her and even hide from my wife to call her to try to convince her to come to the agency. But she certainly has a great bandwidth and great experience. And and thank you to the board for providing the necessary resources to build out her team, because I think you're going to really see a lot of positive momentum coming out of the procurement department out of her leadership.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Emmons.
Thank you.
Additional comments from Dr. Spears?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson?
I really don't have any comments, but I want to make it abundantly clear. Please do not accuse me of a crime unless you have some facts. To say that I am alone responsible for people dying about this water, don't do that. Do not do that. Because you know that makes absolutely no sense what you got up there and said. Do not play with my name like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Miller Anderson. Board Member McCoy?
Thank you. Chair, we got another meeting, so I'm gonna be very quick. I would agree, Board Member Bill Anderson, we do have the opportunity to throw in a joke here and there and be, professionally cordial with one another, but this is something that is longstanding. And I would agree that that is certainly not a responsibility that would have existed with theirs, and we're not in the operational role. At best, we rely on things that come from administration and department heads. And I think at least I can't even be appreciative enough of what I just heard from Ms. Emmons, because I need somebody to be very direct. Sometimes it cuts, but I can appreciate that. But that was definitely displaced. And I don't believe that in no fashion that you were responsible. But, my perspective, and just being McCoy, exercise that same reasonable care that was just afforded to you when there's allegations about your colleagues. Not just McCoy, but Lawson. You had 19 employees that allegedly had made a complaint against me. Did you see the complaints? Or was they all a list of something that somebody said verbally actually occurred? So I appreciate and will hope that you would at least extend me the same courtesy that I did for you, because, you know, especially not being here and then have to hear about it after the fact. So it was not necessary that you be called out for it. And I think going forward, understand that I feel the same way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments. We do have 3 minutes left. We still have mayor's comments, but we do have to extend our city council meeting before the 10 o'clock.
I have
Mr.
no, Chair.
You have no comments?
I have none.
Okay. All right. So we need to call the meeting to order and extend the meeting before 10 p.m.
Adjourn first.
And we're going to adjourn this meeting. So I just want to let the comments know. Residents, we will be having public comments immediately starting on city council. This meeting's adjourned. I was trying to go.
2 minutes.
I'd like to call to order the regular council meeting. The time is 9:57. Call back
Chair,
to order. Board member?
move to extend the meeting indefinitely.
Second.
Motion been made, properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson? Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Public comments? Public comments shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of city council, which shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then the items from the public shall begin immediately following the items concluded. Please be reminded, the board has adopted rules of decorum. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have 8 public comment cards. The first speakers are Philip Dukes, Lloyd Brown, I believe he left, followed by Cindy March and Singer Island Beach Polo.
Lloyd Brown, he left.
Philip Dukes.
Cindy March, Philip Dukes.
Cindy March.
Ms. Yo, you're up.
Singer Island Beach Polo. Followed by Michael Jordan and Fane Lozman.
Hey guys, good evening. I'm Jill Wardle. I founded Singer Island Beach Polo back in 2012. There was a problem, I guess, tonight with the consent time. Okay, we would need the road closure on February 21st and 22nd from 8 a.m. until about 5:30 p.m. both days. Okay, we worked really hard. It's going to be a really good show for Riviera Beach. We got some really good big sponsors looking for retail space in Riviera Beach. We also have the Army Polo team is coming to play, which is a really big deal. And anything you need to know about this, please contact me. I built this business from the ground up. I'm very accommodating. Call me, email me. I'll meet with you. Whatever you need done, please let me know. Does anybody have any questions for me while I'm up here?
We'll answer all questions after the comments.
Okay. Anything you need to know, let me know. Okay?
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for your comments.
I'm not going to hold you up.
Michael Jordan. Fane Lozman. Malcolm Summons. And the last speaker will be Doretta Polk.
Fane Lozman. Just for the record, Ms. Kashama Miller Anderson, the water scandal started in 2016. None of these other individuals were on the dais at that time. You had the responsibility, since you were the official that was elected, to make this front and center. It shouldn't have been 7, 8 years later. You were negligent. Whether it rises to criminal negligent is if Willis Williams was correct and people passed away. You just cannot shirk your responsibilities as an elected official. Number one is the safety of your constituents, not to go target McCoy or Lawson or me or Lady March Goldwire, is to make sure we had clean water, and we did not, and that happened on your watch. What also happened on your watch was you made sure that I could not have a fence. I could not have electric for my property. The mayor went out and visited my property and said, you should be allowed to have a fence. Like every other person in the city, the state of Florida, private property Bill of Rights and the comp plan said you could have a fence. Somebody went on my property and destroyed my sign. I don't know who did it, because I don't have electricity for cameras. Even though the private property Bill of Rights and the comp plan said I can exclude people from my property, I have no electricity, I have no fence, and now I'm being threatened by your outside counsel, Ms. Godot, that if I do not drop my fence case where I'm entitled to a fence, that she's going to seek attorney's fees. I've already spent over $100,000 on the fence case. Why can everybody in the state of Florida have a boundary fence, but I can't? My floating home was vandalized. Another floating home was sunk. Why can't I have a fence? The mayor doesn't understand why I can't have a fence. He came out there a few years ago. Well, Mayor, 3 years later, this is an example of vandalism on my property. Somebody had a giant birthday party there one weekend when I was out of town. Why are people using my property for birthday parties, to vandalize my property, to have children go swimming where I'm liable? Why can't I have a fence? You put in the comprehensive plan, private property Bill of Rights, I can exclude people from my property, but yet I can't have a fence. I can't have electricity. My neighbor has electricity. Dan Taylor has a camera there. He caught J.C. Solomon vandalizing his property. J.C. Solomon, the guy that runs the Riviera Beach Marina. I want a fence and I want electricity just like every other property owner in the state of Florida. But this is an example. $500 worth of vandalism that would not have happened if I had electricity for cameras to record who destroyed my sign.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Malcolm Summons, Doretta Polk, and Francisco Lopez.
Ms. Summons? Welcome, Ms. Summons.
Good evening, Malcolm Summons, Riviera Beach, Avenue F. I just wanted to speak briefly. This has been on my mind for some time, and I just wanted to clear the air. So I'm a former employee here with the city of Riviera Beach. My last day of work actually was September 5th of last year. So when that date came this year, it was really heart-wrenching because I enjoyed what I did here with the city. I enjoyed the people, especially our residents. I worked really, really hard to obtain what I needed to obtain to bring back to the city, starting out as a groundskeeper and working my way up into management, obtaining my degree in organizational management. And that was all in part for my city. I grew up in this city. Everything I did was for and with this city. And to be an employee here and to have been treated my last couple of years was really bad. I want to thank the mayor for putting out this report or investigation because it's needed. And I wanted to say that there's a lot of hurt employees here, very hurt. They're not going to speak out. For one, a lot of them are job scared. They have been threatened. I have conversations weekly on existing employees that are here. Your employees are hurt. They're hurting, and it's not good. And the accountability needs to be on the people that can really do something. I was really deemed for doing a lot of great things for employees that actually came to me. And I feel like being someone in a managerial position, you're accountable for those actions. We speak about, you know, unity and Black unity here in this city, but you know what? The people that hurt me the most look just like me. They look just like me. Miss Deidre Jacobs hurt me bad. And I'm just gonna leave it at that for now. But I have.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Summers.
The next speaker is Doretta Polk, followed by Francisco Lopez.
Mr. Doretta Polk?
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park. And as far as Mr. Lozman, and I really wish he would stop that tirade because it's so unfair and it could lead to legal situations with you, Mr. Lozman. Because you cannot prove that Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson had anything to do with anybody's death, first of all, concerning water. That needs to stop. That needs to stop now. And as far as Council Mr. Roderick McCoy, and stating to Ms. Kashamba Miller, he wished he was someone would speak in terms of how 19 employees, I guess, accused him of doing whatever. But Ms. McCoy, you all on Facebook. You all on YouTube. I don't know how to really get on that, but I'll send it where you are aggressively trying to attack people, employees. So what's the accountability for you, sir? And you did this, although he's gone and left the diocese now. You did this. And as far as Miss Lanier, Councilwoman Lanier, she had no other choice. And it was voted that she could send this information, how she was treated and threatened, to the governor. Unanimously voted. So let's stop this nonsense, because that's what it is. And then to hear two small statured women trying to come to her, this Councilwoman Lanier's defense, so Mr. McCoy possibly wouldn't hurt her. Where were the men here? Where were you, Council Chair Lawson? Where were you, Mayor? Did you try to stop this? Whatever went on here, it was really, really awful. You don't go and try to attack a woman. You don't do that. So when you talk about things it starts right here on the diocese. Because I know you three men on this diocese certainly didn't protect me when I asked Mr. Councilman Spears, if you are elected, Councilman Spears, what would you do for the citizens of Vero Beach? And you told me a couple of years ago to be quiet and shut up right here at this diocese. That's what you said. Never said an apology. Never. And I don't think I expect one out of you. But I forgive you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Polk.
But it starts right here on this diocese.
Thank you, Ms. Polk.
Francisco Lopez.
Welcome, Mr. Francisco.
Good evening, Mayor Felder, council members, and esteemed guests. First, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the City of Riviera Beach for securing much needed funding to address the reading deficiencies among our students in our community. This is a critical step to forward improving the educational outcomes or for our youth. And we deeply appreciate your commitment to making this possible. At Inlet Grove Community High School, we're proud to call Riviera Beach our home. And as a high-performing A-rated charter school, we have consistently outperformed the majority of high schools in Palm Beach County and in the state. Our success is rooted in our dedication to delivering the highest quality education to our students. And we would love to bring the same commitment in partnering with you to solve the challenges facing in our educational community. We're eager to partner with the city to take on this task. Over the years, we have successfully addressed the reading and academic challenges among our own students by employing research-based instructional strategies, making data-driven decisions, and personalizing instruction to meet each student's unique need. Additionally, we provide extended learning opportunities which have proven to be highly effective in addressing the summer slide, ensuring that our students retain the knowledge and skills they need to succeed year-round. With this funding and your continued support, we believe that together we can further the effort and make significant progress in providing the quality education that all our children deserve. By combining the resources of the city and the expertise of our school, we have developed a collective effort to tackle this problem. Thank you for your time and for your continued leadership in improving the future for our students, our families, and we look forward to the opportunity to work hand in hand with the city of Riviera Beach to achieve this important goal. So thank you, and hopefully we can work together on this.
And thank you. If you could just state your name for the record, Mr. Lopez.
Francisco Lopez, proud principal, Inlet Grove Community High School, A-rated, high-performance school, best schools in the nation.
Thank you for your efforts and work in the city. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment, and the acceptance of general public comment cards is closed.
Thank you. We extended the meeting indefinitely, correct? Mr. Evans, what item are we on, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Melanson.
I just got a text from someone that saw the news a few minutes ago and said that Mr. Evans was suspended for 3 weeks. Is that something that the board needs to know about? Since it was on the news? Mr. Mayor?
But technically, yeah, I did give him a letter of suspension, but I don't have to disclose it till next council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So, Chair,
Miss,
so the board has no say-so in terms of how this has happened? Or I'm very surprised.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
The board has a say-so at the next regular council meeting.
And it's,
Councilwoman.
okay, so Chair, so that, what does that mean? That is when the case is stated against Mr. Evans and why you suspending him?
It's in, we sent the statute, you can read the charter, Councilwoman.
Okay, this is very disappointing. This is very outrageous tonight. So what does that mean? Does that mean, who runs the city now?
Mr. Chair?
Mayor, you're recognized.
That's up to the council. Listen, let me explain something. Well, you've been through a suspension before. You sat on this board where Mayor Masters suspended somebody. So, wait. Well, you know now, and you can give me a chance. But listen, take the temperature down, right? It's my authority. I did an investigation, right? See, you can't have it both ways, right? You wanna. Wait, let me say something.
That's all I'm saying, the communication.
Okay,
That's
you
all
deal
I'm
with it.
saying.
It's y'all responsibility. Do y'all job now. to bring us an interim while he's out. I did my job.
Now
You guys
it's
do your
on
job.
us. But we didn't even know about it. You don't know. Oh, okay.
Chair, this has given us no time to even contemplate what happens at this point. Learning about this on the news is very disrespectful to this board. To learn about something on the news, and we're sitting right here, and it could have been brought up from the very beginning of the meeting. It could have been brought up from the very beginning of. We have 2 meetings tonight.
Mr. Chair,
And
let me say
I'm
something.
sorry, let me finish, sir. So it could have been brought up. Yeah, I've got some real serious questions and problems with this, given the fact that if Mr. Evans is suspended at this moment, then who in turn
He's not
was,
suspended at this moment. So keep the meeting going. He's not suspended right now, so you can keep going.
so when is he suspended?
Yeah, he's not suspended now, so the meeting continues to go.
Okay, Chair, let me finish my thought process here.
You can continue, Ms. Councilwoman.
Yeah, I'm asking a question because if the news is reporting that he's suspended, and then you're saying he's not suspended, I'm not sure where we are now. What does that mean, Mayor?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize the mayor?
you the chair, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Suspension isn't tonight, so you can continue the meeting. You may continue your meeting like it's been going. Don't get thrown off. Continue the meeting, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So, Chair, let me ask just one last question
You
before
recognize Councilwoman
before we move on.
Lanier.
So is Mr. Evans suspended now, tomorrow, the next day? When is he suspended? Because if the news is reporting that he is suspended and you're saying that he's not, then there needs to be something documented to that extent. Because how would the news know that? How would the news even, wait a minute, let me finish. How would the news even know that the city manager is being suspended and the board had no idea that this was happening? Now, if you're saying that he's not suspended, then I'm assuming that there's something documented to prove that.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize mayor?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize mayor?
Let me share something. Number one, Councilwoman, it gives me the authority in the charter. If you guys would have not spent so much time trying to discredit what I can and can't do, and sat down with the mayor, instead of trying to discredit a young man that just came to this podium and shared with you his last days that he gave everything for this city, and how he felt, if you would have paid attention to that, because it's not about one person to me, this is about an organization, right? So you want to question my authority? Well, you take the time to read the charter to see what my authority is. You want to hire a lawyer to discredit me that you can't? So you spent more time trying to discredit what I can do instead of trying to sit down and find out, and let's work this out for our employees. So don't cry now. It is what it is. I use the power that I have the right way legally. So now I've done my job. It's you guys' job, because if you would have, you're conjuring up. I mean, y'all so it's amazing how when it hits you, it's a problem, but everything you do is contrary to how it should be. One thing you can't say, I didn't do it the right way. I did the right way. Well, some people, that's part of leadership. The lady from procurement, just about every board member told her thank you. You know why? She showed leadership. And sometimes it hurts to be a leader, but I did what's best for the city based on information that I got. And so I said, you can continue to be, Ms. Evans have a letter, he can tell you.
So,
but as of right now, you can continue the meeting and close the meeting out. We can do that. I'm telling you that.
Chair.
Actually, give me a moment, Councilwoman Lanier. So, Mayor, to your point, yes, I am the chair. We're going to continue the meeting. We're going to finish the meetings. During the comments, we'll have the discussion so that we can discuss this. Because, Mayor, if action was taken, then we as a board need to decide on how we're going to proceed. Because if we're going to have a suspension that's imminent, then we need to either appoint an interim or have our city manager appoint one. That needs to be done prior to the
Mr. Chair, the city manager
You're not
doesn't appoint.
recognized, Mayor. Can I finish my comments?
Yeah, you can.
So
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Go ahead. No, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So in regards to the actions, we would have to determine who is going to be in charge of running the city. So as the direction of this board, the details, I guess, was just disclosed to the media, and some of the board is being made aware of it, and it's being disclosed. So this will be a discussion that we can have after we've completed the business of the city, and we can actually have this during comments. So if we can continue with the business of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. 6C.
Item 6C is presentation on Riviera Beach Pilot Program, Housing for All, final report.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
The presenters associated with that item had to depart, so they've asked for that item to be rescheduled for a future meeting.
Thank you. 8A.
Then I will bring us to the ordinance on first reading, item 9A. Ordinance number 4270, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the city's future land use map on behalf of the Riviera Beach Utility Special District, approving a land use map amendment to change a plus or minus 1.9081 acre parcel located on Blue Heron Boulevard between Australian Avenue and on the west and Avenue L on the east, from a land use classification of commercial to land use classification of utilities, and to change plus or minus 5.9775 acre parcel located at 2391 Avenue L from a land use classification of community facility to utilities land use classification, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second. Motion been made and properly seconded. Do we have any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of cards on this item is now closed.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'll have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Servants, to make this presentation.
Mr. Chair, can I run pass interference?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't want to discount the hard work that Mr. Thompson and Mr. Sermons have done, but given the hour and considering, and so let me say this, I stepped to the back because I hadn't eaten all day and I was watching the movie. It does seem like a movie sometimes here, but I was watching the meeting. So considering, I don't even know all of the details of the suspension, but apparently it's suggested that the suspension begins September 19th. And given the hour, we're about 1 hour and approximately 35 minutes from September 19th. So can we fast track some of these items that we've already know so we can have that discussion? I believe that my colleague from the north end of the table was suggesting as to what is the succession plan. So I'm going to, if I can, Mr. Chair, ask very specific questions as opposed to going through a presentation. I mean, certainly the title was read, but if that's okay with the chair and the board, relative to this item and I believe the next one.
Councilman McCoy, it is on first reading though, and it would be the pleasure of the board. So yes, you can ask specific questions, but the board may want an actual presentation. So the pleasure of the board, do you want to have a presentation or do we want to just ask her questions?
Isn't this, I'm sorry,
Go ahead. You're right.
isn't this about the water plant, that property? Yeah, I need to hear that.
Okay, I saw a lot of it. So I was in line with Councilman McCoy just in regards to asking questions because I did review this in agenda review, but it's a pleasure. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Dr. Frieders.
So basically what we're doing is we're rezoning the property right now so that the utility district can build the water plant on the property that they purchased for that purpose. So I don't know why this is so difficult. I sort of agree with my colleague, Board Member McCoy, with respect to speeding this up and going right to questions. And
is going to be the same presentation? One presentation?
Same thing.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Well, I do know this is first reading, and it is about the water plant. If you can streamline the presentation, and not as long-winded as you guys are so inclined to be.
Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's fine. And
Thank you.
if you can expect some rapid fire questions, please,
Thank you.
regarding the process.
And we will probably ask the questions during the presentation as well, just so we can get through it as quickly as possible. And if we can, as well, board, if we can streamline it, because we do have some long-winded colleagues on this board as well.
Yeah, the chair is one of them. I'm telling you, he goes.
Go ahead, Mr. Servants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. And for this presentation, I will yield to Principal Planner Curtis Thompson, and we will move as expeditiously as possible through this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. This presentation really comes down to 2 slides. And if you already know what we're talking about, Mr. Spiritus said it very clearly. So let me just cut to the chase if you pardon my vernacular. It comes down to this is the first of the 2 slides. The current zoning, you're looking at the existing current land use on the left, which is commercial, and CF, which is community facilities. And what's being proposed is the slide to your right, which is to change the land use to utilities. Okay. And the second slide is to show you what the current zoning is. The parcel facing Blue Heron is general commercial, and the parcel in green is community facilities. Currently, utilities are not allowed in those 2 zoning districts. And so the petition here is to change the zoning to what you see on the right, which is utilities. So to sum up this presentation, we're asking that the council approve a land use change to utilities for both parcels and a zoning change to utilities for both parcels. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, members. Any questions of staff? Hearing none. Mr. Thompson.
Yes, sir, Mr. McCoy.
I'm very curious, and I know I've experienced this before with the FPL plant on West Roads, where I identified that they were zoned as utilities, but they had all of these different other components that were a part of their existing operation. Being that this property is adjacent to I guess a state road, why not rezone the entire property as community facilities as opposed to zoning? As opposed to utility? What is the difference, and what are the limitations with community facilities? Because, very interestingly, I've seen and have seen Lindsay Davis, for example. You have not a farm, but a garden next to a community facility. But the property is still zoned, I think, as a community facility, but it's not necessarily called out in the code that you can actually have a garden there. So can you briefly explain that?
Yes, sir.
Justification?
Yes, sir. For the community facilities and the zoning code, water treatment plants are not called out outright as a use either in the permitted table, permitted section, or in the special exception section. And as you will know, in zoning codes, when a use is not specifically called out, generally speaking, then that means that that use is not allowed. But if with this rezoning and land use change under the utilities district, under section 31-442 use regulations, A1, the very first use called out as a permitted use would be water and wastewater treatment facilities. And
Thank you. I appreciate that. Notice, have we sent out notice to the affected property owners?
yes, we did, sir.
Of the public hearing?
Yes, sir. Notices were sent out.
Okay.
The property was posted and mailers were sent out.
Okay. Thank you. I did see the notice and I knew it just was inevitable. I just was concerned with the mailings. That's all I have. Any other members? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, do we have public comments on this item?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item.
Thank you. Members, any last comments? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
and Chair Lawson is out. That item passes with Chair Lawson out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 9B.
Mr. Manager, if I may, Mr. McCoy, we have no further comments to make.
Okay, let me read the ordinance into the record, please. Item 9B, ordinance number 4271, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, on behalf of the Riviera Beach Utility Special District, amending the city zoning map to rezone a plus or minus 1.9081 acre parcel located on Blue Heron Boulevard between Australian Avenue on the west and Avenue L on the east from a general commercial zoning district to a utility zoning district and rezone a plus or minus 5.9775 acre parcel located at 2391 Avenue L from a community facility zoning district to a utility zoning district, provided for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards is closed.
So moved.
Mr. Manager? Okay, I'm sorry. We got a motion and a second. Motion by Miller Anderson and then second by Mr. Spiritus. Mr. Manager?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Chair, staff has no further presentation for this item.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have public comments?
Mr. Chair, we do not have public comments on this item.
Members, any board comments? So if I can, just so I'm clear, Mr. Thompson, we are on the zoning now. The first one was the future land use map, correct?
Right, your first step is.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy. That's a unanimous vote with Chair Lawson out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 9C.
Item 9C, ordinance number 4266, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, on behalf of the City of Riviera Beach, approving a land use amendment application to change the land use from medium density to multiple family residential to community facilities for the property located at 1501 West 28th Street, identified by parcel control number 564342290100000480, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards are now closed.
So moved.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you. And in the precedent set by Mr. Thompson, I will forward to the two most important slides of this presentation. First, similarly, this location, as read into the header, is associated with the Lindsay Davidson Community Center, indicated by the green square on the screen here. It consists of a zone change and a future land use change needed to expand the parking lot across the street to the site indicated in the black box. Currently, it is zoned as RM15 residential. With this zone change, it would be rezoned to community facility to allow for an expansion of the uses of the community center. The next slide shows the current land use at the area. Again, community facility for the Lindsay Davis Center. Then the site in question across the street. With the consideration of the land use element before you tonight, it would be changed to community facility future land use as well. I mean, with that, staff will conclude this presentation, and we are here for any questions on this item.
Question on the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Spears?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 9D, ordinance number 4268, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, on behalf of the City of Riviera Beach, approving a rezoning application to change the zoning district from multiple family dwelling district to community facilities for the property located at 1501 West 28th Street, identified by parcel control number 564342290100000480, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Approve.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Mr. Chair, staff has no further presentation on this item.
Question on the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spears?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 9E, ordinance 4269, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the City of Riviera Beach zoning map to approve a rezoning application request from Florida Power and Light to rezone the northern plus or minus 20 acre of 72.35 acre site addressed as 2400 Port West Boulevard, Riviera Beach, and identified by parcel control number 5643423104000000 from a recreation and open space zoning district to be consistent with the utilities future land use designation in order to facilitate the development of a new cellular tower facility, providing for conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
So moved.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I have the Director of Development Services to make this presentation.
Thank you for this presentation. I will yield to Principal Planner Curtis Thompson. Mr. Thompson.
Yes, again, I'm trying to stick to a 2-slide minimum here, or maximum. What you have here before you, council members, is the slide showing the subject property. The subject property highlighted in blue, that will involve the rezoning. In yellow, you have the plus or minus 20 acres for what will be an additional, the addition of a communication tower. But right now, this request is simply right here on this slide, which currently the zoning is a recreational open space. The underlying zoning is, the land use is utilities on the left, and what's being proposed is a zoning change to utilities to match the land use change for utilities. And as I said earlier, communication facilities are allowed by right in that zoning district, provided, of course, that a site plan will be coming for you later in the form of a resolution. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman McCoy.
The applicant, I'm sorry, Mr. McCoy, the applicant is here. They may want to make a brief presentation or not, but I want to make that clear.
Yeah.
You recognize.
Thanks. Mr. Thompson, so
Yes, sir.
help me understand this cellular tower facility. This isn't just a actual tower, a singular tower, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I would not have brought this up less your previous comment, but a cellular tower facility is not called out specifically under utilities either.
Correct. But that's a very good point. So, but under section, I will get it right now. Under section 31-442, under A3, it says telephone communication facilities. And that's what this category, this use will fall under that category.
So why do we name it as cellular? Why do we use this name? Why is there a difference in how we call it out?
Well, this is the use. FPL uses these towers for their emergency
Okay,
communication.
I'm speaking of why do we call it out in our language differently than, like, this ordinance is presented in a different language, in a different, perhaps very closely and synonymous, but why do we call it out differently than what's in our code?
It really, well, not to throw it back at you, Mr. McCoy, but it really is synonymous when you talk about telephone and telecommunications and microwaves. They communicate through their cell phone or through a phone mechanism that they use for emergency situations. And the best way to do that is through a communication tower, which they use on a separate frequency to keep any conflict from any other radio traffic, i.e. planes or people's cell phones.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And microwaves and stuff. Yeah. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
I guess this question or comment is to FPL's representative. Most of these cell towers have a white light on them at night, flashing light. I noticed that many municipalities now have changed that light to a flashing red light at night, so it doesn't have a major impact on the community. Are you willing to do the same?
To answer your question, Mr. Paredes, that is correct. You will find most communication towers have a red light and some will have a white light. The red light usually to differentiate between the two, and also it helps for what is called to allow for planes flying over to make sure that there's no confusion as to where towers are versus any other structural building.
Sure.
You recognize?
I understand that, but what's going on right now down the coast is that the lights are white lights during the day, they flash, and at about 9 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock at night, they turn them to red. They actually change from white to red because the white light really has an impact on the surrounding community. The red light has a very minimal
I would defer to
impact.
Mr. Jordan Sperling to answer that question.
Thank you.
Good evening, board, and I also have Tim Lewis, the FPL representative, but yes, to answer your questions, we will be following that accordingly. Tim can defer.
Tim Lewis, Florida Power and Light. As a standard on our towers by practice, as long as the FAA allows, and they will in this case because we had a tower there previously and they allowed this kind of lighting, we will be using white high intensity lights during the daytime. And there's a light sensor that switches it to automatically to a low intensity red light at night. So if we don't have problems with disturbing the public. So that's the systems that we use.
Good news. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? No comments? Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Spirides? Yes. Councilperson Miller Anderson? Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. And thank you so much, yes.
Mr. Chair. Item 9F, ordinance 4267, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31 on behalf of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, approving a land use amendment application to change the land use from working waterfront to downtown mixed use for the following parcels: a plus or minus 0.2072 acre vacant parcel located at 57 East 12th Street, a plus or minus 0.1614 acre vacant parcel located at 1195 Avenue C, and the southern portion of a plus or minus 11.7234 acre parcel located at 180 East 13th Street, for providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services to make this presentation.
Thank you again. Mr. Chair, members of council, Honorable Mayor, this is the last of a series of requested zone changes and future land use changes tonight intended to set the table, so to speak, for several city utility district and CRA projects to move different development initiatives forward. For this one related to the CRA and the Marina District, I will turn the table over to Mr. Thompson to give this presentation.
Thank you. Again, board members, as Mr. Sherman has indicated, this is a presentation to, as you know, the CRA is looking at doing some exciting things along the coastal waterfront, this property being one of them. And again, I will now summarize this into one slide presentation, which you have before you. To the left is shows in the highlighted area which says site, there were 3 parcels highlighted in yellow. Currently, their land use is working waterfront. To the left, which is what is being proposed with the area site, and you see the different shade, that shade represents the downtown mixed use. This request is necessary because in the future, which will come before all of you, will be a series of projects. This is called Element 8, and the property, I'm sure you probably are familiar with this, the different parcels are developable in separate elements, and this is Element 8. So as a result of this request, the applicant is proposing to change the the land use from working waterfront to downtown mixed use, which is more in line with some of the things that they have in mind in the future, such as mixed use residential hotel, some residential uses, and other uses of that type, which would be more compatible with the downtown mixed use land use. And that completes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Comments from the board?
Sure.
Dr. Spears, you're recognized.
So this is number 7 on that related has for their development site, or does this also include number 6?
This is Element 8.
Element 8.
Element 8.
Okay.
It only involves a land use change right now.
Thank you.
Additional comments from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Discussion. Random discussion.
Just random, just
That's
anything we want to discuss?
Whatever you want to talk about in life. All right, so we addressed earlier that we're going to finish the business of the city tonight. We don't have an agenda item for this, but if we want to go into discussion from the board, Councilwoman Lanier.
Yeah, earlier the Councilwoman Miller Anderson said that she got a text that the news was reporting that the city manager was being suspended. Unbeknownst to, I'm sure, all of us up here, had no idea. And then the first line of the news reporting says, Riviera Beach City Manager Jonathan Evans will be suspended, according to an official document obtained by WPTV. And the council did not get a copy of that letter. First of all, that is very disrespectful. If the council can only hire and fire the city manager and the city attorney, then we should have been alerted, given the same letter, the same courtesy as the news as to this happening this evening. It is out of line. My thoughts on this is that in 2019, the city residents enacted a charter clause, charter amendment actually, to the city's charter for non-interference. They did that because there was a lot of interference with the day-to-day operations of the city manager. Now, I understand that the charter states that the mayor can suspend an employee, but Mr. Evans is not considered an employee since he controls the day-to-day operations. And if that's the case, then one of us can suspend it. What is happening is much out of order in terms of, number one, giving this council a heads up before you put it out in the news. And number two, this non-interference clause, because we are the only ones, this council, collectively, that can hire and fire the city manager and the city attorney. I don't consider Mr. Evans as being one of those employees, although he has a contract with the city. But what is happening is very out of order. I know for a fact that the council, the people who make the decisions about the hiring and firing of the city manager and the city attorney, should have been notified first before the news was given a copy of an official document that we had no clue as to what it said, and we had to find out from the news what it was. That is very disrespectful to this council, number one. I'm asking the city attorney for either her or an outside counsel for a legal opinion as to the mayor's authority to suspend the city manager. I understand he has the authority to suspend employees, but as it were, he can suspend the city attorney as well without even telling us anything. So I'm certainly asking for an outside legal opinion as to the mayor's authority to suspend the city manager specifically, city attorney as well, if you are considering the city manager an employee. So city manager, city attorney, I'm asking that you get an outside opinion as to the mayor's authority. Include yourself in that, because that means that he can suspend you as well. So have an outside attorney to look into the suspension of the city manager. And if someone can read me the letter, if there's a copy of the letter, I think this board has a right to see it. We are sitting here blindsided by a news reporter that had information before the entire board did. That is unacceptable, Mayor. That is unacceptable. You could have easily put it on the agenda tonight. You could have easily gave the city council a heads up. We could have made arrangements as to what happens next. But now we're in a position where everyone else knows but us, and now we're put on the spot to figure out what do we do next? Who runs the day-to-day operations of the city if you have that authority? I'll digress now. I have some other things I want to say, but for right now, it is just very disrespectful to this council to send out information to the public and to news people, and not to your constituents, your council, because you said originally that you wanted to work with us. You just said that we should be working together, and then you send information out to the news people, and we're the last to know. So that's being very disingenuous in terms of you working with the council to resolve any issues that there may be.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize, Mayor.
I'd like to address that.
And one more thing before I go. I'm
Wait,
sorry.
I'm speaking right now.
I'm not finished, sir.
He acknowledged me.
The mayor was recognized, and then Councilwoman, we can come back to you when he's done.
We're gonna make this very respectful, Councilwoman. You're absolutely right. Since this investigation You never once came and sat down with me as the mayor to find out what was going on. You have been trying to discredit what my authority is as the mayor. That's very disrespectful. I never challenge your authority as a council person and what you do. If you take the time, we sent the qualifications and responsibility as a mayor. Now, you willing to spend taxpayers' money when the charter is clear, I can suspend employees and officers. Just read it. We don't have to go back and forth. You may not like my decisions, like I may not like all your decisions, but I respect your decisions. And yeah, and so you're spending more time trying to discredit. You have not once sat down with me and said, Mayor, what's going on with this investigation? What the employees are saying. You know what you've done for the last 2 months? Tried to find a way to kill my authority. The surprising thing is the charter don't lie. And I used my authority the right way. Now, let me explain this. The charter also says I can suspend at the next, I was going to mention this in my comments to you guys, but let's get this straight. I did not have to. The only thing the charter states is I have to have a written notice explanation to the council, the next council meeting. So let's not drag this out because you guys, or a couple of you guys, not all you guys, since this whole investigation has come forth, has tried to find ways to discredit what I can and can't do. Neither one of you have come to sit down with me and say, Mayor, what's going on? What can we do? How can we make it better? So to sit here and say, work together, you never came to me to work with me. All you want to do is discredit. All you want to do is discredit the employees and discredit it. Does he have the power to do this? Does he have the authority to do this? And it's in the charter. You got, mind the fight, you got an opinion today from an attorney. You got an opinion today, and you're going to sit here in the front of these people and these residents and say you want another outside to spend more money to discredit something that you cannot get around? In 2019, we signed that elected officials cannot go to department heads and give directions or to the city manager. It didn't. You was on the charter review. Y'all never mentioned the mayor. You came back again early in the year and wanted to discredit my veto power. So you really want to work with me, or you wanted to discredit me when it's beneficial for you? I respect your position. Never came and said what you couldn't and could do, because I read the charter. I know what your responsibility is. Take the time to read what mine is. We may not always agree, but it's all right to disagree to agree. But just don't try to kill and put out like I don't have the authority to do what I'm doing. That's ludicrous. It really is. And you know what? It's shameful to the residents that you would, even as a council person sitting up here and you read the charter, you're going to try to change the charter? Like, it has to go before the voters. My authority has not been taken away. It's never went to the voters, Councilwoman. So why are you trying it? Stop it. I respect you, respect me. You may not agree with it, but respect it. Thank you.
And to that point, Board, the reason we were making sure we got through the agenda, it is 11:08, based upon the details of what was highlighted in this news report. I would agree with the mayor when it comes to his duties. It's clearly outlined in the charter when it comes to the duties and the expectations of what the next steps would be in suspension of an officer. So I wouldn't actually support going out to spend additional money when I can clearly read it in the charter as to what the expectations are for the Miss Wynn. What I would like to do, Board, is to discuss succession planning, what is going to be our goal moving forward, and then we can figure this out, because right now the mayor does have until the next meeting to notify the board, which will be the next regular city council meeting. So I believe, Ms. Lanier, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, I had a follow-up because the mayor is saying that I was trying to discredit him. That was not the case. I was asking a question of the mayor's authority. I have the right to ask Does he have the authority to do that? Especially since in 2019, there was a non-interference clause saying that, and I'm going to quote one of the residents, hands off the city manager. Our job is legislative. His job is executive. Our job is to set policy. And in terms of spending money for a report, I still, yes, had concerns about the report and your authority to authorize a report when the employees are under the auspices of the city manager. So yes, and the report or the opinion that came out today only gave an opinion as to can the mayor sit in a meeting or an HR meeting with an employee. It said nothing about the authority to authorize um, interference or uh, being involved with employee morale or anything of that nature. The city manager's auspices is over his employees. We have two people that we can hire and fire. That's the city manager and the city attorney. And yes, I do have a problem with that authority, given the non-interference clause that was just voted on back in 2019 because of these type of issues where the council is getting involved in the day-to-day operations of the city manager. And I'll repeat that the opinion that came out today only gave one opinion. And that opinion was to ask if the mayor had the right to sit in a meeting, HR meeting specifically, with an employee. It had nothing to do about an authority to conduct an investigation. It had nothing to do about the authority to suspend the city manager or the city attorney for that matter. So yes, I do have some questions legally about the mayor's authority, and that is not trying to discredit the mayor. That is simply asking a question about authority. Given the fact that there's a non-interference clause, given the fact that this was done 5 years ago by the residents, overwhelmingly 87%, to say that do not interfere in the day-to-day operations of the city. That is for the city manager. And if we don't like it, then we can fire the city manager, we can fire the city attorney. That was the purpose of that non-interference clause. So yes, I still have some concerns and some heartburn, literally, about the mayor's authority to suspend the city manager and to conduct a investigation of employees that are under the purview of the city manager.
Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson, you're recognized.
So I just wanted to say a couple things. One, when one of our former city managers was suspended, she was suspended by a majority of the board. That was a vote that was taken. So it was not the same as what happened tonight. There was the mayor did suspend I can't remember if he was a department head at the time, interimly or not, but the mayor did, Mayor Masters did suspend him. That was not the city manager. So those two things were totally different. And for this situation, I just figured there would be a professional courtesy. No one is I'm not questioning what your authorities are because I know what they are. However, there could have been a professional courtesy to let the board know, considering we're the ones that hired him, to let us know what you were doing. But obviously that was the whole point. That was done intentionally because to give it to the news, that is the way you wanted us to find out. And I'm okay with that because I get that. Because if you were able to do it, that's how you wanted to do it and you did it. Fine. However, when we're talking about we're all, working together, that is certainly not one of the ways to make it happen. And at the same time, the report that was done, we never received any information. And why should I have to come to you when you're the one that decided to do it? You were supposed to provide us, you said that you would give us updates. So we shouldn't have had to run and hunt you down to get the information. No one got any information on it until the report was just put out there. And it was put out there by email. You just sent it to us, and that was it. We had a couple of conversations during the meetings in terms of the lawyer coming, had to ask for more money. And then she was supposed to come back because, you know, whatever this next phase of what was supposed to be going on, where they were going to go back and do follow-up conversations. I haven't heard anything else about that. It was not a team effort to have this climate survey slash interview slash whatever you want to call it. So that was never a board project. I mean, the whole thing was not, we were not involved in that. And nobody is, you know, to sit here and say, you know, people are not caring about the employees. Don't try to twist it into that, because that's not what it's about. It's about us being a board, not trying to do these gotcha moments in terms of letting the board know what is taking place, especially when we're the ones that vote and provide the opportunity for the city manager. Not even talking about Mr. Evans, just the city manager position. We're the ones that hire. So just extending that courtesy of letting us know would have been nice. But again, obviously that was not your intention. So I get it. I get it. I didn't question your authority because I know what you can do. And you did what you were allowed to do. However, I would certainly say, okay, that's how you want it. That's how it is. I mean, but my thing is, at the end of the day, we still have to make sure that this city runs. We can't, because, so if nothing was said tonight, we wouldn't have had a meeting to even have this conversation, because we would all left here tonight. No?
In my comments, we haven't got the comments yet.
Okay, okay, so you're gonna still address something.
Right. No, I just said, I kept saying, let the meeting go. I had comments.
But
So
here's
to insinuate that I would not have is disingenuous. That's what I'm saying.
I can only go by
Okay,
the
but
fact
I kept
that-
saying, let the meeting go.
Mhm.
Okay, so just.
Again, to hear it from others outside, and then for you to address it at the end, if that's what you were going to do.
Well, I'm a man of my word, Kashama. I don't have to lie about that.
I'm not saying you're
you know,
lying.
You know me.
I know you very well. We grew up together.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
But what I'm saying is, we were not extended the opportunity to even know. And I think that being a board member, an elected official, you know how it is to get information from the outside before we get it inside. And so I'm saying in this particular case, it's the same situation as when we are hit up with something out in the public and we don't know about it. Okay? Now,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, again, I'm not questioning what you can do. I have never sat up here and challenged what you had authority to do. I don't have time for that. I don't even care about that. But the thing is, all I'm saying is professional courtesy prior to something being put out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson.
Mr. Chair, I want to.
Mayor, you're recognized.
And I go back to, no disrespect, Councilwoman, is this is what I'm talking about. I had several calls tonight. Employees was calling me when their names was listed on the news that gave a claim about Councilman McCoy. And several board members up here voted for it without having evidence. So I don't understand how you guys can move like that when you didn't even vet these employees. It's almost like 17 employees went on the list, but you didn't get no calls. You know, you didn't get no calls from employees saying, man, I don't know, I'm upset, I feel threatened, my name was on the news, I did not get no permission. Well, no, but you didn't release it, but you made a vote that 17 employees' names was on there that had not sat down and said anything. And I can't fathom that we can sit here now that the mayor did an investigation the right way, and we'll discredit that, right? But we don't want to talk about, because we were in our emotions you say get your moment or got your moment, that y'all had a got your moment, and you would risk the welfare of 17 employees to make your case that you never vetted. Make it make sense to me. Well, wait. See, now you can't see. That's what I'm saying. Ownership is see, taking ownership is you made a vote for it, right? But nobody on this board vetted 17 employees that y'all out their names are going to news, and these people's calling me, and that's just what we're dealing with. But I just wanted to state that because due respect. I was going to say, and all I had to do is say, the man is suspended tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. To the following council meeting. That's all. I would going to give you the courtesy to say that. And with due respect, just look at yourself sometime on how you handle stuff. I'll go back to this. I'm continually saying I did it the right way. You might not agree with it, but one thing you can't say this mayor didn't do was do it the right way. And so I think let me be a lesson to how, if you got a complaint against somebody or a board member, so how you should do it instead of getting in your feelings and then have got you moments where you go at somebody and you risk people that didn't make a decision for their name to be on the news. And that's what y'all did. That's what y'all did.
No, I didn't release it to the news, so don't say that. That's a big lie. So don't say that one at all.
Some comments, Mayor Felder? Thank you. Councilman McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to, I guess, seemingly dilute a person's ability to ask for a legal opinion, but the 352 email, the attachment, which I have pulled up here, I believe, a council person can and should ask for whatever they believe, but I'm looking at page 2, number 6, that calls out the mayor's responsibility or authority is better, that he shall have the mayor shall have the power to suspend any officer or employee of the city for misconduct in office or neglect of duty. And there's also a exception, with the exception of city council members, that's also provided for in the charter, but for whatever reason, it's not inside of this letter that's penned by Ms. Godot. But the charter specifically calls out the only exception is that the mayor does not have the ability to suspend elected officials. Good, bad, or indifferent. If you want another legal opinion, Ms. Nguyen can commission that if he so chooses. But what I am kind of concerned with is how do you automatically jump to asking for an outside opinion as if Ms. Nguyen doesn't have the capability of doing that? Now, if that's your position, let's go ahead and put Ms. Nguyen on the carpet and say she's not able to do her job. But I don't want you to sit here and say we need to go outside Ms. Nguyen unless you believe there's a apparent or appearance of some sort of conflict, or that you believe she doesn't have the competency to yield it. What's very interesting, though, and I don't want to really dwell on this much, is Ms. Godot was very clear in pointing out a very particular case law that's been commonly referenced in not just this kind of case, but what's clear and plain on its face, where the words of a statute are plain and unambiguous and convey a definite meaning, courts must read the statute as written. Where a statute does not specifically define words of common usage, such words must be given their plain and ordinary meaning. So, I mean, unless we're searching for something, the mayor has that authority whether you agree with it or not. And, a few things were said. You made reference that a resident said, and I quote from a resident, it's hand off the city manager. Well, that's not what's in the charter. So I'm not interested in what a resident's interpretation of what the charter authority is. The second thing you said is that the charter says that the city council is not to interfere with the day-to-day operations of the city manager. That's actually not what the charter says. The title says non-interference, and it does provide inside the charter specifically that day-to-day operations are called out under the manager's authority, but it does not call out those specific words that we do not interfere with the day-to-day operations of the city. And that's implied, but let's not act like, this is something new to the city of Riviera Beach. This has been a provision that has been in the charter since the charter was ratified by the state legislature going back to the 60s and to the 70s. So whether we agree with it is one thing. I'm more concerned within the next, I guess, 30 some odd minutes or 40 minutes or so, what is the plan? Because truthfully, I don't know. And I would ask that we kind of focus on what needs to happen next, because apparently the mayor is referencing the suspension goes into effect 8:30 in the morning. However, the same news report that I just got pulled up here on the local news says effective on the 19th of September. So the manager did share with me during one of the recesses, and I took a glance at the meeting, had no knowledge of it before. Mayor, can you clarify exactly this letter in specificities as to the effectiveness of it? And let's kind of keep it to that so we can figure out what the next steps are.
Yeah. Suspension starts tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chair, that's all I have. I just wanted to make sure that we kind of get started with where we need to move forward with at this point.
So to piggyback on that, where do we go from here, board?
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Spiritus, you're recognized.
I'd like to make a motion that the city attorney, Dawn Nguyen, take the position as interim or acting city manager until the city manager's suspension is completed or reversed.
Mr. Chair,
you're recognized.
I don't want to be dismissive of my colleagues' comments, but I would much rather, Mr. Spiritus, if you could make a nomination, because seemingly I've seen a head nod from the from the city attorney, as if there may be some interference or obstacles that may present as a challenge. So let's make sure that we have individuals that's actually up to serving in that role, if that's okay.
Mr. Chairman?
You're recognized.
Okay, as you know, I'm a former city manager. I've had similar situations where the city manager was gone or not available to do their duties, and the city attorney was usually appointed in that position until the city manager was back. So I will ask Ms. Nguyen, is it legal for you to do both positions?
Dr. Spiritus, I don't believe so. There's a dual office holding prohibition in the Florida Constitution, and I believe that would prevent me from doing so.
I withdraw the motion.
Additional comments from the board?
Yes.
Councilman Lanier, you're recognized.
And I still want that answer for the authority. And I have the right to ask that.
No, you don't.
I do have the right to ask what I want to ask in terms of my understanding of the charter. And what was the reason for 87% of the residents to add a charter amendment as a non-interference clause? Not interference with who? Not interference with what? It was because there was too much happening in terms of the council getting involved with the day-to-day operations, getting involved with, and when they say good faith effort, that means if I'm the chair of the audit committee and I need to talk to finance director and talk to the assistant finance director, then that's good faith. I have to talk to them because it's an audit committee. And to say that, I'm jumping around here, but to say that the employees that were listed in the report, that needs to come back to the council. What is happening is that it is really looking bad for us in terms of how we're conducting business. It really is. And if we would have had a heads up in regards to what was happening tonight, we could have had a succession plan. But that's not the case. We're here at 11:21 trying to figure out which way to go and how to go about doing it. But with that being said, I still want to bring back, because I'm assuming that, make an assumption that the mayor is basing this suspension on his report. And that would mean that the person who did that report has to come to the council to explain that report. We've paid $60,000, and I think that we have the right to ask, what is the outcome? What is the follow-up? What do we do? What does this mean to the city? And I'm sure it may be more or less employees, but this is something that was put out in the public and just kind of languished there. And nobody came back to us. First of all, we knew it was an investigation, but we were supposed to get updates. We were supposed to know what was happening. Only thing we know was the person came to the meeting, got $50,000, 25, another 25, and another 10. But the thing about that is that that's fine. That's fine. But we have to have that conversation publicly about that. And I'm asking that that is put on the agenda. If we're going to look at the city manager's suspension, then we need to put that on the agenda. And I'm assuming that the last time that the attorney who wrote this came before us was going to do that. I think that my colleague to the right of me said that it may be some legal issues, but we still have the right, not just us, but the public has the right to know and to find out what's happening. And if there is an issue with employees, put it out there. That's fine. But we can't just do a report and then just don't do anything else about it. It has to be something that has to be aired publicly.
Mr. Chair?
Mayor, you recognize?
All due respect, while she's assuming, are you guys going to go forth with who you're going to bring in for the next couple of weeks?
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spears, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Chief Coleman to take on the position as acting or interim city manager until the city manager's suspension is over or reversed.
Not sure the role of acting chief or police chief being able to take that role and what would actually happen with that chief position. Then we'd have to deputize. I'm assuming a different one. So I'm not sure about that one, but Attorney Nguyen.
A question, sir?
Question is if Chief Coleman would be able to sit in the interim position. And to that point, before we continue this conversation, the board does have the abilities to take these actions in the event that Mr. Evans and the mayor's suspension takes effect as of 8:30. As of right now, Mr. Evans is currently the city manager. Does he have the ability to appoint?
Yes, the
Until
suspension
8:30.
doesn't take effect until 8:30. So if the council wants to allow Mr. Evans to do that, then that's your prerogative.
Okay, so we're just randomly shooting right now in the dark at individuals to try to put them in position. We don't know who has the capability, as we just found out Attorney Nguyen can't hold dual roles. I'm not sure if that's the same obligation with Chief Coleman. That is where I do agree with my colleagues that this was not going to question the charter and the mayor's responsibility, but to receive it, I think, was the issue, receiving it notice at the last hour and trying to come up with a solution. We need to just figure that out. And that's where we kind of are now.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spiritus?
So can we find out, get a consensus from the board whether we want to pass a motion giving the city manager the authority to appoint his replacement during the suspension?
Mr. Chair.
Who was that? Councilman McCoy, yes.
So, Ms. Nguyen, number one, I don't think we can actually vote on anything that's going to give up our authorities that's in the charter. The board has the ability and the sole ability to select the city manager. And I know we experienced that before, and that certainly got past us when the manager was out on paternity leave. We're the governing body, we make that decision. That's vested in the charter. So you can't designate that authority or delegate it. Because now you run afoul with the charter. Is that
Mr.
your
Evans
understanding?
is currently an active city manager. Excuse my voice. And so until the suspension takes effect, he has the ability to make that appointment if he so desires. If not, the council would make that appointment.
Ms. Nguyen, he can't appoint a city manager is what I'm asking.
Typically, for instance.
No. I'm speaking of the charter. The charter vests the authority of the appointment of the city manager to the city council. If the manager chooses to make an assistant city manager, he's more than within his authority. But he does not have the authority to appoint a city manager. Is that not your understanding of the charter?
That is correct.
All right.
I didn't understand your question.
Okay, I apologize. So back down to Councilman Spiritus's point. Are we in a position to support, or I guess the question also resides with the chief. The chief's name was recommended as a nomination. Would the chief then have to temporarily relinquish his role as the police chief?
I believe that he would, and then most likely Deputy Coppin would be.
Well, most likely the city manager at the time selects who the police chief is. Isn't that the more appropriate?
That is correct.
Because he may want to, I think he really, if that's the desire of the, presuming that it's Chief Coleman, he may desire to choose John Nance as his acting chief of police. I mean, but that's the prerogative. Okay. That's the guy that's standing to your left. That's the prerogative of the acting city manager, correct?
That is.
And there's no entitlement of Deputy Chief Coppin to be the chief.
That is correct.
Oh, okay. Got a shot, Nance. Mr. Chair,
you're recognized, sir.
My colleague to the north end, Mr. Spiritus, if that's a motion, I would certainly second that with the chief's acceptance of that role. And just so we're clear, look, this would be effective, Mr. Mayor? What? So I guess I was supporting that, but I wasn't sure if that was you said you wanted that, Councilman Spiritus. Is that a motion?
Yes, I make that motion.
Okay. Second.
Question? I would like to open up for public comment cards. If we want to have anyone submit a public comment card, please do so now. No public comment cards?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have actually two from Mary Bram.
So, Chair, while she's coming, are we limiting this to the item that we're voting on? The discussion is to the item that's the motion's on the floor, right?
Here, Brown Rivera Beach. Chief Coleman has more than a job to do.
Excuse me. Chief, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, I was asking you a question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So my question was, the public comments, are they limited to the motion that we're currently is on the floor?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the acceptance of public comment cards.
And how
is now closed.
many public comment cards do we have on this item?
I have one for this item.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chief Coleman has a more
If you could
than a
state your name
job
for the
to do.
record,
Miss
please.
Mary Brown
Thank
Rivera Beach. Chief Coleman has more than a job to do. He was hired as the chief. Your charter here also dictates too, that the mayor too can step in as the acting city manager once when he suspends a city manager. In the charter 15 in that article, it also states that he does have that power. But it's no brownie points here tonight. I want you to know that, because you're going to have to go deeper than that. You're going to have to go deeper than that, Mayor, because you're going to have to clean up with more suspensions and more get rid of. So it does not stop there. Here, this is no brownie points here tonight. Because when you say here, in that letter there, you said effective September the 19th through starting at 8:30 a.m. on a Wednesday through Wednesday, October the 3rd at 5 o'clock p.m. According to the city charter, I shall report this suspension to the full council at the next regular council meeting, which is scheduled to occur Wednesday, October the 2nd, 2024. What month is this? This is September here. So you played this, Spiritus, you played it well. You all board played this well here tonight. It has been talked about Coleman and all this horrific that goes on into our city here. He has enough to do. He has too much to do already. It has been circulating all in the city and outside that three of you all wanted to put this man in this position here. And the residents have said no, because we need somebody to serve us and protect us and clean up our damn city here. And for you all to do this here, okay, it's neglect and misconduct all the way around here. It is no brownie points. Oh, you played it well here tonight. Now, don't you think that we have not read into all of this here, because we see the handwriting on the wall here, and they are on the wall here. This stuff is not just, and it's no offense to you, Chief Coleman. It's no offense. He has enough to do. You circulated this all out into the community, Mayor, that you wanted to put Chief Coleman in that position there. I'm sorry. I'm talking. If you didn't do it, I apologize. Okay, but not you. But it was others up on this board here. I apologize, Mayor. See, when I'm wrong, I apologize. When I'm wrong, I apologize. And back here then, you played the same hokey dokey here then in 2010 with Ruth Jones here. This is why the big writer was written about how she came in with all of this friction here that you all brings in here. For the same thing here, the playbook just continues. Yeah, I'm just like when we said that we wanted somebody else to come in here and take over this city, but you played it well here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Misconduct
comments.
and neglect. You're not finished yet. You're not finished. And there's
Thank you.
no brownie points.
All right, Ms.
tonight.
Shepherd, thank you for your
Thank
comment. Ms. Shepherd, Lord. I just got that energy that it's just too much, man. Like, what it, board. Ms. Brown, wow. All right, so there was a motion on the table. Was there a second?
There was a second by Chair Pro Tem McCoy.
Okay. So
I just want to make a comment.
discussion, please.
I just want to make a comment that it is 11:30 at night, and I can recall something very similar like this occurring with not very many people out in the audience and being done at 11:30 at night, but whatever the majority of the board wants to do.
You're recognized.
I mean, it's inevitable. We got about 8 hours. Well, we don't have a city manager. As much as we don't like it, I mean, I'm very much inclined to hear your nomination if you have one. Okay, so, and, you know, despite what Ms. Bram says, I don't engage in that. You know, I have enough to deal with just being elected, running a business, and being a father. I don't run around talking about who's gonna come in as this and that, because quite frankly, there's a standard for me, and I don't accept less than perfect, and I'm not about to sit up here and promise anybody anything. So I don't know where you're hearing that from, but you can exclude me from that as well. But I will say this: I find it pretty ironic that is when this dual office thing just came up for the first time. When the manager was serving the role as CRA director, nobody ever mentioned the word dual office holding. But ironically, you know, things start coming out when we see Jack McLean up in Gadsden County having all these issues for the work he did in Gadsden County while he was simultaneously doing work here. So certainly we got to fine tune it. And I don't agree that a council person can direct you, or unless it's a decision of the board to direct you to go outside the agency for a legal opinion. You have that authority to give legal advice to the board to council members. But to go and incur an expense at the backs of the taxpayer, despite what we have here, says a lot about what my colleague thinks of you. And that's perfectly within your authority and discretion to decide whether or not you have to go out. Because if that's the case, if we continue to go out, Ms. Nguyen, I gotta ask you the question, and you may or may not agree. Why do we need you? You might as well, I mean, no point intended, take off and be suspended as well. If we're gonna overstep you to go outside to search for an answer. But ironically, that 352 email spoke exactly to the mayor's authority. And I had no idea that this was coming. Didn't expect it. Quite frankly, I don't agree with it. Hell, we just sat here and talked about all the impending things that we have at the UD, but I can't do anything but respect the mayor's authority. And without going through reminding people, I've literally read texts where people saying clearly, if that ain't the kettle, pot calling the kettle black. And I don't want to indulge in that. I mean, it is what it is. Let's figure out how we move this agency forward.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
All right, so before I vote, I just want to make it clear, as Board Member McCoy said, I did not come in here with any intention to vote against the city manager on anything or fire the city manager. I was not involved in any communications or anything about making Mr. Coleman, Chief Coleman, the city manager. As in fact, I've been working very closely with our city manager, with City Manager Evans, in the last 6 months that I've been here. I'm just trying to resolve an issue that we have right now. The mayor clearly has the authority to do what he did, and we have to fill the position of city manager with someone. So that's all I did here tonight. I had no other ulterior motive. I'm just trying to move the city forward right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spiritus.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
You're recognized.
I just want to say for the record that, yes, I do. I asked Ms. Nguyen for an outside opinion because if the mayor has the authority to suspend the city manager, he has authority to suspend the city attorney as well, which means that we need to figure out how this works. Now, if you say that the mayor has the authority.
Okay, that's not germane to the motion that's on the floor.
Listen.
And I will call a point of order. Chair, can you please decide?
Point of order has been recognized. Germanity to the item we're on the floor. So we can
Okay,
proceed.
so very good. So what we have here is, you know how people say the fix is in? That's what I believe happened here tonight. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier.
Chair.
Councilman McCoy, you're recognized.
If we have the chief to come forward to see if he's even willing to accept this in the event that we shouldn't even be trying to call a roll call vote until there's a expectation that there's a acceptance provided. Because I'm asking my colleague Miller Anderson if there's a nomination, but we have a vacancy that's about to occur.
All right, so the insinuations all night from colleagues and from residents is that there was a perceived motion. My colleague just stated that we have our three. This was an item that we're trying to continue to move the city forward. So as the chair, we're trying to find somebody to take leadership because we'll have a suspension in place starting at 8:30 tomorrow, which we were all blindsided by. So regardless of the situation, it's not about who has their three, it's about who is going to lead the city so that these employees can have management in the morning. We're still having discussion, ma'am, but thank you. Are you calling the question? Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Excuse me, Mr. Lawson, I'm sorry. I think you do have to get some acquiescence or not from Chief Coleman.
I know we do, but we've had the question called, and whether it's voted or not, that doesn't mean he has to accept. So the question's been called. So as Robert's rule says, the question's been called. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
No.
Councilperson Spiritus. Councilperson Lanier.
No.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy. Chair Lawson.
No.
The item fails with Councilperson Miller Anderson, Councilperson Lanier, And Chair Lawson dissenting.
Now, Board, now that we're done with the games, Chief Coleman, if you could please join us at the mic so that we can address if you'd have interest in taking this position, sir. Thank you, Chief Coleman. Welcome, Chief Coleman. There was a request earlier to see if there'd be interest in you taking the role of interim city manager for the time of, and someone read a letter. I haven't even seen this letter, so I don't know what the time frame is for the suspension.
That'd be something I would like to know. What's the time frame?
2 weeks.
Starting when and ending when?
2 weeks.
Starting when and ending when?
Starting tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. to the next council meeting, the Thursday after the next council meeting.
First of all, good evening, good night, everyone. Chief Coleman, River Beach Police Department. First of all, I'm humbled for the board to even consider me, and I respect everyone up there. You know, I love the heck out of Ms. Councilperson Miller, and the board itself who very, very respectful of me during my tenure and time at the Chief of Police. Also, I love the leadership of my boss, Mr. Evans, and I spoke with him, and he gave me the vote of confidence for something I wanted to do. He'll support it. I work at the will of the city, and I'm here to do what's best for the city for a period of 10 days, if that's what the board wants me to do. But I don't want to be a city manager. I want to be a full-time city manager. I'm here to be a police chief, but I will do anything I need to do with the support of my boss, Mr. Evans, as well as the board.
Thank you, Chief, for those comments. Now, Board, we received a notice this evening that we'd have a city manager suspension by our mayor, which is in the right of the charter. We have a chief that'd be willing to take on this recommendation based on the comments. Does anyone want to present the motion to the board again?
Chair.
Councilwoman Lanier.
Now, just let me ask, could we get a copy of the letter? Could we know what we even?
See what, yeah.
I mean, we're talking about 2 weeks and he's saying it Thursday after, and I don't even know what the letter says. And that's just really crazy sitting
And I
here now.
agree, if we could see a copy of this letter. Is there a copy available?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
I would like to read the letter into the record.
Thank you.
It says, it's dated September 18th, 2024. Dear City Manager Jonathan Evans, please be advised in accordance with Section 15 of the City Charter of Riviera Beach as amended by referendum on March 11th, 2008, the mayor shall have the power to suspend any officer or employee of the city for misconduct or neglect of duty. After conducting an independent review of the facts, I have determined that there are significant grounds for suspension or significant grounds to suspend our city manager, Jonathan Evans, for the following offenses: neglect of good duty. The suspension will be in effect Thursday, September 19th, 2024, starting at 8:30 a.m. through Wednesday, and I believe that this is a typo, Wednesday, October 3rd, 2024 at 5 p.m. I believe that's a Thursday. According to the charter, I shall report the suspension to the full council at the next regularly scheduled city council meeting, which is scheduled to occur Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024 at 6 p.m. Respectfully submitted, Ronnie L. Felder, Mayor Ronnie Felder, City of Riviera Beach. And I can provide this copy for the clerk for the record.
And to us.
Thank you. You're recognized, Councilwoman Lanier.
Yeah, I just asking for a copy of the letter. We do have the right to know what we're talking about here and actually, you know.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier.
Sure.
Dr. Spears, you're recognized.
Yes, I make a motion that Chief Coleman be
Point of order.
appointed.
Point of order recognized.
Sorry, Commissioner, we were not on the prevailing side, so we're not permitted to reintroduce this. But before a motion is actually done, Chair, can we have this clarified? Because there's a discrepancy in the date, and the mayor can't modify the letter because it's a matter of public record. He's already given it to him. But Mayor, you need to either repen another letter or state specifically which day this suspension is through. Is it through Wednesday the 2nd, or is it anticipated that this was going to be through Thursday the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, so tomorrow, the suspension starts the 19th through the 3rd.
So that means,
You're recognized.
thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize. I mean, this is new. So suspension ends what day and what day does the manager start back? So we can be absolutely clear.
The 4th. I mean, it's up to you guys, but.
No, it's not.
No, what I'm saying is, once it comes to, you can uphold it, the suspension, which. So it comes to the council on the 3rd.
The 2nd.
The 2nd, the Wednesday. So yeah, his suspension is to the 3rd, that Thursday, October 3rd.
He returns October 3rd.
Yes.
So the suspension is through to.
No, but it says the 3rd on the paper, but it should have said the 2nd. He returns on the 3rd.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
The suspension says it will be in effect Thursday, September 19th, 2024, starting at 8:30 a.m. through Wednesday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. And so it should be Thursday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. So it is after the close of business. It would be after the close of business on October 3rd if the suspension is upheld.
Mr. Chair,
realistically, the return to work day would be Friday.
That's not what he's saying.
But
that's what's
I
in
do work
writing.
after 5 p.m., but I'm just saying that it is provided for here in the letter.
Okay.
But, Chair,
Recognized.
I mean, you got Wednesday and then you have the 3rd. So it's either Wednesday, the 2nd, or it's Thursday, the 3rd.
It's Thursday the 3rd.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
Attorney Nguyen, does the board have the authority to reverse this?
To reverse the suspension?
The suspension, yes.
Yes. You can either approve it or disapprove it at the next regularly scheduled council meeting.
Right, which is really 2 days before the suspension is over.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
You're recognized.
Okay, so let's make sure that we're clear on this. We don't have the ability to reverse anything. I believe the language says ratify, or it may say approve or disapprove, but what does that mean exactly? If we approve it, does that mean the manager stays as suspended? If we don't approve it, does that mean he's now entitled to retro pay? I mean, I think
The language, I'm sorry, the language is approve or disapprove.
And he will be entitled to retro pay based on the charter.
If you all disagree with the suspension, he will be entitled to retro pay, correct?
Okay.
If you agree with it, then the suspension stands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
It's important that we don't use words like reverse. Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner Spears. I think it's just more appropriate to say, because you can't undo a suspension that literally only the mayor has the ability to do. And I think that usurps his authority. So,
Chair?
The language is approval or disapproval.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you. You're recognized, Dr. Spiritus.
Right, so basically, what I was saying was exactly what Attorney Nguyen said. We have the authority to approve or disapprove. But unfortunately, we can't take any action until 2 days before the suspension is over anyway, so it's moot.
Thank you, Dr. Spiritus. Additional comments from the board? Now, before we, a motion is put back on the table, is there any other recommendations for anybody for a interim city manager?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Before the close of the meeting, can I have an opportunity to be heard?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any additional recommendations? Okay, I'd like to make a nomination for Chief Coleman to serve as interim city manager while city manager Evans is suspended. Do we have a second?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
I'd like to make a motion to allow for Chief Coleman to serve as interim city manager while city manager Jonathan Evans is suspended.
Second.
Can you change the language to acting, please? There is a difference.
Yes, I'm sorry, acting city manager. I'd amend that motion. And the second still stands, Councilman?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Discussion is, being that we were able to actually hear from our chief, and we have to still continue with the business of the city, and I'm not going to question the rules and regulations of our charter and what the mayor's responsibilities are, and regardless of the opinion of who knew what, my thought process is the city has to move forward. So with that decision, I'm going to ask that we revisit the motion since I was on the prevailing side. Additional comments from the board? Roll call, Madam, or actually, if we can, open for public comments again?
No, we don't need to do that. We already did public comments. What else are we commenting on?
The motion died.
It's the same thing,
But
Chair.
it's a motion to reconsider. It's the
motion to
same thing.
So we don't need public comment?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Roll call.
Councilperson Lemire? No. Councilperson Spiritus? Yes. Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
That motion passes with Councilpersons Lemire and Miller Anderson dissenting.
Thank you. We were on commissioner comments. We left off on Councilman McCoy. Did you make your commissioner comments?
I don't know if I can even bring it back up at this point. It was something with the fire station, but okay, I wanted to have the board's attention. Actually, this is perfect. Let me go ahead and say this. Mr. Manager, before we get off this, I just realized Mr. Gene Borno has been appointed as the internal auditor, if there's ever such a thing. That actually is counterintuitive to be the internal auditor. His effective date was July 1st. He sat inside an audit committee on June 27th. He was literally negotiating a contract that's, by the way, not even dated. Why is there not an execution date on the contract that's signed off by legal and management and Mr. Borno? And that's a clear apparent conflict that he's sitting as a member of the audit committee who's supposed to be independent and then immediately takes a job 2 days, 3 days later as the external auditor. If we want to send something for outside review, clearly this is the case. I don't know how in good faith, and even from accounting professional standards, and Mr. Sherman can deal with this, I know for publicly traded companies, there is a waiting period before you can actually jump into the role of representing a company that you were already in a contractual relationship or had a different relationship with. And I mean, that's for him to deal with the accounting standards board, with the board of accounting. But how does that happen, Mr. Evans? And when did he tender his resignation?
Mr. Chair.
If he did at all.
You recognize?
I believe he did. I don't have that information, and I can ask the chief to get with Mr. Borno to send that information over to the board.
But Mr. Evans, you're saying to me you entered into a contractual agreement with someone that was a member of a committee without having any assurances that he actually resigned?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
That was part of our conversation, that he had to relinquish and resign to be able to sit in that particular role. So there was not a situation where he was serving in that capacity and as a member of the audit committee.
Surely he wasn't, Mr. Evans, but don't you think that's pretty weird to sit here and act as a volunteer and then you negotiate a contract for you to move from a volunteer into a contracted position? Now, very interestingly, we have another vacancy on the audit committee because of that. So certainly this is something that is very, in my opinion, creates a conflict. And as an accounting professional, I don't know how I think even more, just as much as attorneys deal with conflicts, clearly that's apparent and ripe for an apparent conflict. And I would like to know what is, if anything, that we can have reviewed. I mean, that's certainly worth an outside review.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
Mr. Borno is a CPA, so certainly I'm sure he can provide commentary to the city attorney with respect to the question that's being asked, and then the attorney can work with the acting manager to provide the board the necessary information.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in what he has to say because he's not accountable to us. I'm concerned with the manager's ability to negotiate a contract with someone that's acting as a volunteer, and where at some point there's an apparent conflict or perceived conflict. Certainly that's my concern. Um, Fire Station 87 and 88. I was reading through some of these reports from PSA. I would like to see if we can engage our current auditor to do a forensic engagement, because I cannot believe when I read through and seen some of the markups that was done by Kaufman Lynn in terms of furniture, fixture, and equipment costs associated with Fire Station 88. From saunas to, I mean, you name it. And I was just unbelievable to the point where we would even charge sales tax. How does that happen, Mr. Evans? Like, I don't know where the gap is, but apparently, if this was flagged by our owner's rep, and this was a part of things that came from the owner's rep's comments, this is why I wasn't buying what Mr. Grace was saying. I need to know that we're actually have somebody that represents our interests, and nobody from finance or administration caught this or flagged this and said this should not be paid. What do we need to have an owner's rep for to represent our interests if we see something that is adverse to our interests and we don't do anything about it? So members, that's the most alarming thing. And certainly, you know, if you travel anywhere in the state, you cannot do that. You can't stay anywhere. You can't expend any kind of public dollars or encumber any public dollars without having a tax exempt certificate. Certainly, we shouldn't be able to have somebody to charge us sales tax when ultimately the sales tax comes back to us, but we're paying sales tax where we shouldn't. And that, to me, is unbelievable. And that just wasn't, it was more than just that issue. I mean, even from the contingency item that was brought up inside the owner's rep, and perhaps I spend 85% of my day probably reading something. And when I seen that, I was pretty startled that we have no safeguards. And, you know, I know there's transition in employees, but there's no way that this should have went in to a place like this. We've gotten overcharged by millions of dollars potentially. And I would like to see if we can have someone to review that item. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Motion's been made. Motion been made and properly seconded. Discussion? If we could just restate the motion one more time, please, for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to see that the city negotiates an engagement for a forensic audit with the current external auditor regarding fire stations 88 and 87, because I'm sure those 88 invoices are closed out, but certainly 87 as well, to ensure that we're not back in the same situation. And that would obviously have to give him some authority to work with the owner's rep to be able to conduct that sort of investigation.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So is my colleague asking for a forensic audit?
Chair?
You recognize?
Yes, I'm asking for staff to engage the external auditor with negotiations for the scope of fire station 88 and 87. So that's the scope. Obviously, what that looks like in terms of, you know, contractual and engagement letters, you know, that I imagine would need to be negotiated.
Chair?
You recognized.
As you know, I've spoken out a number of times about having a forensic audit for the entire city. I think that we should consider doing that. I will, of course, keep my second to this motion, but I do believe we should look into a forensic audit for the entire city.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Sherman, with respect to the a forensic audit, can you explain to the board what is the difference between an audit and a forensic audit? Is Mr. Sherman down there?
Mr. Chairman?
Morning. Can I have the question, please? Thank you.
The difference between an audit and a forensic audit.
Jeopardy or something.
Yeah, well, there is. I mean,
I'm sorry, would you like a different pronunciation of that? Would you like
can
me to use it in
can I
a
use it in a
sentence?
sentence? Yeah. Well, there is. I mean, when you're doing an audit, and regular financial audit, you're selecting samples and you're testing those samples to, to in essence come up to the conclusion on the larger, um, overall, you know, finances that you're looking at. When you're doing a forensic audit, you are going to get into more like when we deal with the Office of the Inspector General, they are going to get into every transaction, every detail. Typically, when you use the term forensic, you're in essence looking for a crime, and you're getting into that type of, detail and question. And it's not going to be a sample, it's going to be looking at everything and then everything behind everything. So it's very expensive, it's very time consuming. There are people that specialize in forensic audits versus, a typical external audit. The issue I think was brought up about our current auditor. I don't even know, one, if they have that expertise, and two, their contract expires in 12 days. So, again, this sounds almost now like it needs to go back to procurement to find someone to be able to do that job. But yeah, I mean, there's a difference. It's just the depth that you're going into and, and the detail that you're looking at versus sampling and then relying on that sample to reach a conclusion.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
My recommendation would be the board consider sending it to the Office of the Inspector General if there is concerns. That's a service that's available to you. I've done forensic audits before, and I did a forensic audit on a marina, just the operation in and of itself. And it cost $350,000 for that forensic audit, and it was significantly smaller than what you're asking to be looked at. So that service is already provided through the OIG's office, and so you can definitely direct staff to send that over to the OIG's office and all the corresponding information. They can get testimonies, they can pull all the information, public records, and then provide a comprehensive report.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
Well, that's interesting, Mr. Evans, because when I was city manager up in New York, we did have the state controller come in and do an audit, a forensic audit of the city. They actually came in and had an office in the city for approximately 3 months when they went through the audit, and it did not cost us anything. It's nice to know that the Office of Inspector General does this here in Florida for free as well.
Chair,
You're recognized.
I'm not comfortable voting on a motion made at midnight in regards to a forensic audit for specifically fire stations of the, as Mr. Spirit has said, if you're going to do it for the whole entire city. So, but if the Inspector General is going to do it for free, then that is something that we need to explore. But first of all, we needed to not just McCoy's version, but we need to know what exactly it is that we're doing a forensic audit on and why. If this thing is costing us $500,000, then okay, but I need to know why we're actually doing this, not with just what Mr. McCoy is saying, but what the evidence in terms of what procurement is saying, what the other department directors who are involved with this is saying. And at midnight, I can't make that decision without more information about doing something of that magnitude.
I'm sorry, is it at midnight that you can't make a decision?
Chair?
You're recognized.
I can't make a decision because there's not enough information to make a decision in regards to an ask of that magnitude. There has to be additional information that is provided to the board for my say-so to be able to make a decision, given the magnitude of it and the cost of it. we need to make sure that, and as I said before, if you're gonna do it for the entire city. There are a lot of issues that, you may want to turn over, then let's do it. But to make a motion at midnight based on what you say, and not having the information from the department directors, from the city administration, telling us that we need to do this based on this information. And I have nothing to base that decision on.
Chair, lastly, and I gotta walk out, if you don't mind.
You recognize?
That's the problem. Nobody said nothing. Nobody said nothing but our owner's representative. In fact, finance paid it. Administration said nothing. Procurement was asleep, if they even existed then. So I'm not waiting on somebody to stand up and hold on to the taxpayer dollars. That's my oath. That's my solemn duty, and I think we're duty bound to do so. Members, I'm out. Good night.
Good night, Councilman.
So the motion is over.
Mr. Chair,
Can I,
is the councilman leaving
I
before a vote
withdraw.
is taken?
he's withdrawn his motion.
Chair?
There's no, you recognize?
Well, I do want to just follow up with what he was saying. Some years ago, I did request that we do a forensic audit as well. So we may be able to do some research back to when that was done, because I think they did look to get some quotes for different parts of different scopes, because it is very, very expensive. If we can go to OIG report, the OIG way, I mean, that would be fine, at least to begin with. And then if we'd like to go down another route, then we could do that if that's the desire of the board.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize?
I will direct the capital projects team and the fire chief this evening to effectively work with the city attorney's office to draft a request to the OIG's office to look at the procurement process and the items associated with both Fire Station 87 and 88.
Okay. Additional comments? Mr. Evans, you said you wanted to have comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
Certainly, I just wanted to take the opportunity to recognize the work and efforts that staff has done with respect to the budget process. A lot of them put a lot of time, energy, and effort into it, and so I did want to make sure that their work goes recognized. I know a lot of them stayed here this evening for probably obvious reasons. And more importantly, I do want to recognize and allow for, is he still back there? Oh, well, unfortunately, Mark Johnson is going to be departing from the agency. He's going to be a fire chief. So he's helped us build some outstanding fire station, has been an incredible leader in that department, has served Chief Kurt in this agency well, and he wanted to be here for the duration of the meeting, but we tended to go a little bit long, so I did want to take an opportunity to thank him for his 24 plus years of service, and I know he'll be an outstanding chief, and sad to see him go, but proud of the work and the opportunity I had to work with him. Certainly, with respect to the actions that were taken today, I did have the conversation with Chief Coleman, and certainly I will have probably early conversations with him tomorrow morning to kind of bring him up to speed. I hope the board would also ensure that there's support that's provided on the utility district side, as Chief Coleman is going to be, pulled in different direction. But I know that the staff has the bandwidth and the capabilities to keep the train on the tracks and move forward. With respect to the suspension and the items contained in the suspension and the merits of the suspension, I'm going to reserve my comments until I have the opportunity to be legally represented as it relates to this particular matter. But I do want to thank the board for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. It's been 5 years, and it's been a long 5 years, and they're all city miles. There's no highway miles. So wherever this goes, I appreciate the board and their believe me, their confidence in me as your administrator, and the opportunity to serve as your CRA director, and even in the utility district as well. And so I can tell you, I've been in the city manager's office since 2006. And if you go back in all my entire tenure, the only problems that I've ever faced as it relates to my employment record is in one agency. And so I'll leave those comments for later on. But I appreciate the support from the board and the support from the community, and more importantly, this doesn't happen without the staff. So I appreciate the staff for what they do day in and day out, and we wouldn't have been able to do some of the things that we've done without them. And so I did wanted to close the meeting out on those couple of notes. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Additional comments from the board?
Yes.
You recognize Councilwoman Lanier.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about that report again from the mayor, that there was an opportunity, well, inside the report, there was very damaging information, not for just Mr. Evans and Ms. Jacobs, but there are other individuals mentioned in that report that had some very damaging information in regards to them and their work here at the city. So when do those people get an opportunity to bring forth those issues that were listed in that report? When do they have a chance to clear their name?
HR?
Good evening, Chair. Tennille DeCoste, Director of Human Resources. So I'm working closely with the City Attorney's Office. 3 employees do want to clear their name. One of them's on FMLA, so we have to wait for them to return from FMLA, and 2 of them will be scheduled with the outside investigator. They do want to meet with the outside investigator.
Who's covering that cost?
I'm sorry.
The cost to meet with the outside investigator, is that already covered within what was provided, or is that going to be an additional request from the board?
I have to
Well,
defer. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. As of now, there is money available. Hopefully, we won't exceed that. We haven't been spending it other than a few requests. I believe there was a request at one point for her to flesh out her invoices, and so there was a fee for that. And maybe a public records request that she had to respond to, but that was it.
That was my request as well, because I wanted this put on the agenda for the next meeting, because we need to have a discussion about there. But also the concern I had with the report being released before this was done. Why was it released before this was given an opportunity? Okay, thank you. Well, if we can't have that on next month's agenda, Councilwoman Lanier?
Yeah, I just wanted
finish your comments?
to ask the HR director to give me a timeline, because, this information has been out for a while, and the people who are listed in that report have a right to defend their reputation, and it really needs to be publicly vetted as well, because it's the public dollars that are paid for it. And with that being said, there was a letter sent to the city manager in regards to giving him 30 days to respond to that report, which is September 22nd. So for him to be suspended before having the opportunity to even respond to the report is something else. But I guess we will deal with that at the next meeting. But I certainly want a timeline for the people listed in that report and make it public to the public, because those people's reputation has been tarnished based on what was listed in that report, and they should have an opportunity to defend themselves.
Through the chair.
Mr. Nelly, you're recognized.
Great question, Madam Councilwoman. I will tell you, for the FMLA employee, they get up to 12 weeks. I'm not sure when she returns, but for the other employees, I would have to defer back to the city attorney, because she's working with the outside counsel that conducted the investigation.
So what does that look like, Madam Attorney?
We just need to make contact with those 2 employees and get dates from them.
Okay, and so that the council will be notified in terms of when that happens?
I'll do that tomorrow, madam. I'm sorry, through the chair.
Right, HR will do the scheduling.
Okay, very good.
With the employees.
Right. Mr.
Attorney Wynn, you're
Chair?
recognized.
Yes, you skipped over me after Mr. Evans' comments.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted some clarification from Ms. Lanier, if possible, regarding your request for the legal opinion. In Ms. Godot's memo, she does talk about the non-interference and how that plays, how you read that along with the pre-existing charter provisions, the one dealing with the mayor's responsibility, duties and responsibilities, or powers and duties, and the one dealing with the managers. So I don't know. I know it came out late this afternoon. If you've had an opportunity to read it, it may take, I had to read it 2 or 3 times and because it is lengthy and has a lot of case law. I don't know if you want to wait and see, if she covered all of your concerns as it relates to non-interference, or what your
No, because
pleasure
it
is.
still didn't answer the question that I asked. And the fact that, of the mayor's authority to investigate, it was.
That's in there as well.
Right, but it wasn't clear in terms of what that means for non-interference. And I saw the non-interference clause, I saw these different pieces to it, but it wasn't making any sense in regards to the actual authority to investigate employees or to call for an investigation. And then with that being said, for the investigation not to be complete clearly, and the city manager not having the opportunity to respond to it, is really strange, given the fact that he's been suspended and suspended based on that. So if he was suspended based on that and it's not finished, then I guess at the next meeting, we need to have some conversation about why that happened that way. And also too, I still need a copy of that letter.
Wait,
Yes, I sent the letter to all of you this afternoon.
just wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about the suspension letter?
Yes.
Oh.
Just to get clarity, I'm sorry. Just for clarity, for the record, you said Mr. Evans was suspended for that?
That's what it said?
No.
I don't think that's what the letter
Okay,
said.
well,
I don't
then that's
wanna-
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
need
don't
a
want to put
copy of that
it,
letter.
well, we haven't seen the letter, so.
Yeah.
And just to clear the record, I don't know what the letter said or what the reasons were for. And the mayor does have the ability in the charter to present that at the next meeting, which will be the regular city council meeting. So I don't know what the discussion was about. To that point, I don't want to put those misconceptions on the record. Additional comments from the board?
I mean,
With no further business, meeting is adjourned.